Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. We're live. Thank you for joining. Thank you for clicking. It's Friday, and you made it to the weekend. Glad to have you. Hopping back in Hearts of Iron 4 today. Getting going, getting geared up. Time for war. We didn't have any war yesterday. Well, there was war yesterday, but we didn't have any. Today, I think that's all it's going to be. Hit the gas and go the other direction. Try to get started a little early today, because you know how these things go. There have historically been some 12 to 16 hour Hearts of Iron 4 finale streams in the past. So I don't know whether this is going to be a 2-day, 2-stream campaign or a 3-day campaign. We'll see. Depends on how far we make it. We might get wiped out at the beginning. New soundtrack goes real hard, though, I gotta say. Already an all-timer. Gonna have to make a best of Hearts of Iron 4 soundtrack for war games. Thank you for the gift subs, by the way. Hi, Ostacat. Thank you for the individual sub and then the 5 gifted. Very generous of you. I just finished catching up on the VOD from yesterday when the live notification came through. Well, some people were not so lucky, I think. Some of you are not so fortunate. I saw some despairs in chat of not being able to have finished the VOD. Too late. No time to wait. Here we are. Here we are. Got some coffee. I gotta wake up. Did you guys see, we were talking about Ubisoft the other day, and I guess the deal went through. Tencent just invested $1.16 billion into the portion of the studio that makes, like, Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six, and all the other games. So Ubisoft is basically Tencent now, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if Tencent actually makes anything that I even care about. I don't think so. But they have so much money. When they choose to spend it on PUBG Mobile, you know? You could do anything. But what do you do with it? List of games published by under Level Infinite: PUBG Mobile, Goddess of Victory, Tower of Fantasy. They did do Arena Breakout recently, which I guess was successful, but I didn't play it. They're also doing Delta Force. They really want to get on that, like, casual Tarkov extract, and then imagine investing billions of dollars and trying to, like, bottle Tarkov's lightning, and then Arc Raiders comes out and steals your thunder. It's like, how much money do I have to spend to win? That's probably what they're thinking. How much capital do I have to dump into a game to be number one? A little bit more, apparently. More than that. What's up, gamers? Let's take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, because it is all going to be constant conflict today. Last thing that happened was we got dragged. Well, we're about to get dragged into war with Japan, but we just got dragged into war with the Axis. Japan is in the East Asian co-prosperity sphere. It's a different faction. They're at war with the U.S. and everybody else. So it's playing a historical campaign for the, Once in a blue moon, we do a little historical campaign. I thought this was a good reason to. That way we could see what it's like to be Philippines during World War II with the added plot armor of being the player character. And check out the new content, which so far seems pretty fun. I haven't gotten far enough to have like a judgment on the campaign. It would feel a little weird judging the campaign also if I didn't do a historical, but it seems like the focus tree is pretty reasonably put together so far. There's nothing that's been like, wow, this sucks. I think that the investment focuses are pretty cool. Now that I've figured out what they are, I wouldn't mind seeing that more in other focus trees, but you know they'll never go back and retroactively do that. Where the premise is like you take a national focus, and once you finish the focus, it starts a 365-day countdown timer or something. And you sort of have like objectives to do in that year. And if you do the objectives, you get like bonus rewards, which have been pretty good, I think. It's been like extra factories, extra raw resources that you can get locally, things that you actually always want. But if you don't do them, you still get like half the resources. So it's kind of like an optional. You still get something for doing the national focus, but if you choose to go like stop everything you're doing and then do the objectives that they want you to do, you get like twice as much. So I thought it was like an interesting system. Once I figured it out, I screwed up the first one, unfortunately. I feel like I'm too like low in my chair, but I don't actually know how to make it go up. This Logitech chair is over engineered. There we go. But now I feel like I'm too tall over the microphone. No, way too tall. Hold on. Somewhere in here. Something like this. Yeah, this is a little better. Why can't I scroll chat on mobile? Are you not scrolling chat on mobile? I don't know. John Twitch? Because Twitch mobile sucks? It's a good explanation. Just got thrown into a tornado and then like spat over here. 17th of November, 1941. 3 weeks before Pearl Harbor, but we're already at war. How far did we make it down the music yesterday? We definitely heard these. Almost did the whole soundtrack, I think. Yeah, I think we actually did do the whole soundtrack. I might just leave it on shuffle. I'm gonna try weighted shuffle and see what it does. For once, since we did listen to the entire soundtrack yesterday. Because I remember the national anthem, yeah. Hello, Flower Boy. Thank you for 34 months. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back. And thanks again, Osacat, for 6 subs. Very generous of you. We're playing Philippines. Commonwealth of the Philippines, in this case. And war has not yet reached our shores, but it is all around us. So with the new DLC, they've changed the Japan focus tree, China, Communist China, a little bit tweaks on the warlords, and a new Philippines tree. So we've been doing the Philippines Democratic tree, which is historical adjacent. It's going to be more than historical simply because hopefully we survive the initial pounding of the war, whereas in reality, Philippines were occupied by Japan very early on. That being said, this is kind of a different campaign than I would get somewhere else, in that we're not actually seeing any of the war until like 1941, 1942. So that's kind of the result of being joined at the hip to the US, who entered the war later than everyone else. So if you were playing someone who was closer linked to the UK, France, Germany, Italy, etc., you would have been fighting for the last 2 or more years at this point. And Japan's been fighting in China since, like, 1938 or something like that in the game. So there's we're coming in real late. So as I said yesterday, this would be a tough campaign for someone new to the game because you don't join the war until real late. So you don't get to see the results of your decision making until very, very late. So you have to play for a while before you know whether what you've been doing works or not. I have a fair amount of confidence in what I'm doing, actually, now that we've gotten to this point. I was panicking yesterday for sure, but now that I see where I'm at, I'm fairly confident. Like, we have a good amount of troops on most of the sea tiles, which is not going to make us impenetrable, but it is going to make us damn hard to get in here. And those troops are not amazing. They're not amazing. It's only a small division. This is my strategy for defending the coast. I like to start at about 8 combat width, get about 4 infantry boys here, give them an engineer company for sure in order to dig in and get that entrenchment bonus. And then if we are fortunate enough to have made artillery, then the support artillery, because it really pumps up the defense and the soft attack. So if you've got a group of 8 combat width with Engies and support arty, you're pretty stout. Like, you're not going to win everything by default, and you will need to move troops around to reinforce, but like, this has been tried and true for years for me at this point. See, stuff you kind of pick up that you enjoy doing. Now granted, that's not going to do it for you in multiplayer, probably. This is a single player strat. I'm playing a single player game. I don't know anything about the multiplayer side of things, to be honest. But also, if you're playing Philippines in multiplayer and someone else is playing Japan, okay, you've already got other problems besides your Coast Guard comps. You know what I mean? Like, there are other bigger issues at play there. The power imbalance is already that we've got single player Japan versus Philippines. That's already a huge advantage for the AI. So AI strength and power primarily comes from which country you choose to start as in the single player game, and not the difficulty slider settings that you use at the beginning. Hearts of Iron 4 is an asymmetrical war game. That's kind of the whole point. So your difficulty is decided by which nation you begin as. Eight combat width is super low, though. Yep, that's the point. So with the Philippines, we have an extreme amount of tiles that need to be filled. The bare minimum that you should be looking to do if you were playing historical Philippines is make sure every single tile has defenders on it. The worst thing that can happen to you is they get on the land. If Japan makes it onto the land, you're done. The only hope you have is that you cut them off with land forts at these connection points, because when they're fighting across from one island to the next island, that's where they're going to take the most casualties. So your backup plan would be, if you couldn't get that many troops onto all of the land tiles, then you would want to pick choke points, fortify them with both coastal and land forts, and concentrate your forces there. When enemies are naval invading, they are significantly easier to throw off than when they actually make it onto land. So if you tried to make denser troop formations, you wouldn't have any troops left. We only have 39,000 manpower left. However, we are able, now that we're at war, to up our conscription. So we can go from 2.5% to 5% recruitable pop. So we're going to effectively double our manpower count. So I'm not too worried about the manpower pool right now. Not an issue. That was planned. So we're going to go ahead. We have 579 political power saved up for when we went to war, and we couldn't choose this unless we were fascist or communist or at war. So now that we're at war, we're going to up conscription. First things first. And then we're going to start doubling our manpower pool. So, yeah, we didn't want to focus. We don't want to focus all your troops into single divisions, because then Japan is going to get all your ports, and then they're going to start just funneling manpower in, and then you're going to be fighting island to island. We want to keep them off the islands. We don't even want them to make a touchdown here. We don't even want them to get a nice little port and start getting supplies fed in. None of that. So we've been very dutifully building up some coastal forts. We've only got level 1 coastal forts in many regions, but my plan is to get at least a level 1 coastal fort for an initial 15% attack debuff on them before they break the coastal forts. And then once we get at least level 1 everywhere, then I'm going to start going through and reinforcing different points of interest. So it'd be nice to make sure that we actually have one in every single tile, because I don't know how dutiful I was yesterday, and it can be kind of hard to see. I'm gonna go through and just kind of mouse over each zone, because sometimes there's like a divider that doesn't look like it is, but it is. The borders can be kind of tough to see. But yeah, like that is the same one, for example. Oh. Snuck in there. You little bastard. There was a gap in the bay. This is right next to Manila. See what I mean? It just cheeky. Very cheeky. So we're gonna make that the priority, because I think they're most likely to attack that which is closest to them. If I was the AI, that's what I would do. So we'll start building that one first. Might need to get it to... This is actually a fantastic tile to do a naval invasion on if I were the player. Because if you do a naval invasion from this square, you can hit 1, 2... Oops. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6 simultaneous spots, including pushing the capital. Whereas if you attack here, you're only attacking 1, 2, 3, 4. If you attack here, you're going 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so like the Manila, the Bay, where's Corregidor supposed to be on this map? Because isn't Corregidor supposed to get you into Manila? I don't know, I guess it's kind of invisible. Or is this supposed to, like, which part is Corregidor? I assume this is supposed to be Corregidor. Hello, Sir Angel. How's the new DLC? I haven't played it that much, but I mean, seems fun. I understand people complaining about the price. I think it's too expensive too, but I bought it anyway. Because I just like having new content. But I mean, Philippines seems interesting. It's just, you may not be a campaign for everyone, because if you're playing historical, it's just going to be mostly you holding out until the war's over and not really doing much proactively, but I'm kind of fine with that. I haven't really played as Japan, but it seems like they got some new mechanics going on with the reorganized national government of the Republic of China that they're filling in behind them as they take over China. And I haven't really seen any of the other new focus trees, but the faction initiative stuff seems interesting, but it seems more interesting if you are the leader of the faction. So we just joined the Allies. We need to take a look at what's going on here. Their short term is to develop the Curacao oil. Has at least excavation 3. So I don't know who's in control of Curacao. Who does? The Netherlands? Okay, so I guess they have an objective for the Netherlands. I'm not sure what you get if you accomplish is add 100 faction power projection. So where is power projection of a faction? I'm not sure what I'm looking at yet. Add 14 oil in Curacao. Okay, so I mean that's a pretty good bonus, 14 oil. But yeah, it seems like if you want the DLC, the best way to get it is the season pass, which is exactly what they want you to do. They want you to buy the season passes instead of the individual DLCs, so they jack the price of the DLCs up, I guess. And then medium term, the Allies want to protect the arteries of trade. At least 10 of the following must be true. Has naval dominance in a bunch of different areas. Naval dominance is the new naval supremacy, basically. And if they do that, add 100 faction power projection. Gain base stability plus 5% for everyone. What? Where is 100 faction power projection? What is that? Like, this is just Defense of Democracy slider. Current modifier, trade deal opinion factor plus 8%. I've never seen trade deal opinion factor matter in anything, but maybe it does. Guarantee cost minus 20. I don't really see the AI doing much in the way of guaranteeing either. It probably helps you if you're the player and you want to guarantee people. If it's fulfilled, you can guarantee people who are not democratic. Feels like by the time you accomplish enough goals to fill this up, the war is going to be over. Is what I would say. Then you got a bunch of faction rules that you can edit on who can join the faction, who can be removed from the faction, who can call faction members to war. There's like 60 rules or something like that that you can customize. And then we got a joint faction research. Frank Whittle is learning. They're learning how jets work, I think. Aerodynamics and avionics, excuse me. And they got 3 scientists from Kuwait, Africa, and Burma. All in here trying to research avionics. And then we've got joint military operations, including doctrine sharing. Interesting. What does Japanese puppet state leaders look like? Like that, I guess. I think they did a bunch of new portraits. They did a bunch of new portraits. I don't know how many are new versus old, but... You're building up for the next World War? Maybe so. But yeah, let me see this. Military doctrine. Doctrine sharing gives a mastery bonus to any sub-doctrine for which another faction member already has a higher mastery. So the UK has defensive postures up to 473. Is that the one that I have? I have defensive postures. All right, so the UK is going to be super juicing our doctrine. That's good. Pretty cool. A lot more benefits from being in a faction now than there were before. So what's really neat about the doctrines is I don't have to keep pumping, like, am I wrong in thinking that we're going to end up with a bunch of extra army XP that we don't have anything to do with it? That being said, I felt like before, if you played a nation that wasn't in combat from the beginning of the game, then you would never be able to accomplish getting your doctrines as well as filling up your officer corps and having leftover to create your own divisions. So it's tough to balance because everybody needs like the same amount. So if you're at war from the beginning, you're just going to get more army XP than someone who isn't. So it's hard to balance that across all nations, I think. But it seems like these just unlock kind of automatically. Like if we get 100 mastery, then we just get 5% entrenchment speed. If we get 200, we get defense and org. All seems really good. You can also request garrison support from a shared manpower pool and decide how much of your own manpower to contribute to it for people who are occupying territory in your faction. Kind of nifty. And then cannot contribute into faction intelligence until you've created an intelligence agency. Easier said than done, brother. Easier said than done. I'm still shocked that there was a unfilled spot down here. And I think I'm gonna cancel the infrastructure. What are we doing right now? Self-reliance. That's gonna get 2 military factories, which is great. And I really want the 15% soft attack for all infantry. But there is another problem, which is we don't have a lot of supplies down here. And so there's a couple ways we could get supplies. The easiest way is just building up the infrastructure, which is only a level 1. The other way is using trucks, which we're no longer building. So we're gonna need to build some trucks. And then on top of that, we're short on artillery, so we need to build more artillery as well. Lot of weight. We're being pulled in a lot of directions right now. Insufficient resources. We could, since we are at war now, we could change to limited exports and we would get a bit more of our steel available for our own use. We don't need to do that yet, because if I do that, I will lose 5% construction speed, 4% research, 5% factory output. But we might need to do that. And then we can also try and get some more civilian factories by going to war economy, which the new downside of mobilizing your economy is you have to spend more energy. Energy consumption is now a factor. So we have coal, which is a new resource, and we are extracting 18 coal. And we're currently consuming 4, so we're not consuming that much coal at all. Low manpower is not going to be an issue. Modify officer corps. I am going to want to modify our officer corps, but I can't afford to at the moment. Decisions available. It is nice to get some base war support now that we're at war, because war support directly affects your division attack and defense on core territory, among other things. But the higher war support equals stronger defense, which is nice. So it could be worth doing a little propaganda film. Our benefactors and allies are making strategic use of propaganda. With a little investment, we could screen these productions in our own country to stir the war effort amongst the people. I'm gonna do that. We have 400 PP. In an effort to improve public opinion toward the war effort, our propaganda ministers selected the exceptional cinematic production In Which We Serve, a sublime viewing experience with a strong patriotic sentiment. We hope this heralds the beginning of a long and storied tradition for our patriotic film industry. The results are excellent so far. So we're going to go from 2% to 4%. So just a 2% attack and defense on core territory just for doing some propaganda. Seemed pretty good. Maybe save the rest for now since we need... I think I'm going to go ahead and mobilize, like I said. That's going to increase the build speed of military factories, and it might free up some more civilian factories. We got 19. That's pretty respectable for us. But I'm gonna mobilize one step further, cut down on the expected number of consumer goods factories. It's gonna take more energy and 150 PP. But now we got 21. So that just freed up 2 civilian factories. I think it's worth to have a second line building simultaneously. Outdated equipment. Yeah, we're just gonna have to make infantry equipment 1. I'm too broke to start pivoting over to infantry equipment 2, so it's not really my desire. And we have an air wing, but it's like... I think they're better and safer on the ground. So you guys just stay grounded. Don't worry about that. There we go. I think we're all caught up. What made you pick Philippines? My brain wanted to, so I picked it. Said that looks like fun. So then I did. Is there content for Korea? I don't think so. Not that I know of. It would be About as ahistorical as you could get to have a separate Korea focused tree, because for all intents and purposes, it was just Japan at that point. Kim Il-sung is in the game, though. If you release Korea and it becomes communist, yeah, that would pretty much be it. If you had to guess which nation is the weirdest playthrough, I mean, the weirdest one, it wouldn't be a guess, it's just the weirdest and most fun one, I think, is just full anarchist Spain. You become the anarchist commune and then spread anarchy across the world through war, and you get cores on every single territory and can turn the entire world anarchist. It's got to be the weirdest one. But also the most fun. Okay. So let's get down to it. Since I cleared all my notifications, we actually have 5 research slots, which is real nice because we stayed partnered with the US, and with their help got a 5th research slot. So we are able to push down any tree we want pretty quickly. And we're currently getting 2 military factories from our national focus, and we're waiting imminently. We stopped last night and chat kind of let out a collective groan because things were just popping off. The US just got merged into the Allies. They have joined the war. They are at war with... I don't remember how they got into war with the Axis. Oh, yeah, I do. Wait, no, I don't. How did they get into war with Germany? I remember that Japan invaded British Malaya, thereby declaring war on the UK before we were even at war with them in the US. So they went directly into British Malaya. And then the US ended up joining the Allies because something. They don't always join the Allies if you're thinking, well, that's just what happened historically. But the game is, you know, can go different directions. What did Japan do something? They didn't do Pearl Harbor. We didn't get a pop-up notification, and they didn't invade us. But they're at war, nonetheless. I forget exactly how it went down. So the US is fully involved, which if you're not playing historical, they can just sit there and turtle until like 1944. So getting them involved early is unusual. I think the UK is struggling quite a bit. Let's see how much they're struggling. The UK's lost almost 1,856,000 so far. German Reich down almost 2 million casualties. Italy down 1.5 million casualties. The US has lost 4 people. Soviet Union got involved also after Germany broke the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and decided, you know what, there's a lot of land over there that we could use. So Soviet Union's involved, but not in the Allies. They're just staying in the Comintern. That's pretty normal. That's kind of how it went down anyway. So it's Soviet Union has a very large front line, but they just changed some things in the patch that may have a adverse impact on the invaders by making snow more difficult to traverse and making it a little harder for the Soviet Union to capitulate, because they normally get kind of rolled in my campaigns. Didn't Germany sink a bunch of merchant ships? They did, but I don't think that's what instigated the war necessarily. But yeah, US just fresh in and also at war with Japan. So we are at war with everyone except Japan. So like seconds after I unpause, we're probably going to get called in. Let's see. I managed to stop it last night right before. I want to make some changes to our Coast Guard division also. We'll see about that. I think there's some improvements like recon that we can make. But we don't have any army XP right now. So I think once these guys get popped out, we're just going to start training more once we get some more manpower. But no, the Soviets are not part of the Allies in this. Ooh, these low supplies are going to be a problem. If Japan accidentally discovers these little tiles, they are going to push us out of there, no problem. Who's this? Free France is here? Okay. US has canceled the Lend-Lease. Thank you, AI. You're doing great. We've been extremely reliant on other nations' contributions to safeguard our nation. However, this has exposed a serious strategic weakness. We must create our own means to protect ourselves, and this begins with the development of an industrial base capable of supporting our nascent forces with whatever material they require. New Chief of Army available, Paulino Santos, who gives less Army XP daily, but does give a very meaningful infantry division attack, defense, and factory output bonus. That's probably a worthwhile trade-off. 10% division defense is quite high. It's hard to get buffs like that. And also, Baton gets 2 free build slots, 2 free military factories, and our National Spirit gets an additional 10% to factory output. So our Philippine Army National Spirit went from all negative, all red numbers to all green numbers. So we're finally like in the green. Bonus factory output is also extremely good for us right now. That's what we're going to struggle with. Now, I do want the 15% soft attack from battalion combat and the other bonuses here, but the supply is actually really worrying me. And I remember that there was a perk over here. I want to say it was on this tier. Is this one? 3 infrastructure. I think it'd be worth. Mindanao transport. So Northern Mindanao, Davao, and Zamboanga. Northern Mindanao, Davao. Let me see. That's Northern Mindanao, that's Davao, and that is Zamboanga. So that's a 1. Yeah, that would get our 1 to a 2, a 1 to a 2, and a 3 to a 4. So all that infrastructure would actually really help the supply issues. So I think I want to actually get that transport one. Unlocks the decision to sell convoys for military equipment. We don't have enough convoys to sell, but I guess that'll be nice to have. I'm going to stick with that. I think it'll help. With the 2 new factories, we need more artillery for sure. And I also need trucks. I do need more support equipment as well, but I need more trucks. So let's make some trucks. We're also making war austerity trains. I never get to use them, so it's nice to use them this time. They're the cheap, shitty trains, but that's the best we can make. I think your infantry equipment is not using the latest. Is it not? I thought it auto-updated. I think, the game is sometimes silly with regard to outdated equipment, and it might have updated infantry equipment 2, but not infantry equipment 1, since it thinks that I shouldn't be using infantry equipment 1. Perhaps that's what happened. So we should be on infantry equipment 1 Mark II. I don't know why the game does this. When you update your MIO and you click apply to equipment, it should do all equipment, not just the latest version of it. It's a free update, so there's literally no reason that the game should ignore the other equipment. It should update all of them because it's free, right? It doesn't cost any resources. It used to cost resources. This used to cost like 5, it used to cost 5 army XP each time. But anyway, just add one more reason why MIOs are stupid, and I wish that they would revert it back to the old system. One more reason, just add it to the list. Hello?
Attention.
Attention. Attention. Where are we the weakest? Everywhere. Let's send half of these guys into the North Islands.
Listen up.
Listen up. and then 2 of them to the Central Islands, and then
Ready to move.
1 of them to, I fear this is the, I don't want to lose these guys, but I also don't want to go too crazy in reinforcing them, but I'll send a 5th army over there, a 5th division rather.
Attention.
Attention. All right, let's get 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. Let's get 6 more divisions training to replace them. There it is. Ah, there it is. Empire of Japan has declared war. So what's interesting is the US did not call us into war. So one of 2 things was happening. Either the US AI, like the faction AI, is so freaking smart after this update that it's like, well, Philippines are proximity very close to Japan, and if we call them into war, we might lose our subjects, so it's better not to call them into war than it is to call them into war. And they used 100% of their brain power to come up with that decision. Or B, maybe one of the faction mechanics stopped them from calling us into war. I have no idea. Or C, they forgot. And so Japan just declared war on us themselves. But I'm actually impressed that I don't know if it was by accident, by chance, or on purpose, but the Overlord did not call us into the war, which was actually like very smart. I would not have called Philippines into the war either. I would force the other side to declare instead. All right, it's time. It's go time. Oh, that means we need to stop exercising. No more exercising. Everybody get entrenched. We exercised as much as we could. Exercises are ceased. Now everyone will dig in.
Ready to move.
Most of them are already dug in because I didn't have everyone exercising. I had them stop once they hit level 3. So we got a bunch of level 3s, a bunch of level 2s. The 25% combat modifier is kind of huge. Okay.
Fall in.
Yeah, most of them, they're getting a 31% defensive bonus from getting entrenched. But it does take time to get entrenched. They have to stop moving to entrench. If a unit moves, they automatically lose all entrenchment. So I kind of need them to settle down. Yellow, non-aggression pact time. Don't worry, China. No worries. No, we're negative 144 artillery. That should go away, though. We just put a 3rd factory on Arty. That's going to be, I think, more than enough. Just got one on trucks. The reason I got one on trucks is trucks are huge for supplies. So if we're having supply issues here, we can see with the red. I like the change to the color scheme that they made for this overlay. It looks different than I remember it anyways. So we got motorization level, which I do not like to assign per army normally. I like to just do it per location. And in a game like this, makes a big difference. So if I do individual location motorization level, I only have a finite number of trucks. So if I turn all armies to use a high motorization level, they will try and drain trucks from every single supply depot that is close to them, which will completely exasperate my truck supply, or exhaust my truck supply. So instead, I'm trying to pick individual locations. That way I can control where my trucks are being used. Since we only have a certain number of them. I don't know if that one's actually doing anything. These guys up here are a little low on supplies. We change that to trucks. It helps these guys, but not these guys. Let me try it from up here. Second layer? Okay, second, if we use double truck motorization, then they get supplies. And then I need double trucks from here as well. But how many trucks are we going to have after that? 4. 4. All right, so we're going to need... I don't know if this one's doing anything, though, to be honest. Maybe just like 1 layer of trucks there. All right, that one needs double trucks. Yeah, we just need to build more trucks so I can have truck supplies coming from each port. And then we also need to finish the oh, we did a pretty good job getting the rail all the way down here, but I'm not done. We need to get the rail extending. That way, the rail will give supplies instead of us using boats. We're currently supplying this with convoys. And so if we get a rail connection up to the capital, then we don't have to rely on convoys getting intercepted anymore and intercepting our supplies. So we'll add that to the list. It looks like we are almost done with our level 1 coastal forts. And then I don't know why this never got connected. Kind of an important little connection there. Might start building that right now. Should be very quick. 2 days. How do they build a rail in 2 days? I don't even know. Not sure, but that's impressive. All right, and then once these are done, we're gonna go back and start layering in some more forts to each one of these. Unread convoy results. Our convoys are already getting sunk because we're trading with the US. So we can definitely tank a few convoys. No need to panic yet. We got 176, but we'll see how this goes. I don't know how long it's going to take them to actually, like, now that they've declared war. I see them fighting outside. Hi. Looks like there's a little battle with 12 submarines right now. Hey, guys. But yeah, it looks like the last 3 level 1 coastal forts are going in right now. And then I'm going to queue up some more into North. I think, you know, obviously the capital is the most important, so we want that to go up. And then we kind of want to get everything to a level 2 baseline, but we want to get points of interest like Bataan, I think up to a 4. Then a 2 airfield. So I'm going to say a 3. Leave this one at a 3. Focus on a 2, a 2, a 2, a 2. The port can go up to a 3. It's a little more important. No pun intended. Important. Then a 2, 2, 2, 2. I really don't know if the backside is going to get naval invaded at all, but better to be safe than sorry. We're going to end up with everything at level 10. It's going to be ridiculous. But yeah, like, send this down. That's a POI, right? Get that to 3. Get that to 2. Then this is a little scary, so we'll go 3, 2, 2. Then 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. 2. I'll come back to that one. All right, let's just start with that. And then send this down, this down. Focus on the coastal forts. So much coast to manage. Yep, so much coast to manage. We got another 6 divisions that are not too far out to come reinforce. Gonna need to put some in the south.
Ready, sir.
Wait, are these guys middle or south? Oh, these guys are middle. Oh. I may have overloaded the south a bit. It looks pretty evenly spread, though. Get ready to listen to the whoop. There's going to be a lot of whoop. Naval alarm. Naval alarm. What the hell is this? Are those jets? Why are there Japanese jets flying around in 1941? What's going on, man? Are we? Wait. Are they landing at Bataan? What is happening? Who's here? 100 out of 600. Who's here? You just got isekai'd. Who is this? UK strategic bombers. Why do they look like jets? What is the UK's current bomber loadout? I don't know how to see them. They have 200 Halifaxes. Why do they have the jet icon? I think it's a bug in the game that's using the wrong graphic. Whoops. That's confusing. Why is there a gnat in here? Bro, I keep my office free of beverage cups and food. So where did a gnat come from? How would it even get in here? Now I gotta cover up my coffee because for some reason gnats just love nosediving into coffee, man. And they just like sit on the top and then you're like, did I just taste some protein with that last sip? Where are you guys going? Are American tanks rolling in? PTSD setting in, naval invasion. That's in Malaya. Okay, we're safe from this one. There's also one in Borneo, and there's also one in New England. That's the absolute PTSD sound. We're gonna be hearing that all day long. You need to, if you're new to Hearts of Iron, you need to key in on that noise. It means there's a new naval invasion detected. So it's not just random background noise. That should like wake you up, pause the game, and figure out what's going on. Improved land forts, max fort level 1. Okay. We're not going to hit that for a long time, but that's all right. It is Jan 1942, so we are too far away for the final tier of industry. We're currently researching oil. We've already got max radio for coordination and reinforce rate. We're getting max research. We got max coastal fort level. It's probably time to start researching planes. We're already getting 1942 support weapons and anti-tank. We don't need mechanized. We've already got Rangers, which we're using. Oh, dude, it's 1942. Never mind. We don't need planes yet. We need NG Company 3. We need that extra entrenchment bonus for our engineers. Yep. That's the best. Man, look at all the UK troops just scattered around here, dude. Yellow. I will sign non-aggression pacts. They're already doing island hopping, man. The US is on Guam, just hanging out. What, they manned Wake Island? Minamitarishima. That's a fun one to say. There's Iwo Jima. They made Iwo Jima huge. Iwo Jima's massive in game. Just so that you can actually see it, because if you make it to scale, then you won't see it. They made it huge so that you could have like different areas to fight over, didn't they, or not? I don't know. Thought that they changed it up. Okinawa, pretty huge here. Not to scale. Not to scale. Also, ad coming in like 30 seconds. My convoys are getting sunk by subs. Non-aggression pact with all of the Chinese warlords. All right, 3 more dudes. Let's go 2 in the north, and then the other 4. I'll do 3 in the middle.
Sir.
And then Maybe a 6th division over there. All right, ad starting right now. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the game. Not that it wasn't already paused. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the game. Possibly queue up. Well, we don't have to queue up more Coast Guard. I could just juice the Coast Guard that we already have with some extra manpower, but then that would lower their experience level, which is kind of going to happen anyways. Can I give them some recon? Oh, I could. That's a good idea. That's going to make them less experienced, but it's a good idea. We're going to have negative 5,000 guns in storage if I do that, though. The problem with recon is it's going to make their organization drop. But it might be worth. Their org drops to 48.5, but their soft attack goes up and they get level 3 recon. I mean, it's probably worth it. But I'll wait. Hello, chatters. Big Island for big fight. Yeah, that's why they did it. They wanted it to be more, since it was more historically significant, it's larger just because of that. So Pearl Harbor just didn't happen? No, it just didn't happen. However, when did they declare war on us on the historical date? I just realized they might have. I didn't see what day it was when we got declared on. They might have declared war on us on December 8th, because I've been unpaused for a little while. It was pretty close. I think it was December 1st. It was pretty close. So, like, I will give the historical mode credit. It tries to keep things narrow. They're like on rails, but not on rails. Like, it's hard to explain. Even when you're playing historical and on rails, you could simulate 10 different historical games with the same start conditions in observer mode, and they would end 10 different ways. I think. Maybe not 10 different ways, but you know what I mean. The AI can still do some funky things. War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting a sub to Aweros. Aweros, thank you for being back again and receiving that sub. And Nenazi the second, hi. Appreciate the year. I saw Flower Boy screaming in chat again. Hey guys. So we're going straight into the fire today, it looks like. It is January 1942. I don't know how long we're gonna live. It would be awesome if we get to, like, just fight all day long and see who's gonna win AI-wise. I feel like before this update, the US pretty much rolled Japan. Which, to be fair, was always gonna happen as long as Japan was cocky and greedy and fighting a war on like 3 separate fronts. I want China, I want all the islands, I want all of the holdings in Southeast Asia, I want Australia. They're just adding every country to their Amazon shopping cart, you know what I mean? And they're going to check out and their card gets rejected. We talked about that yesterday, though. They were in good company, I guess. Welcome back from the Ad Gamers. Hello, everyone. Oh, yeah, I was going to maybe change up my Coast Guard division with some recon. I think it's worth having some Cav recon. I'd love motorized, but we do not have 1,600 trucks. So we will get some horsies. Cavalry recon. So the benefits of Cavalry Recon are, not only does it give you another 14 defense and a little bit of soft attack against the other infantry, it does take a little of your soft HP or organization down. That's the downside, but it gives you reconnaissance, which can be the difference maker in a battle. It's just another weighted modifier that'll help. If they have recon and you don't, then they just get better rolls than you in combat, basically. So I think it's worth slotting it in, even if it's going to weaken the XP level of our troops. Because we've been kind of keeping up with Recon, and I'll just upgrade it next, because that's a pretty stout little group here. Engie Company, Support Arty, Cav Recon, pretty stout. Now, when I click this, it is going to take 820 support equipment out of storage and filter that into all the troops in the front line. That's going to take some time, and it's going to take another 3,200 guns to give to all of those recon detachments. So we lock that in, and you can see the immediate results on all of these fighting strength orange bars. So they're down to 85% fighting strength because they're waiting on those supplies. They're waiting on the reinforcements. So depending on various stats that you've acquired via maybe your focus tree, or via... I don't think reinforce rate affects it, but your infrastructure certainly does as to how fast they get those supplies distributed. Chat, what are good ways to increase... Like, these are reinforcement requests, so it does count reinforcement, right? So, like, if you have plus reinforcement, that should factor in. Do we have any plus reinforcement? Just this, which doesn't look like... I don't even see the word reinforcement on here. But, unless I'm mistaken... Is reinforcement the same as reinforce rate? Or are those two different things? That's chance per hour that units in reserve are able to actively join the fight. How do you buff your reinforcement of resources? Is it just infrastructure and like trains and having good tracks and stuff like that? Because reinforce rate and reinforcement are two different things. Despite what Wolfist Wolf says in chat. There's always one. Always one. I know for sure that good infrastructure and good connection between points and supply hubs get you faster reinforcement. How well supplied an area is, yeah. In short. So they will take a little time to all get reinforced, but it looks like it's going up fairly quickly. Oh no, one of my generals fell ill for 30 days. Could you have picked a better time to call in sick than when we literally get war declared on us, eh? The US has called the United Mexican States as our allies. The United Mexican States have joined the allies in the war. It escalates. Unfortunately, that did knock some of my Coast Guard down to green, and it knocked all my level 3s down to level 2. So that is the downside of upgrading a force like this. But I think it's going to be worth it long term. They have joined us as our ally in the war. Yugoslavia has called the United Mexican States as our ally. I really think I'm pretty happy with how these turned out. I was really worried yesterday that we weren't going to be able to get some basic coastal forts on the islands, and I was really worried we weren't going to be able to get enough troop units out to cover the tiles. But now that we have, supply is the main issue, and then if we can fix supply, then we'll be golden. We're gonna fix a little bit of supply down here in the south with Mindanao transport. I want to focus on getting coastal forts reinforced in the north, where I think we're most in danger. We've got at least level 1 to 2 coastal forts everywhere. Missing equipment production fighters? Yep, that's just gonna happen. All right, they're already going through and building the rebuilding coastal forts here in the north. Getting everything up another extra layer. We've got 19 civilian factories, which I feel like is pretty good for us. Whoop! A GNC. And Southern England. Wait, there's a Southern England naval invasion. They're just staring at each other. UK, are you guys doing all right? It looks like the Soviets are taking Finland. If they finish off Finland, they'll be able to redouble their efforts. To be fair, I'm Team Finland, but Finland did declare a revenge war to try to take their land back. So, I mean, they could have just stayed quiet for a little while. So in this case, I want the Germans to lose more than I want Finland to win, if that makes sense. So, you know. Is it worth a quick exercise? Nope. 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 31% entrenchment defense bonus is worth far more. And having full organization. If you get naval invaded while you're exercising with your pants down, it's over. It is over. You lost already. You definitely want to have full organization and full entrenchment for whenever they show up. Because you don't know exactly when it's going to be, because you're not really going to get enough warning to get back to full entrenchment. You'll pretty much know it's happening almost when it's happening. Despite being the second largest island in the Philippine archipelago, it has never reached even close to the level of investment as its northern counterpart in Luzon. We should remedy this. So 3 of the southern locations each got a free build slot and a free infrastructure. So that's actually going to be real nice. Let me see what the supply looks like down here now. So that's now level 4, level 2, level 2. Might need to get to level 3. How many trucks do we have? 105. These guys are still struggling with supplies. They're just so far away from the supply hub. Now, building another supply hub would be good too. I'll up this to double trucks to alleviate some of the supplies. We're just going to have to stop and build infrastructure at some point, but right now I think that they're a little further away, so it's going to... I don't know. They might end up... It looks like the Dutch East Indies are secure, and so is British Malaya. So that means Japan doesn't have any ports down here to stage a naval invasion from. So if they want to invade down here, they're going to have naval supremacy or superiority in like two different sea tiles. And right now they only have supremacy in the South China Sea. So it's interesting how they've changed the UI. I kind of like it, because you could just tell at a glance now where the enemy has naval supremacy. It's like, I don't even have the overlay. So the reason why some tiles are lit bright blue, we have line of sight there. We have fog of war lifted. So these areas have fog of war, because we don't have any friendly sea units in the area. And then over here, these are just red to indicate that the enemy has naval superiority there. So it's nice to be able to kind of see that from a glance now without having to toggle the Navy map mode to be able to see that. Gives you a quick idea one way or the other. Do we have any more infrastructure things? I wish these like pop-ups didn't pop up and block everything. Civilian factory build speed, infrastructure construction speed, China gains welcome Chinese migrants. Might be worth it just for a 10% infrastructure build speed for a year. Oh no, it's not for a year, it's forever. That's pretty good. Probably better than 2 civilian factories for us. We could also get new military high command guy, that's pretty good. Artillery attack and defense is nice for the support arty. We have some solid choices. Consumer good factory factor. Infrastructure construction speed plus 40% for 365 days. That's what I was thinking of. That might be worth. We do need infrastructure. Okay. Yeah. Let's just take that one. Take the infrastructure buff. I think that's, and then in the meantime, we're just gonna build as many coastal forts as possible, and then once that timer kicks off, we'll start building infrastructure, I think. Should give us enough time. You build coastal forts hella fast in this game. If we had level 10 coastal forts everywhere, that would be overkill. I feel like level 4 coastal forts everywhere is the goal, and then level like 6 on POIs. And I don't think that the AI will ever crack that. 10 is probably for multiplayer. I love how Paradox games familiarize you with geography. These streams are already the longest I've spent looking at a map of the Philippines. Yeah, it's true. Whatever area you play in, you get more familiar with that geography. The Soviet Union just declared war on Imperial State of Iran. Greedy. Greedy, greedy. Why not open a southern front while you're already at war with Finland? Yep. Our master has called us into the American-Iranian War. The UK has called Australia into the British-Iranian War. Let's just open a southern front with Iran. Maybe Japan is probably planning naval invasions of us right now. After weeks of planning, the United Kingdom and the Soviet Union have launched a joint military operation in Iran with the aim of carrying out a swift occupation against an enemy outnumbered and technologically outmatched. According to Winston Churchill, this operation will allow them to secure the Iranian oil fields and British supply lines to the Soviet Union, while also preventing a potential enemy advance from Turkey through Iran toward the Baku oil fields and the British Raj. Another victim of Churchill and Stalin. So, this is a historical event that took place in August 1941. It is February 1942, so they're a little late. The two powers announced that they would stay until 6 months after the end of the war with their mutual enemy Germany, which turned out to be 2nd of March 1946. On that date, the British began to withdraw, while the Soviet Union delayed until May, initially citing threats to Soviet security, followed by the Iran crisis of 1946. The invasion took place 2 months after the Axis invasion of the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union's subsequent alliance with the UK. The attack also took place less than 2 months after Allied victories over pro-Axis forces in neighboring Iraq and French Syria and Lebanon. The strategic purpose was to ensure the safety of Allied supply lines to the USSR, see the Persian Corridor, secure Iranian oil fields, limit German influence in Iran. Reza Shah had leveraged Germany to offset the British and Soviet spheres of influence on Iran and preempt a possible Axis advance from Turkey. I mean, this is just straight from Wikipedia, so I mean, basically they just wrote that down. Following the invasion on 16th of September 1941, Reza Shah abdicated and went into exile, replaced by his young son Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. Iran would remain under British and Soviet occupation until 1946. Interesting. Oh, they're here! Surprise! As soon as I unpaused, they're here! Okay, nobody panic. Nobody panic. Can't really tell how many this is. It's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like 8 divisions. All red numbers, but don't fear, that's usually how it starts in naval invasions, because they have the element of attack. They got the breakthrough, but we got 261 defense, because we're entrenched. They did bring some Marines. They brought some Marines. All right, slow this down. We should see some people starting to move over. I'm gonna manually move reinforcements over from the other side, because it's less likely they'll attack us from the right.
Move out.
We need to go that way. Whereas I don't really want to move off of this side in case they have multiple naval invasions.
Ready to move.
Hold!
Yes, sir.
Okay, where are you guys going? You guys are going in.
Move out. Move out.
Hold. Alright, so the way that combat works in Hearts of Iron, if you're new to the game, red numbers are bad, green numbers are good. Okay, it's a dice roll system like every other Paradox game. However, it's so much better of a dice roll system than every other Paradox game, because if you're playing certain nations, you have so many ways to influence this. So every battle is broken down into multiple factors. You've got the generals that are in charge of those army groups, and their decorations, which will give them different bonuses and perks like in every other game. But their skills obviously translate directly to the battlefield as well. Like, well, how much defense do they have? Like, this general only has 1 defense. He's not that good. Only a plus 2.5%. But you can influence it in so many different ways. So in this case, we've got, of course, the entrenchment modifier, because they've been sitting there. So while they're sitting there, they automatically dig themselves in until they hit their maximum entrenchment. We've also been building coastal forts, which give them like 15% to the enemy, off of the enemy's attack per level of the fort until the fort is broken. So as the attack goes on, you'll see the health bar of the forts getting damaged. So it's like an initial break. It kind of counters the enemy's breakthrough, which is like their initial offensive push. So when their breakthrough is like an offensive bonus that sort of diminishes over the duration of the battle. Then you've got the ability to add planes to the mix. So if you have planes, you can have fighters that give you air superiority for bonuses. You can have close air support that gives you bonuses on the ground fighting offensively or defensively. You can have coastal bombardments that have your navy come up and show up and help support the ongoing battle. You can have artillery from the arty trains that you drive around. You can have so many different ways to like influence a battle while it's happening, whereas every other Paradox game is just the battle happens, the dice rolls really quickly, and then it's over, pretty much. So in this case, it's mostly just like us versus them, and in us versus them, it's going to depend on what support companies they have, what types of guns they have, the explicit tier of artillery that they have, whether they have enough support equipment, the logistics side of things, and so on. So at a glance, you can just look to see whether the number is red or green, and it'll kind of shift over the tug of war. The officers will also choose different tactics. So depending on how you've been pursuing your army command as well, this can influence their stats. And then of course what doctrines you choose and how advanced they are can give you different stats and unlock different tactics cards. So the generals kind of choose. So like we're using ambush right now, and theirs has been countered. So like our general just countered their combat card, and we get to reduce their damage by 25% until the next dice is rolled. And then this is the generic tug of war at the top. So the way that it works is if the number is red and goes to 0, we retreat and they will probably take over the tile. But if the reverse is true and the number is green and it goes up to 100, we win. How do you ambush a boat from land? Ask the Japanese. Defense in depth was one of their primary tactics in defending the islands. And I think it's one of the coolest tactics in World War II. The idea of letting the people land and then letting them get comfortable on the beach and then springing an ambush after they've let their guard down. So that is a primary tactic in World War II. Actually, in island fighting.
Listen up. Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna reinforce here. Bring some people in. We had one dude retreat.
Fall in.
I really didn't want to abandon this tile in case they do like another naval invasion here. Hold, lads, hold! I'm bringing some reinforcements in. Unfortunately, that's making a bunch of other people get the wiggles, and they're starting to move around and abandon different tiles, but I guess a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush in this case. But we got pretty solid defense stocked here. But yeah, the area defense command can be dangerous for this reason. Ooh, support weapons 4 have an extra 5% defense for all infantry. That's very good. Let's keep buffing our support companies that we're using. So I'm gonna go down Recon Company 3 for another recon buff. Are we getting a recon buff? We are. We have an intel advantage. Remember how I just threw in the recon company to all these troops? That's manipulating our dice rolls as well because our squads have better reconnaissance than theirs. They have a much better general, so hopefully our general can get some experience from this and level up because I've got Tenacious Defense as an army command card, so whenever they level up, they have a 50% chance to gain 1 defense. So hopefully we can get some more defense bonuses from that. Looks like we're doing okay for now because we got 6 squads on that. Shit!
Ready.
Shit! Uh-oh. Panic! Panic! No
Move
one's
out.
here!
Ready. Move out. Listen up.
No, I gotta pause. I'm paused. I'm paused.
Fall in. Move out.
Panic!
Fall in.
They might get on land here.
Ready, sir.
Is this guy not fighting on Bataan?
Alisna.
If that guy's not fighting on Bataan, then we need to try getting over there faster than them. Come on. Come on, get there.
Listen up.
Get there, boys. We'll worry about reinforcements later. It doesn't look like they're attacking that tile. Whoo! Okay. Whew. All right. Hell yeah. They are not attacking that tile. You guys go to Manila then. The double-pronged attack is crazy. The two-pronged invasion. If they didn't get that tile, then we're good. Unless they have a third one planned this spring.
Fall in. Listen up. Almost, sir.
All right, we already defended up here in the north. Now we just need to throw them off and reset. We also got 3 new divisions. I'm just gonna assign them to the northern squad here. That just popped out. Hold the line! 98. All right, the airfield is secure. Now Dagupan. How many divisions is that? Like another 9? Looking good.
Listen up.
All right, 1 more division down here. May as well make a nice round 40 in the north, but we're gonna need some more supplies. And then let everyone reset, get entrenched, get dug in. Continue to build the land forts. I mean, the coastal forts. We need to reinforce the western side if that's gonna be their primary target. I'm glad that we did build the They gotta repair the coastal forts too, they're broken. All right, let's divert some of our factories. I'm gonna divert at least 5 factories up here to repairs. So these factories will get reserved to repair stuff first and try and fix things. Might need to do even more than 5. I'm gonna do 10. 10 factories on repairs. All right, I am clearly going to need more coastal forts on this side. That airfield. And probably like these spots.
Ready.
Let everybody get reset. We've actually got a surplus of artillery. Excellent. That's one of my biggest fears, is just running out of arty for the support companies. All right, we threw them back. The first waves are dealt with. They should have nowhere to go. Manila stands. Now everybody dig back in and get some repairs.
Ready to move.
All right, first wave survived. Get back to your little island posts. And that is why you want to have someone on every single tile. Because if they can't get on land, then they can't hurt you. It's much easier to keep them from getting on land than it is to get them off of it once they're on.
Andana.
Getting some higher level train railways would be a big help here as well. So that people could reinforce faster from the south, or from the north to the south. They're gonna come back. They're gonna come back. But now we have some time, some breathing room. We survived. That was gonna be the scariest one for sure.
Ready to move.
Everybody get that 31% entrench. The Imperial State of Iran has joined the Axis. What choice did they have? Infantry anti-tank. All right, so all infantry get some bonus hard attack and piercing in case they try and make landfall with some tanks. And then we are already getting support companies. We're gonna want field hospital 3s. But I'm gonna go ahead and keep up with anti-air, because once we finish building all of our coastal forts, we're gonna want to build some anti-air. I'm surprised they don't have any over here to begin with. I don't know where Japanese air power is currently concentrated. Says they have up to 50k manpower, up to 60k manpower, maybe up to 3,000 planes. Not sure if they have an air base that can reach us right now. But we are surrounded on both sides with enemy naval supremacy. I don't know if I should start training more divisions or simply reinforce the ones I have with more manpower. How much would it cost me gun-wise to give everyone 25% more manpower? Negative 1,800 guns in storage. Maybe it's better just to save up some equipment and just pump some manpower into these 8 combat width and make them 10 combat width. Make them thick. Even though that's gonna lower their XP. But I don't really care that much about that. They'll get XP over time. Maybe just allow some accumulation of some infantry equipment and stop training a bunch of new divisions, because I think we're at least got one group on every tile. At least, sometimes 2. Finnish Democratic Republic was puppeted. Finland has capitulated. Total surrender to the Soviets. The Moscow armistice is signed after long talks. Officers and officials representing Otto Willy Kusainen and Stalin have agreed to sign an armistice immediately. The armistice comes at heavy price for the Finnish Democratic Republic, and their allies feel nothing but betrayal. An interesting development. They are now in the Comintern, so prepared to go to war with Reich Commissariat Norway, I suppose. Do we have enough trucks for these supplies? We have 149 trucks. Gonna switch motorization level there to get some supplies a little further out. We really could use like another naval base somewhere in here. There's just no supplies in here. So maybe I'll build one, and it's much faster to build naval bases to distribute your supplies to your troops than it is to build supply hubs. I don't know if they ever nerfed that, but it's always been much more efficient to build the naval bases and then just connect them up by rail. So that's what I'm going to try and do there. And then I could probably also do the same nestled in back here. Doesn't even have to be a level 2. Soviet Union wants to resupply in our port. Okay. You can do that. Whew, spicy. Are railguns viable? Sure. They're useful. They can take a while to build, and sometimes they can be a bit finicky to have follow your troops because you need to have a rail line that goes all the way to their front that they want to fight on, or else they just sit around and do nothing. But definitely better to have them than not have them if you can afford them. They give you a nice offensive buff, and they also function as bunker busters, so they can reduce the efficacy of enemy land forts. How's the new DLC so far? I mean, so far it seems fun. I'm kind of just doing what I expected, which is build up a bunch of troops and try and withstand naval invasions, but that's what I expected. So, I am getting what I signed up for right now, for sure. All right, slightly buffing the naval forts in this little chunk. Probably need even more, but it's a start. And then I think it's why we're still doing repairs. So we got 10 factories that are still trying to fix the other naval forts. It is a fact of capital that it takes money to make money. We need to use our budget to inject cash into sectors where we will see a quick return, providing targeted subsidies to industrial efforts and to expand infrastructure to make rich but hard to reach resources and populations more accessible. 365 days of infrastructure build speed plus 40%. Pretty good. I don't know about any of these. Eventually these will be good, but we're not there yet. I think I want that 15% buff that I ignored before. Battalion combat team soft attack 15% for all troops.
Fall in.
All right, 6 more divisions. I'm gonna say 2 here,
Listen up.
2 here,
Orders.
2 here. Just split them up. Split them up, roll them out. Nobody in training. 212k manpower. 9k infantry equipment. I think we're just going to save up infantry equipment to juice up the Coast Guard with another unit. But we need more. We need 9,000 guns, 9,200 guns spare to be able to afford that. So I want to have more of a buffer before we inject a bunch of manpower into our existing Coast Guard. How long is this going to take to build? 23rd of May? Like a month? The big problem is I just need to be building infrastructure right now. Because we have that big infrastructure buff. So let's do repairs first. And then get like level 3 infrastructure. And then infrastructure here. Okay, cool. With that 40% infrastructure boof. Pivot a little bit. Does this game have a better tutorial than CK3? Well, if you couldn't listen, Zach, I'm not trying to be mean, but if you couldn't get CK3, then you don't have a lot of hope in the grand strategy genre, because that is what everybody calls the easiest of the Paradox games to get into. But the tutorials are not supposed to tell you everything you need to know. They're supposed to give you just enough to be able to get going, and then you kind of just pick up things as you go. It's okay to make mistakes, and it's okay to start over, and losing is part of the game, you know? Then you just have to find out what went wrong and how to fix it for the next time. But I don't know if I would say Hearts of Iron has a better tutorial than Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings is more about mousing over nested tooltips and trying to like figure out the concepts. But to be honest, you don't really do a lot in Crusader Kings anyway. You can kind of just fast forward. You actually do have to make decisions in this, and the concepts are kind of harder to pick up because they don't have the nested tooltip system that they made with Crusader Kings. No shame in playing non-Iron Man and save scumming while you learn the game? Yeah. I tried this last night but did rather badly, so watching for ideas. You've tried Philippines? Yeah, I think Philippines is, if you're a casual player, very hard to start. If I were a new to casual Hearts of Iron player, I probably wouldn't play any of the countries in the new DLC. I tried Communist China. Yeah, Communist China before this DLC was one of the hardest starts in the game. But it's also a really good one to learn on because you just fight and do infantry combat right from the beginning, so it teaches you the core concepts of how to do infantry combat. It's like when I tried Communist China before this DLC, it took me 2 or 3 restarts before I actually got off the ground. But it is a good way to fail and restart quickly so you figure out what you need to do better. I started the US and wasn't sure what to do. Yeah, that's because the US is a terrible new player country because you don't do anything. You just have 1 billion infrastructure and you just build factories until like 1942. So that would be why. I would say your best start, people like to say best start is Germany, but I don't agree because it's just too much industry to try to figure out. I think nowadays it kind of depends on what DLC you have. I'm trying to think of who I would suggest. I actually think Finland would be a decent game start if you have the DLC that has Finland. You have a lot of overhead power. You don't have any other holdings. You just have to focus on... You can actually play ahistorical Finland, and the Soviets might not even attack you. To be honest, the DLCs that have Norway, Sweden, Denmark... Isn't that the Finland one? Those would probably be pretty easy start conditions. Don't listen to other people in chat. Certainly not Poland, certainly not Brazil, certainly not Italy. With Italy, if you don't have the DLC. Italy, if you do have the DLC, don't bother. Anyone that tries to convince you to buy the South America DLC is untrustworthy because it's one of the worst DLCs. So don't even listen to them. They're just trying to get you to waste your money. I would say, yeah, if you're new, the DLC with Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark is pretty solid. Denmark if you want the challenge of keeping Germany out, Finland if you want the challenge of keeping the Soviets out, and then you could just pick Sweden. Sweden would be a pretty safe start, but you need to get in. I like the starts where you fight earlier. So my favorite start is actually La Resistance and get Spain. Spain is an intimidatingly large focus tree, is its main flaw for a new player, but I think it's a great starter nation because you only have to win your civil war and then you can do whatever you want in the entire game. The hard part is just stomaching the massive focus tree. And you can do communist, fascist, democratic, anarchist. You have like so much. Spain has a ton of replayability. It can go a ton of different directions. Plus you get Portugal, which is a decent start and gives you some Brazil action as well. And you get France, which I think France is a pretty fun like nation to play as if you're okay with having colonial holdings and dealing with a navy. So it lets you kind of like step up from Spain to France to get a taste of great power. And France has a pretty good amount of variety in it too, I think, with the DLC. So I really like La Resistance. And I think the spy mechanics are better than any of the other Paradox games. None of them are great, but I think that they're better spies than the other ones. So those would be my recommendations. The problem with Hearts of Iron compared to, say, CK3 is CK3, while I don't like playing it anymore, is a fun vanilla campaign experience. I don't know if Hearts of Iron 4 vanilla by itself is enough. I think I would want to have at least La Resistance and the Finland, Denmark, Sweden, and then if you really like Soviet Union stuff, you can get No Step Back or whatever your country preferences are, you can pick from there. How's the Balkan DLC for you? Not great. I enjoy playing Greece, but Turkey I think has a really bad focus tree, and I never played Romania. It's kind of old now. Bulgaria is kind of... Was Romania in that? I thought it was Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey. Was it Romania too? Greece is pretty fun to play. But my personal top two DLCs are La Resistance and the Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, probably. Romania's older, yeah. I forget all the other ones. The landmines to avoid are the South American DLC, the Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan DLC, and in my opinion, the Turkey and Bulgaria DLC. Those are the three to avoid. God of Damarung is fun. I think special projects are kind of neat. They won't really do anything for you if you're new, though. They're more for like veteran players. But those are just my opinions. That's just my opinion. All right, infrastructure should be repaired now. Factory's back on constructing. Oh, and avoid the Switzerland DLC. That being said, there are some good parts of each of the bad DLCs too, I think, or at least a couple of them. Switzerland is honestly one of the worst campaigns in the game, unfortunately. That was that Tyranny? Or Blood? No, Tyranny's Finland. Blood is Swiss, Ethiopia, and Italy. Ugh. Yeah, Italy and Swiss. I liked Ethiopia, but they never, I don't know if they ever fixed the Ethiopia focus tree. It was broken. It was broken to shit. It didn't work. Like, communist Ethiopia has literal focuses that dead end, and you can't get the rest of the focus trees. I don't know if they ever patched it, but I remember it was like broken for years. So I'd say I kind of just avoid that whole DLC. What do the Swiss do? They have a stupid leadership council mechanic that is just annoying. And No Step Back has Poland and the Soviets, so I think No Step Back is a good choice too. I really like Poland. Synthetic Refinery State Level 3. Because a lot of the DLCs are on sale now, so I think people are curious. They're curious. 5th of May. Is it time to start researching airplanes? Or we're going to need oil, but we also will need airplanes. So perhaps it's time to start getting some airframes. I started playing this today. Seems cool, just need to learn more. Yeah, there's quite a lot to learn. You just have to keep playing and occasionally watch some videos. Don't worry about meta, like videos that are focused on meta, don't worry about it. Just worry about core mechanics. Because if you're watching old Hearts of Iron videos, they've changed how combat width works. They've changed how there used to be like, you know, they like just changed how much combat width artillery takes up. So every single piece of information you could look up on how people make their army units is going to be wrong now, because artillery only takes up 2 instead of 3 combat width. So don't even worry about division formations. Just worry about like how the game works. And playing it and experimenting. Save scum. Very fun game though. The official YouTube channel just put up a new guide. That could be helpful too. No divisions in basic. I know, brother. I'm about to juice my infantry. My Coast Guard is only 8 combat width, and we're gonna make it 25% larger. That's gonna give us 10 more soft attack. A whopping 35 defense, and also give us some organization, push us over 50 org. Basically everyone's gonna have 25% more infantry, but it's gonna take 9,200 guns because of how many we're reinforcing. So manpower's at 253k. We got a lot of manpower. So this is gonna lower their overall XP because we're basically just sending in greenhorns into their mix, but it's okay. Upgrade them, and let's see what 253k manpower drops to.
Fall in!
So they're going to take a bit to reinforce. Current fighting strength only 83%. But they will reinforce. Wow, yeah, I just saw like 50k manpower drop. It's going to make them a lot stronger. Even if it sucks a little bit of their XP down. Because if they have a 25% modifier, but they just got 25% more infantry, it's kind of evening out. And I'm too scared to exercise.
Andana, sir.
I just need them to entrench. Okay, so now we have 200k. We're at 5.19% manpower. Effective total manpower modified to 125%. So we should be going up to like 6 point something before we stop. The music, quiet, loud. Quiet, then loud. When is this going to be done? 14th of June? Trying to get everyone up, except for you, up to like a level 3. Infrastructure, while we have the infrastructure boof. This needs to go to a 4. Oh, I need to do that one first. I really want to keep building coastal forts, but this will have to work. I too am scared of exercise. I'm scared of exercise also. Thank you for the subs, by the way. What's up? Vitate or Vitate, thank you for the 23 months, almost 2 years. Thank you for subscribing. Advanced computers, 8% to all research speed. That's the max level. So we're basically at our max research speed for the rest of the game. And we started researching air. So let's start researching airplane engines. I'm gonna use the light long-range aircraft, I think. This is transport and medium planes. We're not gonna do medium planes. We're gonna do small. We just want to defend the island. Have you played Tropico? Yeah, a little bit. Not really for me. It and Ono are more interested in telling a goofy, dumb story with bad jokes than giving you a good sandbox to build an economy in. So I think when we play Ono, I might just skip the campaign and just play sandbox mode. Remember what I said before about, like, why does every sandbox game feel like they have to have, like, a campaign storyline instead of just making a fun sandbox? I don't understand it, dude, but it's like a plague that has taken over all strategy games. I don't get it. Improved anti-air. I guess it's for casual normies. Like, I just don't... Not that I'm calling you a casual normie. I'm just saying, like, maybe that's what's going on behind the scenes. They're like, people won't understand if we just make it a cool sandbox. They'll be like, what am I supposed to do? So we got to give them a framework, or else they won't know what to do. And to be honest, the framework is good, but the framework should be baked into the mechanics of your game as opposed to, like, coming extrinsically from goofy voice acting. Tropico 4 is hilarious. I'm normie. Improved anti-air. All right, so we're not even going to be building anti-air, but we might build ground-based anti-air, and this buffs static anti-air damage, which is what I care about. But I'm going to pause on that and go over to help with planes, because the planes are going to need some guns. They need guns on them. Is that me? Close to me, but it's not me. Not yet, anyway. Suzerain is so good, but I wish it had VA. Voice acting's hard. I haven't played Suzerain. All right, did that level 3 infrastructure help? It looks like that they don't really have any issue with supplies now up here, so that's good. Ooh, that's huge. Engie Company 3, plus 50% to entrenchment again. So we're getting even more dug in. Digging even deeper. We are gonna want field hospitals So I'm just gonna go ahead and start it, even though we don't have them yet. Ad coming in 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna take a BRB since it's been 2 hours. June 1942. Low manpower. We have 200,000 manpower. We're fine. Okay, that's plenty. We need. We're not gonna be able to do anything with this. Our goal is kind of just wait until the U.S. wins against Japan. I guess that's our victory condition, dude. That's funny. I'm gonna take a look and see what's going on in the rest of the world once we get back from this ad break. I think Tropico deserves a pass because the goofy storyline is kind of the point. No, Tropico wishes it was as charming as chat mentioning Command and Conquer. It wishes it was, but it's not. It's just tedious. It's just wait for them to finish talking. Okay, I'm allowed to play again. What do I need to do? Oh my god, I have to wait again. No. Terrible. Insufferable, even. The realities of war we don't read this, the ad just started. The ad just started. I was watching Ven stream Anno, and he even talked about how he had to quit the campaign because it was just too bad and too restrictive and just start a sandbox cam. And I'm like, yeah, bro, I know. I don't know who this is made for, but it ain't me. I will be right back. All right. I'm back. What up? Whooshing wind noise. No Paradox game is complete without the whooshing wind noise. It's like an ambient background. National focus. We just got battalion combat teams. All infantry, motorized, mechanized, 15% to soft attack, hard attack, piercing. Our combat power just went. 15% is pretty damn good. We need to get some more military high command. Mandatory conscription. It's gonna be good. This is gonna be good. This might be good. Some pretty good choices, I think. I think this dude has a military high command guy with artillery bonuses. Maybe it's a 35 day as well. So we'll just take that and get some boofs. Get some boofs. Can we train more scouts? We could train 3 more scout divisions, probably worth. Keep using our special forces. Since we got a couple power-ups for them, eventually I'll get some doctrine for them. Okay. What next? What's this? Convoys for infrastructure. As a nation of islands, shipbuilding is a trade that predates government involvement. Establish new ferry routes. Approach the United States to trade convoys for guns. 50 convoys for 1,000 M1 Garands. I don't think we're that desperate for guns. 50 convoys is more valuable to me than 1,000 guns right now. I feel like that should be higher. Trade our convoys for arty. I think the game really underestimated my ability to produce artillery and guns. Because I've already got a surplus of both. Approach the United States to trade our convoys for decommissioned light tanks. 75 convoys. Light tanks would be nice, but there'd be basic light tanks. Bro, why is every song a wildly different volume? Someone needs to go through and just normalize all the soundtracks. Get the audio engineer on this. We have 349 PP. I don't think I'm ready for service by requirement yet. I don't know if I'm ready for limited exports. We haven't been losing as many convoys as I was expecting. Did they update the tree for Philippines? It's we call this DLC nowadays. You pay for it with money and then you get new stuff. So there is a new DLC that has Philippines, Japan, rework, Communist China, Nationalist China, and a few tweaks to the warlords. And now Man the Guns is just part of vanilla Hearts of Iron. Hello. Is that not... That's not us. How's the US doing? The US is already going in, man. They're on the Caroline Islands. Well, they're getting pincered right now, actually. That's Guam. The US is going to have to defend. Let's see how everyone else is doing. Japan is in danger here in Nanning of losing their connection point. How goes it in Germany? It looks like the Soviets are holding the line, to me. It looks like the Soviets are holding the line for once in their life. I'm surprised. They're actually pushing into Iran. Did this patch finally make the Soviets able to do things? Ireland just joined the Allies. What took you so long? Chat, why did everybody around the world collectively allow Ireland to stay neutral through World War II? A? Shameful. Shameful. When you've got Australia and New Zealand coming in here, come on. Come on, boys. How we doing on construction? How long do I get that buff for? Where's the countdown? Okay, 16th April 1943, so we still got time. Let's see if this helps the lack of supplies here. Or nah. Should have helped it a little bit. Our new Far East Command will need a proper headquarters section equipped and staffed by premier staff officers from the United States Army. There are a number of retired commanders who would be called upon, or upcoming officers in need of real experience. Edward King becomes a general. Available as political advisor, Courtney Whitney, which grants resistance growth speed in our states occupied by the enemy plus 10%. +1 operative slot, faster agency upgrade time, and the new military high command. That's the best part. Finally, someone else to seat here. 15% artillery attack, 10% artillery defense. Huge instant upgrade for all of our support companies. And then where are we going next? Either we can't request indefinite stay of MacArthur. I don't really care about that anyway. I don't really care about the requisitions and the trade. Can safely ignore all that. So perhaps it's time now to just go all in on finishing the economic things and getting independence from the US, because we're not really using them anyway. All these 70-day focuses, man. All these 70-day focuses, dude. We were a little bit behind on the research for electronics. That doesn't really help now. Whoops. Kinda already researched all that. Department of Foreign Affairs. Maybe it is time just to go for all this down here. At least 4 from the previous tier. counterintelligence, improved advisor traits. Jose Laurel Roxas Sumalong. Sumalong. We have at least one of those guys. I don't know what's best here. Probably well, I'm probably gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then, because I like having just a flat 10% civilian factory and infrastructure build speed. Even if we lose drift defense, I don't think really matters. Consumer good factory factors, fine. This is only 360 days, and then it is a 5% to build speed. I don't know if the advisor trait's worth it. I don't know what the advisor trait you get. All right, I'm gonna start with consumer good factory factor then, I guess, and move toward the independence. The most exciting thing America does in ahistorical is elect Alf Landon. That's because they haven't redone the American focus tree. They're leaving it for the end, I guess. I don't know. Nobody wants to play as America except newbies, I guess. Because every time it's like, I just started playing Hearts of Iron. I picked America and I don't know what to do. It's like pretty common. It's a pretty normal response. We don't have enough factories for railway guns. I guess just keep researching anti-air and airplane stuff. Yeah, just do the next airplane engine. It's fine. But yeah, they have a very basic focus tree compared to everyone else now. They haven't redone the when did they ever redo the UK focus tree either? I think they've redone all of the Axis powers by this point. They did Italy, Germany, and Japan now. And then for the Allies, they've redone France and I mean, Soviet Union's not technically allies, but the Soviet Union. Is Soviet Star worth it to roll in Hearts of Iron? Well, if you've never played it before, it's going to be very hard because bigger countries are harder to manage because you don't know what you're doing. But also, there's a No Step Back DLC, gives it a lot more depth. So, vanilla Hearts of Iron kind of meh because the focus trees are very bland. Not much. It's like vanilla flavor. Light MG. All right, these are just guns we're going to be able to put on our airplanes when we make them eventually. Keyword eventually. Why do I have... Oh, I have so much technology sharing from the other countries and the allies. That's why they're all 50% faster research. Airplane MIL. That's transport planes. Air attack. Medium planes. Small and carrier planes. Reliability. Yep. I want reliability up. What's like a fun country to play in just the base game? Well, I mean, if you don't know how to do anything, then you only get like 5 or 6 focus trees. They're all pretty generic for the major powers, and then everyone else has a generic focus tree. So if you don't care about having a unique focus tree, then you could just learn how to play the game as any country with the generic focus tree. Generic focus trees are still powerful. They're just not very fun. So you don't get like super weakened or anything. You can still do just fine. It just won't have much flavor. But if you just have vanilla, no DLC at all, then I'd probably say Italy, just because at least you get to fight in Ethiopia, and that'll teach you some basic combat stuff. Like, that's the old tutorial nation for that reason. Recon Company 3. Improvements in radio tech change the way recon missions can be executed, enabling rapid communication. All right, plus 200% to recon. So we're all caught up on our support companies. I'm gonna go ahead and get advanced arty just so that we can get the 1943 tech after it. Don't really care about getting the artillery itself because it's gonna be too expensive for us. And we are going... We're building a bunch of coastal forts now. So everything in the north is at least level 2, sometimes level 3. And that is going to be my next goal, is kind of get everything brought up to level 2. Because I don't know where they're going to attack from next. Philip, like right now, for example, I had to pause because that is happening right now. Right now. Where are you guys attacking? In the north? All right, so they're not attacking actually right now, but they're... I've got a heads up that they are about to go to Luzon and Zamboanga. Zamboanga is in the south. Monkus. Oh dear. And they have naval supremacy in all areas. Well, we should be dug in. And we are even slightly stronger in the north. All right, interwar airframe into basic, small airframe. New song? I don't see any battles happening yet, so it must be just an imminent invasion incoming. We just got intel. This is the plane MIO. All small planes have 7% reliability plus 10% production output. Yes. For when we start making them, that'll be really good. They might be launching out of Moluccas, because they got this area down here in the Dutch East Indies. They might be like launching a naval invasion from there into the south. TBD. I see lots of people just roaming around. The supply issues are mostly fixed. Japanese offensives continue in Burma, and the fall of Rangoon took place. As the capital of British Burma, the city is of immense strategic importance, and its loss may prove a decisive factor in the campaign. Colonial governor himself was reportedly captured by Japanese forward units while he was supervising the transfer of his belongings from the governor's house to a truck caravan, but this has not been confirmed. Trying to see if anything crazy is going on here. Japan is in control of the Marshall Islands for the most part. The UK has Gilbert Islands. We got Philippines on lockdown. But they are about to do a two-pronged invasion. So I'm just gonna stay zoomed out and look for a battle indicator, I guess. While continuing to allow... We should probably, like, If they're not invading the midsection here, then I'm gonna drop these down in importance so we can focus on the things that are about to get attacked. That makes more sense to me. Hello, Mr. Streamer. I'm a new viewer from the EU5 stream. Could you tell me what your goal in this game? Survive. Philippines got invaded by Japan in 1941, and it only took 3 weeks before their capital became abandoned and then occupied by Japan. So I'm trying to survive, to live. I want to live. I'm playing the same nation in a historical campaign. And then there's the attack. Pause and let's see what's going on. Right here on the corner. So we got a level 2 coastal fort. I'm gonna need to up these because they keep hitting this spot, it feels like.
Ready.
Okay, some reinforcements already moving and shuffling. I'm scared that they're gonna shuffle a little too much.
Alista.
Hold the line, boys.
Ready to move. Alista.
This little knuckle right here, I need to be building better coastal forts because it's hard to get to it when it's under attack. So I'm gonna put that as the top priority for the build queue, assuming we don't lose here. We're winning on the 2 flanks, but only having 1 division on that corner is rough. We're supposed to be getting an invasion from the south also.
Fall in. Hold.
Try and disengage from here to help out there, otherwise we're gonna have some problems.
Keep on attacking. I'm done, sir.
They're leaving a lot of space open, so I'm hoping they don't get secondary invasion into the now open mountain provinces of Luzon.
Listen up.
They got, what, like 10 divisions with some Marines? All right, if they hold that down, looks pretty good. What's going on elsewhere? There's supposed to be another one in the south, but they haven't launched that one yet. Zamboanga. Got the intel advantage. They're also going up against our forts, which are not fully busted yet. This battle should be won. And then it'll just be the corner. See, I'm gonna double reinforce that corner with some more coastal forts. But we can't build until the battle's over. Pauses construction while there is an ongoing battle. All right, another one thrown off. Now have everybody reset.
Commands.
Dig in, entrench, repair. Oh shit. I found the other one.
Commands.
I did find the other one.
Yes, sir.
They underestimate my resolve. Engines 2 for our future planes. Okay, let's make that engines 3 for the future planes. Have the best money oh shit. There's more! There's more!
Commands! Move out! Alista!
Reinforcements! All right, up there in the north looks solid. Now it's all about the south. I might reinforce these chunks too.
Andana!
This is the one I'm worried about right here.
Keep on moving! Ready.
If they get this, it's gonna be very obnoxious.
Listen up.
Oh, it looks like they abandoned up here, and now we can just reinforce. They underestimated our tenacity.
Opo, sir.
All right, reinforcements have arrived. I'm glad that I put those extra combat width in. We got 10 combat width instead of 8. Spread out all across. Oh my god, they're coming back. Did they have 2 simultaneous?
Listen up. Attention. Move out.
Monkas.
Ano po ang utos? Move out.
All right, at least we're winning down here. Not now, survivability studies. New parts to customize planes with. One day. One day. All right, it's almost 1943. Since it's almost 1943, I'm just going to jump ahead and take the last level of industry, starting with construction 5. Would actually, build speed would be the most useful for us. So we're just going to take the small ahead of time penalty to get that. Do divisions pop in a naval invasion when they're cornered, or do they just leave? No, they just leave. They just leave. See how their green bar is going down? That is their organization. So if their orange bar were depleted, they would pop. But the green bar is just like morale, basically.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Attention.
Want some reinforcements down here?
Alista.
They might come in again? They got another force here?
Fall in. Move out.
I see another force here. I don't know if they're landing or not. Yellow. Is that me or someone else? Sumatra? Oh man. Japan got a foothold right here. See, that's what we don't want. This is not my problem now. Why are these US forces almost completely depleted of resources? That's not good. See the orange bar so low? That's their effective combat strength. So these guys are almost toast. And Japan's basically full. And they're pushing south. Which means we need to keep building. Is there a good tutorial to play this game? There is a medium tutorial. You should definitely do the tutorial. It's not going to tell you everything you need to know, but you should still do it. It's better than the Europa tutorial. It's probably worse than the Crusader Kings tutorial. Not sure about the Stellaris tutorial because they've changed the game 4 times, so who knows what the tutorial is like now. Hello, Bucky, what's up? Do they have naval support for invasion? Hi, Lurker here. You're not lurking if you're chatting. I don't know. It doesn't look like they have support, but they do have naval supremacy in, so I'm not really sure if they're using it for the invasion or not. I would assume not. But they definitely have control of this sea because it's red. So that means they have ships in the area. They have 76 to 130 ships in the region, so I don't know what they're using them for. But I think if they were, you would be able to see an extra circle around the battle that would show that they're getting support. Sugar is the bedrock of our economy for centuries, and it's gotten us through the very worst of the Great Depression with exports healthy. By signing lucrative trade deals with other nations, we can ensure that we are in the best place to capitalize. As a foundation for international cuisine and soda. Minus 10% to consumer good factory factor. So perhaps we'll have a few more factories or one more factory here or there. And then I'm gonna get the factory and infrastructure build speed one next. Or just the 5% to all build speed. Let's do encourage. Would I rather just have 2 build slots and 2 civilian factories? Maybe. Yeah, I think I would. Break Chinese monopoly. Sorry, China. They're not going to enjoy us too much. We're going to lose 5% base stability. Which isn't the worst. We're at 75. Break the monopoly. How we doing down here? Looking pretty good. Looking pretty... Oh, here we go again. Wow, they got like back to back?
Ready.
To back to back? Okay, I mean, I see you. I do see you. And we're trying to do repairs. Click the wrong button. Building up more coastal forts. And we gotta do repairs on all the coastal forts. They're putting pressure on the south down here. There were a couple people yesterday who were like, you don't have anything to worry about because the AI doesn't know how to do naval invasions right now. Uh-huh. And I ignored them. And I will continue to ignore them.
Command. Move out.
I ignored them and I will continue to ignore them. I feel like we're getting chunked here even though we're ostensibly winning.
Orders. Ano po ang utos?
There might actually be someone landing here.
Attention.
And I might have screwed up. It's really hard to tell where the enemy's going. You just have to look at the direction their boat is pointing. So I might have done a dumb play.
Handa na, sir.
We'll see in a second. No, we're fine. We're fine. They're fine. All right, everybody just reset. Okay, reset. Dig in. We're gonna get some repairs. Let's get 15 on repairs. 15 of the factories to try to fix the naval. Okay, you guys gotta go. Someone's gotta go there.
Command.
You can't just abandon this spot, or else they're gonna land on it.
Listen up.
You gotta dig in.
Mga command. Commands.
All right, another wave of invasions dealt with. Everybody just build back up. Reinforce. Entrench. We're gonna fix all your coastal forts. Repairing the ones that are busted, I think, are more important than building new ones. And then we're good to go.
Opo, sir.
But yeah, we definitely need some more strength down there. Because it's really hard to reinforce that tile. So I got 2 more queued up to be built. I'm glad Japan didn't think of using planes for these invasion attempts. Well, how do you know their planes can reach? They're a little busy. Do you see all of the friendly troops that are around us? I don't think Philippines are at the absolute top of their to-do list, considering they've got a front line that spans all of China, a front line that spans all of Southeast Asia. They're also in the Dutch East Indies and British Malaya, and they're also taking over Australia. So they're just a little busy. So we're about to get it surrounded. No, it's not like we're the only people out here that they're fighting. And we've got US troops sitting down here in the Caroline Islands that are battling out, and I'm assuming that is, where's the US Navy right now, I wonder? We got different task forces in the Bismarck Sea. Small task forces. US Navy is very split up right now. Glad to see you lasted longer than the historical 3 weeks. How's your kill to death ratio? Well, I mean, it hasn't been that long, so we only had a few naval invasions, so we're not gonna have much to look at. We've lost 20k so far, which is kind of a lot if you think about it, considering we're just on defense, but not on the leaderboards, so not much to look at. We just gotta survive. Music chill, man. When redeploying, is there a use in allowing railroad movement? I mean, it depends on the situation. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There is no generic catch-all. You use railroads if you have good railroads, and also don't care if they lose all of their organization. Right now, I don't want them to lose all organization, and I only have a level 1 railroad, so depends. All right, factories are done repairing. We're gonna have this turned into a level 3 for the next time they show up.
Ano po ang utos?
Okay, 3 new divisions of Philippine Scouts. I don't think we can do more. Yeah, I don't think we can do more.
Yes, sir.
I might send all of these down to the south,
Orders.
since they have shown some clear interest in the south. Get the special forces down there. 32 defense, 12 soft attack. So they have more soft attack, but like worse defense. But I assume they're just better at certain terrain types. Forest and jungle, attack and defense. We do have forest down here, and jungle. But mostly, yeah, I mean, there is forest and jungle down there. All right, now it's level 3. Building up as fast as I can, man. We need to get this where I don't have to keep moving, shuffling troops around. That's the goal. That's the dream. We don't have field hospitals, but I want to. I got level 3 field hospitals. We're gonna start plugging those in soon if we have enough support equipment. Because we just should have just been stockpiling equipment for a little while. It's almost 1943, so we want industry. We want, both of these. Flexible line versus streamlined. For me, I would rather have retention and cap instead of efficiency growth and cap. 20% retention is more valuable to me. So I'm going to start on flexible line. Ethiopia, don't worry, brother. I'm not going to invade. They're scarred. They're panicking. Truck. Breakthrough. None of these really matter. Oh, we have 103 army XP. Why shouldn't I take a Spirit of Division command? I was gonna take Static Warfare just for the entrenchment speed plus max entrenchment 10%, because that's kind of our whole thing. And it's the only one I can take anyways, so. I was already gonna pick it. I don't think any of the other ones are better for our specific situation. Additional elastic defense tactic chance if it's preferred tactic. So let's get that. And then do we not have? Oh yeah, there's elastic defense is here. Unlocks from one of the following doctrines. So we have to hit the milestone first. We haven't hit the milestone yet. But either way, 10% bonus entrenchment is real nice for everybody. All right, keep powering up all of our coastal forts. Every 15% modifier helps. We just need to lock this down. I don't think that's us. That's the US. Good luck. Not me. Did I just say Germany already lost 5.6 million? Yeah, they're, I love that there's a new Italian war in Ethiopia. Germany's lost, on this war, it's 500,000 in the American-German war. But then, is it the Italian war in Ethiopia? Yeah, 5.9 million casualties. Soviet Union, 4.3 million casualties. They've lost 5.3 to the Soviet Union. So the Soviet Union is cracked in this particular campaign. They're normally getting steamrolled. Free France, 272k. Soviet Union is actually carrying. Winter attrition hurts now. Winter attrition seems devastating now. They buffed it in the last patch, but they may not have fixed the AI's willingness. They need to update the AI to not make pushes. Maybe a few pushes during winter, but it needs to like learn not to. I can't believe that. I don't think I've ever played a campaign where Germany had more casualties than the Soviet Union in their same war. That's kind of wild. The fall of Singapore. Gibraltar of the East has been seized by Imperial Japanese forces, despite having been considered an impregnable fortress by its British owners. Japanese military administration of Singapore has chosen the Fullerton building as its HQ, and the city has been renamed Sayananto, roughly translating to Southern Island gained in the age of Showa. The Kimpaitai can be seen patrolling the streets en masse to hammer the message that Japanese are there to stay. Getting all sorts of new events, man. I think Japan is doing pretty well so far, I think. I don't know, let's see. 2.2 million casualties is still a lot. China inflicted 580K. The US has lost 278K. So they have inflicted more casualties on the US. The US isn't even in the top leaderboard there. What's their manpower at? I don't know, bro. How am I supposed to know? Chat, stop asking so many questions. You think I got a spy agency that's infiltrated their civilian government in Philippines? Psh, I don't know, man. Do I look like the spy master? We got 15K spare infantry equipment. Feels good. 2.4K spare support. Can I get away with adding a field hospital? Nope. We need more factories making support equipment. This is ridiculous. $15K spare guns is pretty nice, though. 600 spare trucks is pretty nice. 230 spare convoys. I'm surprised our convoys aren't getting intercepted more. We're just -1 on steel, which is not too bad. Which I assume is slowing down the convoys. Okay. Cranking them out. Trying to get our baseline up to at least like level 2 coast forts, because we don't know exactly where they're gonna put the pressure on. Break Chinese monopoly. Chinese merchants have found their place in our society as the owner of shops and banks. However, with such a hold over critical services, our own security must ensure more equitable distribution of distribution networks. Great flavor text. Modify recovering economy by consumer goods factory factor -5. We get 2 building slots, 2 civilian factories, lose 5% base stability, and China is a little upset because we seize their property. Ooh, Treaty of Manila. The US gets the Treaty of Manila. Philippines becomes free. Will be known as the Philippines. Replace recovering economy with economic growth. And then we can get some 35 days down here. It's pretty sick. Good 35 days. Let's go independent. It's not me. It ain't me. We're good. Wow, look at this. We've almost got 2 sets of 15 coastal forts. I wish I had a few more civilian factories. We could get a couple back by changing our trade policy, but then we lose a bunch of other stuff. But stopping to build some civilian factories also feels kind of bad. We don't have that much room for factories here, bros. We got like 9 slots here, then 2, 2, 4, 7, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We need to fight so we get some land in the peace conference, assuming that we win. I feel like Germany's lose. Yeah, they're. Oh. December 1942, the naval landing of Belgium and Netherlands. 91 US divisions. I don't know why it's not summarizing the other divisions. Or maybe it's just giving them all the US flag. Gonna keep researching airframes to try to catch up the tech. Engines 3. Okay, so we're too early for engines 4. I don't really want range improvements right now. I don't... dive brakes are good. Non-strategic material usage is also probably what we want. We're not going to have resources for this. Actually. We're not going to build advanced arty because it's too expensive, but it does pave the way for 1943 artillery, and I'm just going to get the final dispersed industry 5 right on time. That's going to give us some more room for factories, which I do need to build, but like it just seems like the best thing to do is survive, you know? Factories, they're cool, but coastal forts will help us actually live. That being said, we still have that 1-year buff that's ticking down where I do have civilian factory construction speed ticking up. We need to use that. So tough. I don't know where they're gonna like push next. I do want some more civilian factories. Because having 2 construction chains would be so nice. So let's finish buffing the island here. I'm gonna shovel it in like here. Okay, get a little greedy. Try and crank out some late game civ factories. 1943 is unfortunately late game, but you know, it's what we signed up for. I wanted to build a navy, but it just doesn't look like it's possible. I don't know what we're gonna do. The Philippine historical campaign, we don't get to do much. We sort of just like don't die, and that's our goal. So, if you want to have other Philippine experiences, then you probably need to pick a different path and play ahistorical, or do historical and join Japan and just participate. But I don't really know any other way to play an island nation other than just going all in on fortifying every single coast tile, or else you lose. Subs would be easiest, to be honest. Sub meta is no longer a thing anymore. Is it? They changed how screening works in this patch. Screens actually protect large ships now and make kills from things like naval bombers drop their bombs on random targets instead of dropping them on the capital ships. So they buff screening ships a bunch. Hungary proclaims Greater Hungary. They're a bit full of themselves. It is hoped that this will serve to increase Greater Hungary's prestige in the eyes of the world. I'm still figuring out Navy. I have no idea, but they kill convoys still. Yeah, anything will kill convoys if you're not surrounded by naval superiority. You know that we're like spitting distance from Japan and that their whole navy is around us at all times, right? I think that they need to probably buff naval superiority intercepting transport ships. I feel like they're way too generous with letting transport ships just like go by themselves through enemy waters largely unscathed. Mastery reward unlocked, 200 outpost line. All infantry just got 10% defense plus 10 organization. That's massive.
Dana, sir.
That is massive. Plus 10. All right, we have 71 organization coast guards. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get through that anytime soon. That seems cracked for a buff. But yeah, historically speaking, when you had like resupply convoys and you had like, just watched a Great Operations Room video the other day, actually, on this exact issue, where Japan was trying to reinforce islands and US intercept via carrier made that go really bad. Which one was it? Was it Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands, or am I thinking of a different one? I don't remember which one I watched. I don't know, I watched like 4 in a row and then I forgot which one's which. No, it wasn't Santa Cruz, I don't think. Dude, I don't remember. But anyway, long story short, there were a lot of instances in World War II where they would send a supply convoy with a fleet guarding them, and then aircraft carriers would be like, I don't think I'm gonna allow that to happen. And so seeing Hearts of Iron where it's like, yes, I am a lone transport all by myself in enemy waters. I sure hope no one kills me. And they somehow get through every time, you know? I guess it's too hard to code, like, actually having a fleet leave as one instead of having all these individual units just sailing across the ocean by themselves, one by one. Also, ad starting soon. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. Beware. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break while the ad is going. I wouldn't mind seeing a revamp to the logistics of having the AI kind of group up with a naval force and then actually escort the convoys, and then having it be more punishing to just send these piecemeal divisions across the world. It seems like we're not even really getting intercepted. Like, I haven't been losing convoys. Oh, I'm getting naval invaded again here in a second. They're coming back. But we did reinforce the coastal forts up here. We have level 2s and level 4s in different areas. All right, ad going. I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Welcome back. About to get naval invaded again. I don't know. I think it should go better, but maybe they'll change their tactics, or maybe they won't. Let's get future small plane air attack bonuses. I'm not making that. Not making that. Happy to keep stockpiling resources with our factories as they are. Infrastructure looks pretty decent across the islands. Trying to get some greedy civilian factories built before our build speed buff runs out. Might be nice to get like 3 more total. I don't know. I'd like to get 15 and 15 would be my dream. So we have 2 construction lines at all times. That's my dream. So maybe we just get greedy and do that real quick. 2nd of March. It takes forever. Even with all the buffs, it's taken forever. What do the ferry routes do? Minus 25 convoys. Oh my god, it creates an infrastructure? I didn't see that before. I clicked on this, but I didn't see the buttons. Free infrastructure? Yes. So that's a level 4322. Yeah, I need to do that. Whoops. Didn't even notice. I don't know how ferry routes work while you're at war. Don't worry about it, devs. I don't know if we're going to be doing much ferrying when Japanese Navy is just passing through. Hi, just civilians here. Don't shoot, please. But if that worked, then I guess China wouldn't have happened. So probably wouldn't work to say that. Let's do minus 25 convoy, minus 25 units of convoy, minus 25 convoy, minus 25 convoy. Yeah, just do all 4 at the same time, brother. 1 infrastructure across the board is too juiced. It's gonna go level 3, level 3, level 4, level 5. It seems extremely good. For only 45 days? For 100 convoys? Back down to 140 convoys, but I think it worth. We're on chaos weighted shuffle tonight. Yugoslavia has called Argentina as our ally. Any second now, we should be getting naval invaded somewhere in here. Oh, there they are. Level 3, level 3, level 4 coastal fort. A little better than it was before.
Commands! Handa na, sir. Alis na! Ano po ang utos? Opo, sir.
So hopefully the forts hold.
Mga command.
Looks pretty good. We could do better. It looks good, but we could do better. Not sure how many simultaneous invasions they're gonna try. We still got an intel advantage, and we still got the fort advantage over them. One level damaged. Yeah, it looks a lot stronger. Throw them back into the sea again. All right, feeling good about it. Has a new faction system been an improvement on the old one? You won't really notice unless you're the faction leader. So, for me, as a small power, it is benefiting me in that the new military doctrine system has overlap with it because Britain went defensive posture infantry and I went defensive posture infantry. They are super juicing our mastery and giving us faster mastery of our new doctrines. And then I don't have a spy agency, so I have no idea about that. And I don't really have enough to do faction research, so I don't do that. And then I don't get to set the goals because I don't get any faction initiative because I'm not really earning any. So it's more for like people who have more than 0% power within their faction. Initially, it seems like it is a better system on its face. Like it had, like the old system was, I wouldn't even call it a system. It was just something that was there. So by default, I would say yeah. But I don't really know if it has any problems. Because we haven't really played long enough to find out.
Ready to move.
Another successful coastal defense. Man, I really would like to train these guys, but it's so scary to train because you don't know when they're randomly going to attack you. After significant economic and political preparation, the Commonwealth of the Philippines has declared independence. This predictably comes after the Tidings-McDuffie Act that Congress signed into law in 1934, which set a course for Philippine independence. We are now free to create our own political and economic policies without pressure from the U.S. Now we can cooperate as equals. The long struggle for independence nears the end, from the revolution against Spain to the hard-fought war against the U.S. and the long years as a Commonwealth the Philippines has endured. With the signing of the Treaty of Manila, our country stands at last as a free and sovereign nation, its independence formally recognized. Replace recovering economy with economic growth. Well, there's still red numbers there, but we'll try and replace those. So that opens up universal suffrage and modernization. Suffrage goes research speed bonus, political power, and stability into consumer good factory modifier, war support, recruitable pop, into... Okay, we kind of need everything for these, so we just need to go across the board. Which is fine, because it's more consumer goods, faster factory repair speed, free repair 25%. I don't even know what free repair 25% means. Faster civilian factory construction. And then new decisions. I'm going to do modernization first, because the construction speed is insane. 15% faster. 35-day research is nice. Aircraft construction is going to give us some options when we start building our plane, namely floats. I'm probably going to use non-strategic materials to help offset the cost of building the planes. But we do need some better guns. Probably just heavy MGs. Your damaged stuff repairs for free. Well, I know that. That's the modifier that helps that out. Oh, okay. But how would you even see what it's at? Where would you even see that modifier? How would you know how much it is currently at? I guess I have to take the medium plane bonus just to take the range bonus for small planes, which is kind of stupid. Why do I have to take medium plane bonuses to get a small plane bonus? Needs more nested tooltips. Sometimes that is true. Sometimes that's true. All right, we are more than halfway to getting 4 infrastructure by establishing ferry routes between the islands. No idea how that keeps working through war, but it's a pretty great upgrade. I think I want... probably just efficiency gain into efficiency cap and then cost reduction. Couple more civilian factories should be popping out. And then we'll go check on the rest of the world and see what they're up to. See how the invasion... Oh dear. That's not me. Close though. What is happening up here, Germany? Oh dear. I'm not sure if they overtuned the snow and attrition thing or if they need to update the Axis's AI. I feel like we're in one of those timelines where the war is just gonna kind of end because somehow the Soviet Union only took 3.1 million casualties from Germany, but inflicted 6.2 million casualties from Soviet Union to Germany. So something there is a little messed up. Or maybe this version of Stalin is just a tactical genius mastermind. Because they didn't even make it to, like, Minsk. So I feel like we're going to be in one of those timelines where we kind of just, like, watch as the Axis falls here by 1944. Because they're pushing to Berlin already. Look how under strength the German units are. They're like 50% strength. And then we watch as the US turns its undivided attention onto Japan. You almost never see Japan fall after Germany. Almost never. Before now. Normally, the Pacific Theater, I feel like, wraps up faster in the game. Excuse me. Which I guess means that they did pretty good with, like, Japan balance in historical. Because it definitely feels like they're putting up more of a fight against the US, but maybe the US is just preoccupied in the European theater. Okay, all of the free infrastructure's in. 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 3, 3, 5. It's looking good. It's looking very good. That means some fast building for us. Japan versus China war progression seems more realistic too. Yeah, I thought they were going to stomp China again, but they definitely stalled against China in the mountains. So it seems like that's improved, at least in this campaign. Free India declared war on the British Raj. I don't know where Free India is. But yeah, it seems like China kind of held out longer. Eisenhower recalled to the Philippines. He will be missed. What? The military situation in the Philippines has proven sufficiently dire that Eisenhower has been requested to immediately return home. Add skill level 2. But he, wait, what? Oh, I don't think he was recalled to the Philippines because I am the Philippines. But we got Edward King, I guess. How has this dude survived like 8 naval invasions and still hasn't even leveled up once? No experience. I really need to do like a little bit of...
Move. Listen up.
I wonder if it would be bad to like have these dudes just like exercise a little bit.
Commands.
Let's get greedy.
Ready. Yes, sir. Attention.
Wait, did that make oh shit, that made everyone exercise. How do I only make those go? Well, it's, please rebuild your organization and entrench again. That was a miscommunication just went out to all parties across the islands. We thought that we were doing aerobic exercises, but we are in fact still at war, so please go back to your defensive posts. Our industrial efforts have lagged behind other Asian nations for too long. Now that we have our independence, we must showcase our potential to the world and provide the resources and regulatory space for those who wish to push forward with the mechanization of our economy. Research bonuses that we might not even be able to use because I kind of didn't take this focus fast enough. But 15% construction speed is insane, so I'm happy with that. We finally don't have a negative on it anymore. And then I really want faster civilian factory, rehabilitation. And there's construction 5, so we just had a massive boon to construction speed, like 25% better. Hit me with the excavation 5. Why does that not count for research bonus? I don't think that's us. All right, we have a ton. 2K artillery is a lot of artillery to have spare. 23K guns is a lot of guns for us as well. What are most of our tiles like in terms of combat width? Jungle is 60. Plains is 70. Oof. Mountain is 50. So we have 50, 60, and 70 combat width tiles. That's rough. That's rough. Got a little bit of everything. There's not really a one-size-fits-all. For us, anyway. I do generically like 25 combat width, though, but it won't be good in the jungles. I might just go like a flat 20. Chad, I thought that they reduced the combat width of towed artillery. Where are the patch notes? Did I misread? Line artillery. Equipment requirement down to 24. From 36. Oh, they reduced self-propelled. All light, medium, modern, and heavy self-propelled artillery combat width reduced from 3 to 2. Light, medium, modern, and heavy self-propelled anti-air equipment reduction. See, I think I was thinking of self-propelled. So self-propelled takes less combat width now. But they reduced the equipment cost, but the combat width is still the same. That's tough. Because I'm thinking about just doing a flat 20 combat width if I have 50, 60, and 70 width tiles. I want them to fit neatly in there, which is tough. 20 will have a debuff, I guess, on the 50 and the 70. Maybe 25 is better, but then you'll only be able to fit 50 combat width into the 60 tile. You're gonna be damned one way or the other. What about 15 combat width? For us. Because then you have 45 out of 50, which is still... but then you have like 60 on the dot, and then you have only a small penalty going over 70 because you're only 5 over. Maybe? Can I make 15 though is the question. Yeah, I think you can make 15 like this. And then we still have 66 org. And then we give them the Engie Company. Actually, it'd be better just to make a copy of Coast Guard in that case. It'd be cheaper. Duplicate Coast Guard, add an infantry, add a combat support artillery battalion for 25. That makes 15. We get to maintain the engineers, the support arty, and the cav recon. We need field hospitals though, which will take our org down to 51, which is not bad. Like 52, it could be way better, but it's not like terrible. And then at this stage, 51 would be great early game, but it's late game is not as much as you want. But field hospitals do raise the overall HP of the unit and give us that trickle back and reduce XP loss. It's probably worth, instead of Coast Guard, this is just gonna be like, actually we could just take out the support arty and possibly put in support anti-air, which will give us the heart attack bonus and the air attack bonus, but then I need to start manufacturing anti-air. Or I could just remove it to get the organization back. It's hard to know how effective support anti-air really is, but some is better than none if you don't have planes. That's gonna be 20 anti-aircraft per division. 92 divisions are using this template. That's not true because this is a copy. This is a copy of the Coast Guard. It's duplicate. Man, $50 for this. 50 army XP. But this is such a small unit, but it's like way stronger than our current unit. How many artillery is support Artie? 12? Okay, I want to see something real quick. If I remove support, like the line artillery, and add support Artie, it goes up to 79 to 107. So it's like 28 soft attack, 11 defense. 28 and 11. Okay. Then if I add line, it goes up like 48. Woo! 48 and almost 20. Yep. I think worth much stronger, juicier unit with the line already. And we definitely have enough. All right, save it. Don't call it copy at Coast Guard. Call it Strike Force. Wow, what a great name. And I want to start training some of these divisions. Each one's going to need 650 infantry equipment, 24 arty. We need to make the anti-aircraft. I'd say like 8 divisions just to get started. And then we need a line of anti-air. That is going to need its own factory. I feel like we're making enough guns. I can actually take one off of guns to make that. No one's ever used the name Strike Force. It's unique. Tells me what it does, though. Brazil wants to give you towed anti-air. Sure. You can do that. I'll allow it. Okay, 2 more civilian factories coming in. I'm trying to get 2 lines of 15 civvy factories each. Chile enacts proactive defense. They officially declare war on nations they see as potential threats in the Pacific theater. Good luck. If that's what you want. It's not going well for the Axis. I can't look. I'll be happy that they lose. I just wish they would have taken longer to lose because I don't want the entire Allied force to come over and stomp Japan yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. It's 1943. I'm not ready to fight yet. You know what I'm saying? What did I just click? I don't know what the second research was. I clicked instantaneously. I want to do some fighting too. 1943, hit me with infantry anti-tank. And artillery upgrades, 100%. And then it's going to be time to design a plane soon, which means I need a chief of the Air Force. I should have already gotten this guy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's wild to me that Germany didn't even reach Minsk. Yeah. Yeah. They didn't do so good. Towed anti-air, I guess. I don't think I have time to go for more civilian factories. Got 15 and 12. I guess that's going to have to do. I need more military factories so I can make planes. But I also want to finish the coastal fort. My coastal fort dream, I think, is like base level 4. It's gonna take the whole game. 6 for the important points. Three for the back end over here, where it's like less likely that we get hit. Seeing a joint victory against the Reich is inevitable. The United Kingdom and the Soviet Union are securing future stability in Europe. Churchill, Stalin, and leaders of other countries participating in the war effort have met to agree on the fate of the German Reich. Days of negotiating has led to the drawing of a new map in Europe. This new European order is divided between the East and the West. Will this lead to lasting peace in Europe? Oh my god, it's gonna take forever. That's gonna take so long. Our nation's been left with significant damage from ruined cities and bombed roads, destroyed industrial complexes, and sabotaged railways. It'll take time and money to rebuild. Add Rehabilitation Finance Corp, which gives a better consumer good factory factor, faster repair speed, free repair faster, and faster civilian factory construction. Let's see what Department of Foreign Affairs decisions are. Poland is canceling the Lend-Lease. How could you do this, Poland? Allies have taken Berlin, and I just saw a huge bomb get dropped, but surely that wasn't a nuke, right? That was just like a random bomb effect explosion. There are faction members justifying war goals. I don't think you have to justify anymore. Well, chat, we may not have had the most exciting campaign, but it looks like our preparation wasn't in vain, at least. It's sort of what I expected from a historical democracy Philippines campaign. It ain't over yet, but I still want to play more and like build up the fortress. My goal now, my stupid goal now, is to get every single portion of the Philippines to like level 10 coastal fort. This is the most competent I've seen the Allies in any Hearts of Iron 4 campaign. I really wonder how much of that is just due to the new changes that they made with regard to Germany invading the Soviets. I don't think that it's overtuned. I think they probably just need to update the AI to not want to hemorrhage troops as, like, they're doing it way more than they even did it historically, you know what I mean? Because, like, if you don't know what I'm talking about this patch note. It's a two-parter. This doesn't affect the AI as much, but they nerfed collaboration government spy from -30% to -15% surrender limit. So you have to get further into the Soviet Union in order to make them capitulate, capture more victory points. It's not as easy for the Soviets to capitulate from spying. But the big thing that would affect the AI is Snowy Ground is now more punishing for movement and breakthrough. So movement, breakthrough nerf. Extremely cold weather now inflicts higher attrition. How much attrition? IDK, but it seems like you can tell, like, they didn't even get to Minsk. So it's interesting to see the new baseline. Soviet Union got rolled in every previous campaign though, so like they needed something. It may have swung too far back in the other direction, but I don't think we've ever seen the Soviet Union actually hold the line. They kind of always get beat, but not anymore apparently. Okay, I want to start making planes. We need to make a bunch of anti-aircraft. Get like 4 more divisions coming out for the strike force. Oh, I forgot about this military factory down here. I guess that's fine. We've been needing to do these for a while. They've been queued forever. I've just been kicking the can down the road. Dude, Hong Kong's just been holding out the entire war. They're not that strong, man. Just position some troops here and push. I'm already thinking about what I want to do for my next campaign, though. I wanted to do Communist China. But if the Allies are stronger now, then a Japan run would be fun, too. But it's probably going to be Communist China. With our fleet squarely on the international stage as an independent entity, we are now responsible for our own diplomatic actions. We must create a Department of Foreign Affairs. Okay. Let's go universal suffrage. On the other side, I love these 35-day focuses. Very nice. Very nice. Where's my Department of Foreign Affairs? Is this it? It's just found the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. I have to not be in a faction. But I don't think you can leave a faction while you're at war. So I probably just did this too slowly. You need to have done this a long time ago. I don't even know how you leave a faction. I have to like find the leader. I'm still going to be at war with everyone. Not allowed when fighting war together. Yeah, so I would have had to done that way sooner. Okay. It wouldn't be Hearts of Iron if there weren't national focuses that are messed up because you didn't do them soon enough.
Move out! Attention!
Dispersed Industry 5. All right, the final one. Max factory, room up, retention up, factory output up. All very good things. All very lovely things. Anything for planes. Before we start making planes. I want to start with some basic fighters. And then do some close air support after. I guess we have anti-air now, so anti-air upgrades are good. But yeah, I would like to see the AI use its navy to support its naval invasions more. That's definitely something that they could improve to pose a larger threat. But yeah, surprise attack in the north. Level 4 coastal forts definitely carrying a bit here. They keep going back to this spot, so I'm just gonna like pump this to level 5. And there's flexible line. 10% to all production efficiency cap. Love it. New song? I don't think we need any of this. We got artillery already. We're not gonna do anti-tank. We pretty much got enough air research for like some planes. I wouldn't mind the extra fuel range improvements though we'll make the planes more expensive.
Fall in.
All right, another naval invasion repelled. Free military factory. I mean, we're gonna need to put it on planes, but I'm only gonna be able to make one plane at a time. Wait, we have 68 trains? I have 99 trains in stockpile. All right, we're gonna stop the war austerity train. We have 1,200 trucks. Time to make a plane. We need to make it somewhat cheap, but I want the top tier engine inside of it for the thrust to be able to put some guns on it. And then agility is just how easy it is to hit another plane and avoid being hit. Gotta be fast. All right, let me put some of this stuff on first. Don't need bomb sights, don't need radio. Don't need defense turrets. I do like armor plates for the big air defense buffs. Because we're gonna also do probably non-strategic material usage. I don't know how you do armor plates and non-strategic. It removes 2 aluminum from the recipe, which is pretty nice because we have 2 aluminum. So it's gonna make it kind of shitty, but we can't make them without trading otherwise. Self-sealing fuel tanks will take rubber. We have 2 rubber, so that's too rich for us. So I'm gonna add armor plates to get a little bit of the air defense back. And that's probably it. Very simple. But like heavy machine guns versus light machine guns, man, there's just one more production cost for like 80% more attack. It does lower your agility, I guess. Did you make a TIE fighter? Kinda. I wish I could see what agility the enemy planes have, but I don't have any way to really see that. I need these to be fairly quick to pump out. Maybe we just go with this for now. Very simple. Quad machine guns. ×2 basic armor plates, non-strategic materials, engine 3. We got some extra thrust, which is going to give us that agility. And then we have some decent air attack, but it's a glass cannon. It's not even a cannon, it's just glass. What should I name this? Probably the like the Adobo Mark 1. Probably is the easiest name. Okay, save it. Queue it up. It only costs 1 aluminum, 1 rubber per. Cheap. Very cheap. Throw 2 factories on it. Man, trading for rubber and steel's gonna suck. We can make our own rubber, but we need a synthetic refinery. To get a synthetic refinery, I need to stop building all the other stuff I'm building. So I'll just queue it up, I guess. We're gonna need some fuel anyways. Daily gain 48. Meanwhile, in Germany, they are like out of mats, man. Every single German division is at like 40 to 50% fighting strength. Whereas the UK ones are full. There's Mexican forces here that are full. We're about to be naval invaded again.
Attention.
I'm trying to get the coastal forts down here pumped, man. But we have so many queued up. Are we doing repairs? I feel like we lost some factories. Maybe people stopped trading with me or something. Importing 12 steel. It's not border gore. Borders aren't settled until the peace conference. Borders pre-peace conference are just determined by... That's a 1-unit naval invasion. Japan, please. Borders pre-peace conference are only determined by whatever border is touching the land that you take. So if a Netherlands tile is touching the next tile, then it becomes a Netherlands tile, and so on. Advanced artillery upgrade. But yeah, once the peace conference hits, then it changes to whatever it's gonna be. Soft attack for all arty. That is the final artillery upgrade. Let's get rubber processing for synthetic refineries. Start Lend-Lease from Iran? All right, I'll take it. I will take it. That was the saddest naval invasion attempt I've seen yet. How many casualties is Japan down right now? 3.1 million. 900K from China. 260K from some warlords. Probably like another million from the other Chinese warlords. They may have overextended a little. China's down 4 million. As a faction, 7 million. So they've definitely taken it worse than they got. And then 2.69 million on the Allies side. Mostly British Raj, 500K. US is down 490K. Wow, yeah. Japan is actually kicking the US's ass. 467,000 casualties from Japan, but US doesn't even rank in the top 5. Going the other way. So less than 200K. So Japan versus US is like a 2.5 to 1 KD at least. So it's interesting that the Allies are still winning. It just seems like Germany really messed up. Following the adoption of the Constitution, the Filipino people were given a plebiscite on whether to allow universal suffrage. The results have returned 91% in favor, and the other 9% who voted no have been killed. Change in popularity of democracy up 10%. Add universal suffrage, which grants political power gain plus 10%, stability plus 5%, and research speed plus 5%. I do love stability. Do love research speed. All right, we need these two now, and then we can hit the final, our kind of like ultimate I think recruitable pop factor will be good. Like these 35-day ones. Probably should have done them earlier, but it works now. I think that means that the tree is decent if you've got different ways that you think would be good that you could have gone instead of feeling like railroaded into just one. Plus, we didn't try the other, like, governmental strats that would have more freedom than getting naval invaded by Japan over and over again, potentially. I might be overcommitting to the, building up of the island, but I don't know. I feel like if you... what else should I be doing right now, really? You know, what else should I be doing? I suppose I could be redirecting some of these factories to get an Air Force up sooner. Probably don't need more trucks. See, now it might be worth... We produce 3 rubber. Economic growth minus 25%. How do I get rid of that? Song is so quiet. That's 10% resource gain efficiency. It's a little different. Get 4 civilian factories, but our trade is worse, but our resource gain efficiency is better. It would be funny if we could somehow leave the faction, get everyone else to declare war on us, and see if they could naval invade us. After we get like level 10 coastal forts in every province. I don't know how you would be able to piss everyone else off to get declared on, but it would be kind of funny. How much more can they stomach? Germany is 60% to capitulation. Possible range improvements for the planes. I don't think we need those right now. It'll just make it more expensive to build. Infantry anti-tank 2 gives the infantry a little bit of heart attack. I guess it wouldn't be bad to do land night attack. I don't really know how effective it is, but I figure it's better to have it than not. And maybe some oil processing as well. Definitely no navy. I don't know how you do a Filipino navy. There's a couple of naval things, but it just seems like you should just be convoys. Many Filipinos have been engaged during the war. We must ensure those who return home are cared for. If we look after the veterans, we can ensure a good flow of additional manpower into the future, as people see the military as a solid choice for a career. 10% war support, that's good. And then more recruitable pop, and combat casualties don't affect your war. So we don't have that many combat casualties. We're actually doing okay. All right, then taxation laws. Return home from the forts. Yep, return home from the forts. Okay, the new force is coming out.
Andana, sir.
I think they're waiting on anti-aircraft to be produced. We're actually going to have a strike force that could try and go fight overseas somewhere. The death of Tsar Boris III of Bulgaria. Now he rests in peace, unlike his country. Anti-air. Into more anti-air. I'm actually surprised that we haven't, like, where is the Air Force? Where is the Air Force? Chat, I don't want to say bug, but this looks weird, bro. Have you noticed that there are, like, no airplanes in the sky? 200 Argentinian fighters over there. There's 7,000 planes there, so the entire Allied Air Force is in Western Europe. And then 1,500 German planes, but where are the Japanese planes? And the American planes? Because these are Belgium, Netherlands, Poland, UK. The United States have 1,800 planes there. They've got to have so many more than 1,800 planes. They have 10,000 planes. Where is the Japanese Air Force? They should have around 2,000 planes. I saw 621 Japanese planes in France. Yeah, they have 621. Where's the other 2/3 of their Air Force? I do think, based on what I'm seeing here, they need to update the AI to use planes better. They're just doom stacking them in a single province instead of getting easy air superiority in different, like, there's literally no competition here. I think the problem is that the AI has like a echo chamber with itself, if that makes sense. So like if Japan said, you know what, we could use air support here more than there's 29 fighters from the Sinkiang click right there. So if Japan was like, we should support our attack here so we don't get encircled, then they send 1,000 planes there. Well, then the US, like, it almost like cascades. Now the US and the UK send 2,000 planes. Then Japan sends another 1,000 planes. Then the Allies send another 1,000 planes. Then Germany sends 2, and it creates like a echo chamber where the inevitability is this, where there are 12,000 planes in one tile. I think is what happens. Yeah, a positive feedback loop. That's what I think that's why it's hard to program the AI to like spread it around. Do airplanes need a combat width similar to ground forces? I'm gonna Google in World War II what were the most fighters active at any one time in the sky, like flying. The German-Soviet Air War, 22nd of June 1941, was the largest one-day air battle in military history. The battle involved aerial dogfights and airstrikes on Soviet air bases. About 14,000 combat aircraft took part in the air war, with more than 2,000 combat aircraft destroyed. Holy shit. That's crazy. 22nd of June 1941. The Luftwaffe had a total of almost 5,000 combat aircraft on all fronts, including 1,454 single-engine fighters and fighter bombers, 282 twin-engine fighters and bombers, 196 blah, 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 blah. Lots more. Even at the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, significant Luftwaffe forces remained in the West. Soviet aviation. By the way, ad coming in 38 seconds. I'm just going to read this because I'm curious. The Soviets were confident that in the event of war with Germany, they would win an easy victory by defeating the Luftwaffe. There are big paragraphs. But yeah, the ad is coming in 10 seconds. I'm just going to look at this. I'm trying to find the relevant paragraphs. Okay, so on the first day, day 1, at 3 a.m., 22nd of June, the Soviets were caught by surprise and had their aircrafts bunched together in neat rows. The results were devastating. At Pinkst Aerodrome, the 39th Mixed Bomber Aviation Regiment of 10th Mixed Aviation Division lost 43 SBs and 5 PE-2s on the ground. There were a bunch more. At the end of the day, German reports claimed 1,489 Soviet aircraft destroyed on the ground alone. At first, these statistics seemed barely credible. Even Hermann Göring refused to believe the figures and had them secretly checked. In fact, German officers checking the airfields, which the Wehrmacht soon overran, counted over 2,000 wrecks. Soviet sources confirm these totals. 1,500 to 2,000 grounded craft just destroyed. That's not good. That's not good, man. A bad day to be a Soviet plane. That's a save scum moment. In all, 2 waves of Axis attacks struck. In the morning, the first wave destroyed 1,800 aircraft for 2 losses. 1,800 to 2 KD ratio. While the second wave lost 33 Axis machines but destroyed 700 Soviet aircraft. The Soviet official history of the VVS only admit to, quote, around 1,200 losses. In the air battles, Axis losses were more significant. The balance of power in the air was altered. The Luftwaffe had attained air superiority, if not supremacy, by this point. Anyway, interesting. Anyway, okay. I didn't, yeah. Crazy. Piano time. Imagine being the general of that meeting that said, we'll stomp Germany, just need to take out the Luftwaffe easy. The scale of the war always boggles my mind. Yeah, it is mind-boggling. Apparently that's what's going on in the air right now over northern France in our campaign. Let me see the details. No details. I want to be able to see how many planes have died. Welcome back from the ad just now. Welcome back just now.
Attention.
Attention. We need a new general. Well, maybe we don't. I could probably just use this dude.
Fall in. Fall in.
And then merge these guys with the middle troops.
Lands.
But they're not going to put as much manpower on these islands. Wait, are you a band? Oh,
Listen up.
well, that's my bad. That's my bad.
Ready.
That's my bad. It has been confirmed that Paris, the capital of France, has been liberated from German occupation. Allied forces entered the city and the remaining German garrisons surrendered. Parisians could be seen cheering their liberators as they marched down the Champs-Élysées. Even while there were rumors of German sniper fire in some parts of the city, it was feared they would employ a strategy of scorched earth and leave Paris a burning ruin, but the city's landmarks appear to have been spared. Indeed, the French tricolor can now be seen flying from the Eiffel Tower. Crazy photo, too.
Listen up. Ano po ang utos?
Why do you guys have to shuffle this much? Who's gonna sit on the other tiles, man? Dutch East Indies has capitulated to Japan. Who's gonna
Opo, sir.
be on these tiles?
Handa na,
You
sir.
can't leave them abandoned. They just had to think about it, I guess. Excavation 5, 10% more resource efficiency gain is good. Oh yeah, I need a radar special project. I always forget about this. It's so annoying to have to do that as a special project. I guess Rangers 3, since we're actually using them. I need to build a land naval warfare facility. May as well build it in the capital, I think. How long is it going to take to build? October, November, December, almost 3 months! That's a while.
Ready, sir.
All right, where are the rest of these troops? Start training 6 more. Now that we've detached from the US, we need to develop our tax code, growing our tax base and leading to an increase in government revenue that can be reinvested into state services like infrastructure, welfare, military, and growth schemes. Better consumer good modifier, daily political power gain, and it's opened up these two, and then it'll capstone with Pearl of the Orient Sea. 4 civilian factories is pretty goated. 6 civilian factories, actually. Holy. Holy. Should have done this a long time ago, but we had a bunch of things. Everything's been helping, right? Everything's been a priority. But yeah, 6 civilian factories. It's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. We also have some fighters now. Philippines, that's me. Hello. We just have 100 more, 100 more coastal forts that I'm trying to build. They must be launching from this into the south. Where do you think you'll send your Ranger force? Probably somewhere close to home. Some of these islands that are around us. Or actually, they're getting pushed out of China. I think it's over. It's only a matter of time. It really is. They're scouring France right now and pushing east through Germany. It's really a matter of time. Allies strong in this campaign. I'm kind of surprised. I hope we get it. I'll still get a chance to send the Ranger force somewhere. Surprised Italy hasn't been naval invaded yet. That's actually a good point. Italy is normally dead before Germany, but they've actually held out longer. I'm not sure how. That was a good point. I didn't even notice.
Orders.
For now, I'm gonna send them down here. And have them take the rail. To get the special forces down there. The rail will deplete their organization, but I need to get there fast. They gotta get there fast. Oh, there they are. Going from a new direction, so I gotta give the AI credit. They're trying
Opo, sir.
different things. Can I not draw a front line here?
Attention.
I thought I... Oh, did I make a fallback line? No, I must have clicked the wrong thing.
Orders. Opo, sir.
Get in there and help them out. Oh, we're getting hit from the south too.
Keep moving. Handa ng kumilos. Fall in. Move out.
Gonna need some reinforcement here, lads. And then
Move out.
my hope is that they're not naval invading these two tiles because they're just open.
Tara-na!
Free real estate right now. Alright, looks fine.
Mga command. Ready to move.
Got 5 more of our strong boy divisions to move down here too. Economic nationalism. Now that we have full control over our future, it's time to take control of the economy. We have many tools at our disposal like tariffs, regulations, goods, and capital movement. We need to make use of them all and showcase how robust our economy is. 4 free building slots, 4 civilian factories. We do lose that trade resource per factory, which is not good for trading, but resource gain efficiency up is nice and consumer good factor is nice. And then get 2 more. Yeah, dude, if we did this earlier, if we had somehow gotten to these earlier, these research bonuses for industry and excavation would have been huge, but I kind of just didn't take these. I don't know what I took instead. Mostly military stuff, which I don't regret, but yeah, these are like some really solid final capstone upgrades. Because now we're at like 31 civilian factories going. Okay, guys, I'm ready to enter the war. Guys.
Mga command.
Come on, guys. I'm ready to enter the war now. I'm ready to fight. You can start fighting now, okay? Get 6 more divisions training.
Ano po ang utos?
Short on anti-air, good on everything else. Still gonna need like 1 truck line. Hello, that's me. Oh, they're already here.
Fall in. Ready, sir.
Might just be able to just face tank it here, no problem. Rubber processing for synthetic output. But at least we can have 1 set of factories working on the land warfare facility and the other one upgrading the coastal forts, because they're still sending the invasions. Argentina wants to provide stuff, low manpower, free research slot available. Logistics company would have been good for our little task force. But a little too late now. November, I may as well go ahead and get the new airframe researched. That's a good idea. Yeah, it seems like this area is definitely stronger. They still want a peace. They still are coming for us. Improved anti-air. Okay, and then the final anti-air, which I don't think we can make, so I'm just not going to research it. What if I just research atomic research? No, you have to do a special project to get nukes, which we won't have time for. Rubber processing, I guess, for the planes? I think Japanese are cooked. Yeah, they're definitely cooked. They're getting pushed out of China. They overextended. I don't know how Germany hasn't capitulated yet. This is stupid. You can't tell me that this is their capital in, like... Is this Czechoslovakia? Where is this? That's Austria. That's Vienna. Okay, I'm close. Czechia is here. Austria right underneath. I see the outline now. Couldn't really see it with all the like unit cards blocking. Bro, that's Vienna. Shut up, Pablo. Facebook ass name. Nobody asked you. How big are naval invades usually? Is 1 to 3 units a lot? No, it's very small. Very, very small. Hungary claims overlordship over Slovakia. The Hungarians have raised claims that Slovakia should once more be a part of their nation. Let us hope they work it out peacefully. After ample deliberations, the German government under Hitler has decided to give in to Hungarian demands. They're about to give in to a lot more. A lot more. They ain't gonna make it too far. I'm gonna stop accepting Lend leases. Because they just cancel them 1 month later anyways. Also known as the Philippine Trade Act, this act governs trade between Philippines and the United States. This includes a financial investment package, preferential trade and tariff agreements. It also includes significant U.S. corporate access to Philippine resources, which does raise some concerns. However, the other benefits have been determined to be worth the risk. %, researches that I can't use anymore. 2 building slots, 2 civilian factories, add Bell Trade Act, which grants United States target country trade cost. Minus 15%, and trade relations with Philippines changed by 30. That one might actually be good. And then finally, Pearl of the Orient Seas, our capstone national focus. Fortress Philippines looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Lots of spare infantry equipment. I could probably just... Ooh, that's... You know what? What if I just... we'll use the little international market over here. What if we just... took a look at some rifles? Put up a few thousand rifles on the market at a high price. What if we took some of our old, stanky artillery? Put everything at a high price. What if we took some convoys? Actually, don't do the convoys. Put them up for sale, see if we get any buyers. If they buy, they'll give us civilian factory power in return for the goods. And then I think they have to supply the convoys. See if anybody makes a buy. Jesus, chill, man. Why is this so crunchy? Facility with an unassigned scientist. Every Paradox game has at least one sound effect like that for some reason. I don't know why. Alright, I need a new land scientist, please. Antonio Arellano, or Arellano, depending on your pronunciation. You're my guy. And then we need to start the project. Am I stupid? Am I on the wrong project? It's an air project, bro. Well, I built a land warfare facility for fun, so I guess we should use it for something now, eh? I thought you build it on the land, therefore it is land, but it is not land. That's why you should double check. I don't need any of this. Yeah, I don't need any of these. We've done the super heavy howitzer before for fun. We can get the stronghold network through research. I don't even need that. Rip. It's not going to be that big a deal. Philippines actually gets stronghold network for free. On a 70-day focus, you get a free stronghold network. Automagically. So I guess just go... We're not going to make tanks. Go super heavy howitzer. It's going to take too many resources, bro. Alright, well, we just got a land warfare facility now. Can we let the allies use it? Is that a thing? I do? Oh, pff, I do? I don't have enough initiative. How the hell do you get initiative? I haven't got initiative. I've been in this faction the whole war. Turkey is our ally in the Japanese-Dutch War. That's okay. Turkey's on the Allies in December 1943. Let's go. I need to build that synthetic, so I'm gonna get the synthetic going first. I need my planes. Hold on. How do I, disband this air wing, put the stinky planes on the equipment market. Then create a new air wing. With our brand new planes. Almost got enough for a full air wing. And I'm just gonna have them do pilot exercises. If you shift click it, they'll stop doing pilot exercises automatically when fully trained, by the way. How is Germany not capitulated? This is actually silly. They're in Krakow now. All the way in German Poland. That's their capital. We're about to be the Pearl of the Orient. At long last. How's Italy survive before Germany? Yeah, I mean, new balance patch has made new outcomes. Your preconceived notions are now able to change because they changed a bunch of balance things. Romanticized by the first Spanish explorers to describe the lands they just discovered, the description nevertheless stuck and remains true. Despite all the trails and tragedies, trials, maybe, that have befallen our islands, we remain a place of great beauty matched only by the pearls we harvest here. Replace economic growth with Pearl of the Orient Seas, effect change plus 10% factory output, dockyard output, Navy org, what Navy? Replace rehabilitation with development bank, consumer good factory factor down, plus 20% for all space for factories and faster civilian factory construction. We freaking did it. All right, now I may as well go back and just... Should have gotten the aircraft research bonus. Damn, these are all 70 days? Come on, devs! It's Philippine Air Force! Why do these need to be... okay, you can make 2 military factories 70 days, but why does 4 air bases need to be 70 days? I guess the research bonuses for aircraft that I didn't get. I have 5 research slots, my man. I don't need all this. It's too long. Factory output is pretty good. Recruitable pop, pretty good. I kind of just want to do the industry stuff. Don't need war support. Resource gain efficiency. Construction speed. I don't know. We kind of got all the really good ones at this point. Unless we just want dockyards for more transports. Too many 70 days. That's my only criticism. Always. That's always my criticism in each focus tree is too many 70 days. 10% resource gain for 70 days is crazy. 0.1% war support for 70 days is crazy. Trying to get an air core, but it's going to take 7, 14, 20. It's going to take literally a year of this game that only takes place over like 9 years just to get 2 research bonuses, 4 air bases, 2 factories, and like 10% air range. Okay. Come on. I'll give the, like, if I had to score the focus tree now that I've basically done all of it, other than War for the Oceans. Bro, I can't get... Send a part of the Japanese Navy to the Philippines. We are not an ally. We're gonna get like, what is that, 4 dockyards, and then we could try and go for the Conquest Japan, but they're not gonna live. These are 70 days as well. 7, 14, 21, 28. That's almost a year. Just to try and you have to have one of the following. Okay, but if we get claims on Japan, it'd be easier to get them in the peace treaty. So maybe we just go for that. I don't know. Fewer 70-day trees. If I had to give it a score... 6.5 out of 10 for this particular tree. 6.5 out of 10 for the Filipino tree. Something like that. Couldn't quite give it a 7. Couldn't quite give it a 6. More coherent than some of the other trees that I've done, but also, again, just too many 70 days for like small gains. You shouldn't have to go... There are so many other nations you can play where you don't have to go to 1950. Like, we're never gonna be able to even get continuous focuses. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many trees that you get every important thing on the tree, and then you have like from 1943 or 1944, you get to do like whatever continuous focus benefits you. There's way too many 70-day focuses on this, and now that I'm looking at it, we need at least another like 4 years to get even done with the things that are marginally helpful. Like 7, I guess I'll take... How much is that actually helping us? I don't know, I'm just gonna click it. I'm tired of being paused. I don't need daily political power gain anymore. But it's like 70, I guess this is faster if you go with Japan. That's what the devs would say. I don't know how much 10% resource efficiency is worth for us. Something, I guess. Are there any 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10? It's all, you know, subjective, but for me, I think the best focus trees in the game are Spain. In terms of sheer versatility, variety, fun. And I think Finland is really fun, but it's OP. So if you don't like being OP, then you would rate it lower. But in fun factor, it's pretty high. And then... I don't remember what my other, like, favorite campaigns have been. Those would probably be like my 2 favorites if I had to just pick 2. I haven't played all of them. You know, I usually don't play major powers. Would Finland be more OP with this patch? I have no idea. Could be harder since snow is more difficult to traverse. But they have a lot of cold acclimatization, which can help. So I don't know. But I think that they're a really fun campaign. I don't know what my other favorites would be. Yeah, let's get the engines. Chat, what's your absolute favorite focus tree? Not nation to play as, necessarily, just focus tree. Hungary, Lithuania. Yeah, I actually like the little, like, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia trees. They're kind of fun. Wait, they are good? I think that they're kind of fun. Portugal, Iceland to meme fight. Liberia joins the Allies. Turkey is our ally. Yeah, Estonia's pretty fun. Lithuania united with Poland one. Yeah, that one's cool. Oh yeah, Poland. Poland would also be in my top three. My top three would be Spain, Poland, and Finland. Spain, Poland, Finland. I think that's a nice mix.
Ready to move.
I am ready to move.
Ano po ang utos?
I've almost got my divisions. And then we're gonna... Maybe we can just go ahead and go fight. Night attack. All right, let's just get infantry equip 3 so I can get the buff beyond it. Poland wants to buy our fighters. Good luck with that, Poland.
Attention.
All right, we don't have any other support, but I'm about to send the boys out. How bad is supply here? Bad. 0.58 in British Malaya. Supply is going to be the biggest issue wherever I choose to send my troops. They have... No one has supply. I don't know what front to even go. I think just throw them in here and just hope for the best.
Handa na, sir.
Oh, is this all impassable? Do we have, like, they're in the Allies. Is this all impassable terrain? Oh, I have to create 2 front lines.
Demands.
One there. One there, and yeah, everything inside of this is impassable. Chaos! That's too many divisions, bro. We're not gonna have any supplies, but... Off we go to war! The Philippines army rides! For the Dutch East Indies. What the hell was that noise? Hopefully our transports don't get intercepted, I guess. I'm on my way.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty short trip, thankfully.
Ready to move.
They canceled our sales. Thank you, Poland. Imagine if the units in Europa 5 moved like this, where you could actually see what tile they were in, instead of them coding it so that they start moving before they get there, and then that bugging everything, and they only move after they've already moved to that tile to make it make more sense. All right, we are definitely not gonna have good supplies here, boys.
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Attention. Alisna!
They need these reinforcements. Oh shit, we found some more dudes over here.
Papaatras na sila, sir.
Okay, let's focus on that
Ready.
instead then. Focus on holding this down instead. We're being proactive. Lost knowledge? I guess it is lost knowledge. I also have a full air wing. Do we have any air base over here? I can get some air superiority or some such. We don't have much range. There is no air base that I can see. Can I build an air base here? Will they let me do that? I can. Who knows where it's actually gonna go though? That's a big tile, man. That's gonna affect my range. What if I build it and it goes in their territory? Let's just build one right there for now. And then we can get our 100 planes over there. Perhaps.
Orders.
Your orders, sir.
Fall in.
My orders are create an offensive line that stretches back. Oh my god, they're back capping. I believe in your ability to push. Wait, no, I shouldn't. I should have let you plan first. Get a planning bonus first. Let's not get crazy. Plus, get some air power. How much have we taken in casualties? 28k for the whole wars? Not bad. That's not bad. There's the airbase that we just built. Sick. Okay, we're gonna send our small air squadron over. Thank you, improved oil processing. Hit him with the air superiority. Oh my god, look, I'm doing stuff. I'm not just turtling. We got 100 Filipino fighters in the sky, giving support to the boys.
Ready.
But yeah, we need to wait on that planned prep bonus that goes up to 51%. And we got room for 147 army XP, so give me a doctrine. Land doctrine first. So we're gonna need manpower. Field engineering was cool, but... Chat, why are there like all these background icons here? That's not what I wanted anyways. We probably just need to switch to desperate defense. But the 25 organizations actually cracked. Never mind. Chat. Never mind. I thought they took the wheelchair guy and just put him behind a sandbag. It kind of looks like there's like 3 of the wheelchair guy, but I think it's a different... He doesn't have a helmet in this one. Because he has a helmet in this one, but it kind of looks like wheels up there, sort of. Artillery and line artillery organization and combat width down. Artillery hard attack plus 10%. Line artillery defense up. Breakthrough up. Soft attack up. That's pretty good. We don't have anti-tank. We don't have trucks or armor. We don't have helicopters. We don't have armored cars. We don't have self-propelled. We do have engineer companies, which can give big movement bonuses across different tiles, which could be good for these types of areas. There are lots of jungle and forest. Actually, this is not a jungle buff. It's just forest and river buff. I'm gonna go fire concentration since we actually are using some line artillery now. And so we get an instant buff of combat width down on artillery, plus 5 organization to all line arty, and then it's gonna go defense up for arty, soft attack up for arty, so just gotta earn those points. We just got plus 20% entrenchment over here.
Ready to move.
Have a faction research sharing bonus of 30%. Thing Chivo unlocked. I don't really have anything else to research, to be honest. I guess bombs and make some close air support. Trying to hold it down here for the Dutch East Indies. How has Germany not capitulated? This is ridiculous. Their whole homeland is gone. They're just living out of Austria and not capitulating. Uh-oh. They're pushing me out, bro. They actually got a bunch of troops here. I'm in danger.
Ready.
They have stronger divisions. I wasn't ready!
Ready to move.
Thought I was cool with my air superiority. We got no supplies, man. Actually, that's a good idea. Turn this army's motorization level up to keep them supplied. That army specifically.
Ano po ang utos? Fall in. Ready. Handa ng kumilos.
Possible tactical disaster incoming here.
Taking cover.
Possible tactical disaster on my part incoming. Quick, back to the island!
Listen up.
Quick! Just don't get cut off and you'll be fine.
Alis na! Ano po ang utos? Mga command. Ready.
Wow, we're getting rolled. Where'd all these troops come from? How does Japan still have this much to flex while they're getting pushed out of China? We don't have intel. We think they only have around 1 million total manpower. Total.
Ready to move. Mga command. Ready. Keep your distances. Keep your distances.
Keep your distance! Some would say we have been exceptionally lucky in our mineral prospecting, so readily stumbling on large deposits of gold, but it's dangerous for an economy to be so reliant on just one resource, as the Spanish Empire realized too late. We should put more resources into the discovery of other minerals. Who knows what our soil could be hiding? Unlock prospecting decisions. I didn't notice the prospecting decisions portion before. That might have been nice to notice earlier, but it hasn't been too big of a problem. Stability and war support's fine. I guess I'm just gonna go back and take the consumer good factory factor ones. Oh my god, we've been very successful in our coastal fort. A few more can't hurt. It's beautiful. They really didn't attack the middle at all, but like, I guess there's still time, so one more little pump up here. And then go from there. All right, research available. IDK. I don't know. Torpedoes. We're never gonna really make naval bombers, but we could dream. We could dream. All right, what's going on down here? I'm dying, dude. Don't go down there. Don't go down there, dude. I'm trying to retreat.
Keep your distances!
Keep your distance. Stay back. Stay back.
Fall in!
All right, just chill, just chill. Just let them have that. It's fine. Just dig in, hold your ground, resupply. We got a port right here, okay? Why do you only leave one dude here?
Listen up!
This is the capital, also has the naval base. We've stationed one division here. Don't worry, there's two more coming. They're just in the ocean right now. I'm sure they don't need a port to land here.
Listen up!
Get in here. Get in here, resupply. Get it together, lads.
Mga command!
Okay. Low manpower, it's not that bad. Nobody wants to buy my stuff. So I'll make it cheaper. Oop, don't remove it, just edit it. There's gotta be a faster way to do this, devs. Do I need to open a second screen? Can I not just edit it on this screen, go boop, 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 confirm or something? Do I need to individually open every single modifier here?
Ready!
Seems a bit much. It seems a bit much. Advanced small airframe. All right, we're gonna have to develop a new aircraft once we get this new engine, which will have more, specifically air defense, as well as range and top speed. It'll be beautiful, modern tech. But until then, We're not going to use cannons. We're not going to use photo recon. I guess transport planes would be nice just to have the research.
Opo, sir.
All right, they got a foothold, but we're actually like, oh dear, they're trying to push us back up north.
Attention.
I'm gonna send one of these dudes over to reinforce, and then we got 2 on each of these tiles. We don't have very large divisions, but these are the best we got. These is the best we got. They got 14.2 combat width, all right? 14.2. Huge. They do have line arty and support anti-air and field hospitals, cav recon, and NG companies, and still manage 64 org with all the new organization buffs that feel pretty powerful. It looks like there's a naval invasion of Borneo happening behind us. Oh, shit.
Listen up.
And I don't know if we can reinforce that fast enough, man. Surprise! 3, 2, 1. Yep. Okay, good. Nope, stay there. Prioritize your current battle over the new battle. Cheeky. Very cheeky. Do we need to do a strategic evac?
Commands.
Maybe we need to push in the north. Push in the north. We have air superiority, intel advantage attacking from multiple directions. We need to get some general
Orders.
power-ups here, man. You guys
Ready.
levels have not gone up the entire game.
Ano po ang utos?
They've been the same level the whole time. Benito Mussolini has been deposed in an unprecedented move. The Council of Fascism has seized power, deposing Mussolini and putting him under house arrest. The actions motivated by an effort to save the country from the military failures and incompetency of Mr. Mussolini. There could be civil war. Oh. This looks like they're standing outside of the Colosseum, which I never noticed there was a Colosseum before. Can anyone explain how Germany has not capitulated? They are... No, wait, they did capitulate. Okay. I didn't see a notification. Wouldn't there have been a notification like a newspaper from the game? $10.5 million casualties. Yeah, Italy is the only one holding out. 10.5. Soviet Union inflicted 7.5 million casualties on Germany. What a world we live in. Never seen that before in all my hours. 4.9 from Germany back to the Soviet Union. But 10 million on both sides nonetheless. There's about 30 million in casualties by this count. More like 35 if you include Japan. And then another 10 million in China. So we're probably bordering on 50 million casualties. That's somewhere in that neighborhood worldwide. Maybe more. But yeah, we're finally like trying to help out in the war, man. I'm holding Borneo. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm trying to hold it. Allied forces entered Rome after the surrender of its garrison, and the city is now under military occupation. Most historical landmarks remain intact, having weathered yet another battle for control over the city. For now, at least, Allied troops have stayed outside Vatican City at the request of the Holy See. The fall of Rome is an important milestone in the Italian campaign, and some are wondering if this means an end of the organized resistance to the advancing Allied armies. So, how, if you didn't know when wars end, if you look at the war summary, this is actually a pro tip, the major players have a gold border around them. So you have to capitulate the gold border nations. So like Hungary, Italy, that if you get Hungary and Italy, that will end this war. They got a little border around their flag. Ads starting right now, by the way. Turn your volume down. I'm going to take a BRB. Greater East Asian co-prosperity is Japan. So if Japan capitulates, war done. British Malaya major power. Yeah. Yep. So that's how you know when a war will end, basically. So we've already got the Reich. Until you get the bug where every time a major collapses, another nation becomes a major. True. True.
Ready to move.
Try and push these dudes back. All right, and just started. I'll be right back. Chaos. All right. Jamming. Great soundtrack. Trying to see who actually did it. Who wrote these tracks? Carl Strandberg. According to Bandcamp. All tracks written and produced by Carl Strandberg. But then some tracks also written by Olaf Stromqvist. I don't know how to pronounce. Sorry, Swedish names. And Alexander. What? How do you say Sjodin? Which one of those letters is silent? But anyway, Carl Sandberg is known for Battlefield 5, Battlefield 2042 Sound Department, and The Finals. Boop. And boop. Oh my god. How do you even deal with this? This is where Axis versus Allies gets kind of annoying because it's just like doom stacks. Impossible to see anything that's actually happening unless you zoom all the way in and get crazy audio levels. Whereas when you do ahistorical, it's more like small wars scattered across the world that are a little bit more manageable individually. Most of the time. Not always. Most of the time. Double fisting coastal fort still. I don't trust it, man. Japan's not... It's not over till it's over, so we're just gonna...
Orders.
We're just gonna be safe, you know? This is why I don't like assigning an army to use. This is why, okay, this is actually a great teaching moment. So a lot of people who play Hearts of Iron like just picking an army and changing the motorization level of that army. But if you're playing a nation that doesn't have 1 million trucks, here's what happens. So because I'm not doing it manually per port, motorization priority just helps them get resources using your truck infrastructure as opposed to horses, presumably. So if we take a look at the supply map mode, they have toggled double trucks on, or at least single trucks on. No, they toggled double trucks on at 1, 2, 3 separate overlapping locations, and then a fourth one over here. And then a fifth one on this side. So they're just using every single one that's within range toggles on, even though these 3 combined don't combine. I'm pretty sure they don't cumulatively stack. So it's just wasting a bunch of my trucks. Whereas if I do it manually, it is more of a pain in the ass. But we can just set up this one to do double trucks. We can set this one to do single truck, probably. And then this one to do double trucks. I'm not sure if that is going to be enough here. Double truck is needed there. So we just only do 3 instead of 5. And then I have a bunch more of my trucks available in the reserve instead of going to 0.
Keep your distances.
Keep your distance. I don't really like that that voice. It sounds like someone doing a voice. But it's also kind of funny, I guess. He thinks that we can push. He says we can push, sir. Let's do it carefully. I say execute a battle plan carefully, and if you think you can do it, then do it. I believe in Edward King.
Papatras na sila, sir.
He does have 3 attack skill. He doesn't have very good supply consumption, though. Jamming. Italy fractures into civil war. The newly appointed leader of Italy, Cesare Saramore, has been unable to address the rising tensions that have divided Italians and caused a civil war to erupt, breaking the country apart. Yeah, I don't think the Civil War really matters for you guys. We're about to see peace in Europe, and then it's gonna be Japan's turn. So what was the long-term goal we just accomplished? Rule the waves. Oh, they're ruling the waves. The reward is 100% research bonus for any ship. They're trying to build the atom bomb too. Might be peacetime here in a second, so get ready. Oh, called it. I still got it. I could tell based on the way the game was hanging a little bit. I got 0 war score. Let's go. I guess I'll pass. I suppose I will pass. I didn't help in Europe at all. Soviet Union is taking states in Germany and Poland and puppeting states in Czechoslovakia, Germany, and Poland. The UK is taking and puppeting states. I guess we should just pass and let's see what happens. All right, Japan is next. The Treaty of Berlin. Uh-oh, you believed in Edward King and then he got ill for 30 days. That's not good. Soviet Union took 12 states. Belgium took 1. Netherlands took 1. United Kingdom took 1. Lots of puppets. Who are you guys still fighting? Greater Hungary, Free State of Slovakia, and Legionary Romania. What did you guys do? Well, France is back. Charles de Gaulle is the leader of France. We got Regno del Sud. Not aligned. That's probably the Civil War. Yugoslavia is here and big. We got the British occupation zone, the American occupation zone, American Austria, a puppet of the US, and we have, is that just the United Kingdom? Oh, okay, that's just sovereign United Kingdom, and then Belgium and Netherlands, and then we have evil Denmark, Soviet Norway, Finnish Democratic Republic in the Comintern. We also have, what is that? Polish Soviet Socialist Republic. They were given a little bit of land with only Lublin. And then Soviets took a whole bunch of land all the way up. Free State of Slovakia is still at war. British Iraq. Kurdistan has been released. And then Soviet Union took some of Iran.
Come on, move out!
All right, you guys just chill until the commander is no longer ill. Freaking bombs! I don't know. Research-wise, we're kind of good on anything that's helpful. I guess I could just research logistics companies just to have them. I think like level 4 to level 5 is pretty solid, and then level 3 in the soft middle. Good. We're having a full peace conference for independent Montenegro. Confirmed. Yugoslavia took a state. They were annexed. Good peace deal. Good peace talk. Not long ago, Germany found itself dragged into another war. While everyone had hoped for a lasting peace in Europe, it's clear tensions on the continent are still too great. German officials state that they can no longer afford to keep the Rhineland demilitarized, arguing they need full mobility within their own borders to defend themselves. This does not bode well for Europe. Which Germany are we talking about here? Because Berlin is in the Soviet occupation zone. Don't forget, there's Polish Socialist Republic over there too. At least they have a coastline now. World War II too. The faction changes seem to cause more chaos after peace conferences. I can select a new faction goal. I don't think that's true. I have no influence. I do, however, have some planes. Which have been helpful. Love the streams. You got me playing EU5, now getting me into Hearts of Iron 4. I'm sorry for getting you into EU5. That's my bad. That wasn't my intention. Greater Albania. Gonna pass on that one too. Yugoslavia just eating everybody up. Engines 4 for airplanes and air-launched torpedoes. All right, I think it's time then to design a new aircraft. So we have the new airframe that has more range. Give it a single engine with the big boy engine. More max speed, more thrust. We're gonna try and make it cheaply with the, since we don't have much resources, non-strategic, which makes it really weak, but much more affordable. Self-sealing fuel tanks is great if you have rubber. We don't really have that much rubber, so just gonna do armor plates again. Probably drop tanks is worth the extra production because it doesn't take resources, just time. Gives us plus 25 range, 25% range. And then just some basic heavy machine guns. Very, very simple. Not going to be very strong, but it'll be quick. 55 agility and not much air defense. It has some attack on it. It's better than nothing. This is going to be the Adobo Mark II. Wait, is it? It's Adobo or a Bodo? Adobo. The Jolly Bee. I hate it, but sure. I could do the Add-a-Bomber. Add-a-Bomber. So then we want to make a version of this that does not have the guns on it, but does have small bomb bays. These are enabling close air support missions, which will really help your infantry, but they need air superiority so they don't get shot down by other fighters. And we should be able to put 2? Yeah, we can put 2 small bomb bays on there. I don't think we put any guns, or... The only other thing that you want on this is probably to take the armor plates off. And then just ground the aircraft if you don't have air superiority. And then we want to put dive brakes on because they really help out close air support. And I guess it's about the same as if we have armor plates because it's air defense 4. So I guess if you put, just put both of them on. Let's be greedy. Because then we'll have like 14 air defense. Production cost kind of thick though. Kind of thick. A little too thick, but save as new. No, it doesn't need to save as new. Okay, so let's change the old fighter production line to the new advanced. Since earlier down the research tree, we picked dispersed industry. We get that retention, so we don't really lose that much on the production efficiency at all, which is good. And then we want to start a new line for the bomber. But we need factories with 26k infantry equipment and 2k artillery. So I'm actually going to steal one from infantry equipment, steal one from support equipment, steal one from artillery, and then kind of just build some factories back in here just to try to get these going faster. And it looks like we have too much steel. Interesting. And not even close to enough aluminum, so let's trade for aluminum. Now I only get 5 per trade because of my Filipino perks or lack thereof. Normally you get 8. Philippines have some like minuses to trade. Let's sort by convoys. Australia, I'll trade with you. That should even us out and help us make planes faster. And then I want to start making some factories. I'm ready to start making factories, May 1944. We probably could have started sooner, honestly. Like, after we repelled the first couple naval invasions, I could probably have stopped building forts, but I like to go a little overkill on the coastal forts. Because again, I think Japan this is what happens. Do you see? When Japan lands troops somewhere, then you get stuck like this forever. You get stuck here. You just live here. Legionary Romania, enjoy. Romanian People's Republic was puppeted by whomst? Mastery unlocked. All infantry plus 10% soft attack. Huge. Actually, big upgrade. Did we ever get any more military high command? We have air superiority. Guess I'll pick that guy. Naval expert, why not? Ooh, line artillery plus 10% defense. Also huge. We need supplies up there, man. Ooh, they're kind of abandoning this spot. Greater Hungary, Italy, and Slovakia. The fall of Budapest. Hungarian capital has been captured by Soviet troops. The city was devastated. The Soviet banner's been raised over Buda Castle, and many Hungarian politicians have been captured. Is this the end of Greater Hungary? Soviet Union took 6 states. British Italy took 9 states. British Italy. United Kingdom took 4. Czech People's Republic took 3. Yugoslavia took 3. Romania took 1. There is peace in Europe at last. Soviet Austria. Socialist Republic of Bulgaria. Greece kind of got a raw deal down here. They didn't do anything. They were just invaded by Italy, man. It's not their fault. Yeah, and Hungary just is now in the British occupation zone, and it's just a mess down here. This is Austria. This is Budapest. So they're just Soviet. So Hungary is Soviet now. Czech People's Republic is... The borders are confusing me now because Poland is up here somewhere. There's Danzig. The borders are really making my brain hurt, man. Hey.
I'm done, sir.
Take the port. A number of Filipino workers have found good fortune working for American farmers in Hawaii. We should encourage this immigration so they continue to send money back to their families at home and grow our economy. Why not? I'm just kind of picking stuff at this point.
Andana.
All right, he says he can win. I'm gonna let my general handle it then. He's got the planning bonus.
Attention. Yes, sir.
Some of you guys need to stay here though. You're kind of dumb. There you go. There you go.
Orders. I'm done, sir.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Edward King, baby, let's do it. He's got 4 defense now. He must have leveled up.
Ready to move.
And we took the port in the north. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Ano po ang utos? Tara na!
I'm gonna need you to reinforce now, please. Get in the battle. Out of the reserves.
Mga command! Attention.
All right, you guys just chill there. Couple people flank. I'm gonna help you all out. Make them plan another naval invasion, okay?
Attention.
Yeah. Nah, we're pushing back. All right, infantry equipment 3 doesn't matter. We just want improved infantry equipment for the soft attack bonus. Because we can't afford to make the cool guns.
Orders. Ready to move.
Yep, take the ports. Get the nice little encirclement here. And since he has nowhere to retreat, this is how every Paradox game should be. If you encircle an enemy, they shouldn't be able to just retreat through you for free. There should be a mechanic for a breakout, because that is something that historically happened. People would get encircled, they would attempt a breakout. They just need to come up with a breakout mechanic. I was watching a video the other day about how different armies were trying to break out after Napoleon encircled them, unsuccessfully sneaking up on them when they're in the town. I forgot which battle that was, but you know, if I had a memory, I'd tell you which one. Some kind of breakout mechanic would be cool. Pop, they're gone. They don't retreat, they don't fight us 100 more times, they're just gone.
Ready, sir.
That's how it should be.
Sige na! Ready, sir. Mga command.
Edward, I got a new upgrade for you, bro. Max Entrenchment 5 is pretty good. We're gonna go offense 10% since you're leading the charge. 10% infantry division attack. That's gonna be the difference maker. I still believe in him.
Yes, sir. Fall in.
All right, the southern flank is secured for all intents and purposes. Got the planes coming out, and we're not gonna do infantry equipment 3. Imagine Paradox implements a new prison mechanic. To be honest, there probably should be some kind of prisoner of war mechanic if there was a Hearts of Iron 5, just because it is a huge logistical issue. The problem is that they would put in some mechanic that everybody just murders everyone that they capture. Probably. So I think that's why they just go with not doing it. If I had to guess.
Fall in. Listen up.
All right, we've almost got these guys on the top, so I think they just need to keep pushing. Maybe go balanced instead of cautious. No time for caution right now. Mastery unlocked, all infantry, and get a 0.2 to recovery rate. Well, that's good. We're getting a lot of... Dude, look how fast the arrow's going. Holy. Probably because of combat, but also because of the sharing from the other factions. Who does?
Attention. Opo, sir.
Kill that guy. These guys will be encircled if we take this port tile from the north.
Ready to move. Orders.
Okay, where? How'd they get 2 units there?
Opo, sir.
There's one little pocket left. Ooh. Well, well, well. How the turntables. Now we just need to finish the job.
Ready, sir. Alis na.
How did I not grab these guys for the flank? So, here's a pro tip.
Taking aim.
If you hit H, that's a shortcut to halt movement. If I'm unpaused and I tell
Listen
these
up.
guys to attack, then these guys to attack, then these guys to attack, but I was unpaused, they wouldn't join the battle at the same time. But if you pause,
Listen up.
then select all the units you want
Listen
to
up.
engage, listen up, then right click,
Move out.
then unpause to start the battle, then your forces will all join simultaneously. So it stops them from getting stuck in their reserves. So if you see me pausing to kind of start
moving.
a battle, then that's why. Because I want to get the flanking multiple direction bonus. Oh yeah, we kicked them out up here. Oh yeah. Do we have any leaderboards? No, we're not on the leaderboards for Japan. We probably lost, yeah, we lost another 40,000 casualties, though. That's a lot for us, actually. We're probably gonna need to go to service by requirement and just tank the construction speed factory output soon once we hit like 100k people or so. We're trying to make a little difference here, you know? Trying to make a little difference.
Mga command.
I don't know what to research. Logistics company. Military police. All right, we're building the military factories now. Pretty good. So we're gonna refill in what we took away from infantry equipment and improved arty. Wouldn't mind getting like level 4 infrastructure in some places. Probably get a couple more military factories in before that, though. Advanced rubber processing. Modify synthetic resources +1. So we only have one synthetic plant, and it's supplying all the rubber for the planes. Well, almost all of it. Could use another synthetic, I think. 2 should be good. Maybe get started on that since it takes a while to build. One gone. And there's 2. All right, we've secured Borneo. We did something. We contributed. We lost 40,000. Interwar transport plane. Let's go transport 2. I think I'm going to go over here now, but I'm scared of the mountains. I'm scared of the mountains. I'm scared of the lack of supply. And then I need to remember to go over, speaking of supply, and disable the double trucks over there. They really need a better way to manage supply levels, in my opinion. It's a little silly. I wonder, now that there's peace in Europe, how long it's going to take to mobilize all the US troops. They still got 4 million manpower, 363 ships, and 10,000 airplanes. We think that Japan has 2,000 airplanes, 291 ships tops, and 1 million troops tops. So it's kind of inevitable at this point. Now they can turn their entire attention to the Pacific.
Attention.
Attention. Now we're going over to Papua New Guinea. Let's go.
Orders.
Probably gonna have no supplies here either. Oops. Change that to trucks. Maybe that to trucks. Now that we have a national fiscal policy, we need to ensure the books are properly balanced. We want to achieve this not by raising taxes or going after those who are avoiding them, but trimming the fat. After all, if we are not already delivering those services, who will miss them? Modify Pearl of the Orient Seas with minus 10% consumer good factory factor. Okay. We got 100% war support. Our people are quite happy with the war, I guess. I wouldn't mind a 5% construction speed buff, I suppose. We are using it. We're doing really good on support equipment. We only got a stack of 24 divisions right now. I could probably, if we get some more manpower... hold on. Don't we have another manpower thing here? Oh, maybe it's... Okay, recruit... I spelled it wrong, first of all. Manpower. I don't think we're gonna do War for the Oceans. We're not gonna have enough time. Mandatory conscription is probably what I want, actually, instead of the other thing I just got. Because it has 2% recruitable population, which is kind of huge for us. So let's go with that.
Ready, sir.
Create a new battle plan. Going to New Guinea. Something like this. That way they can at least start planning. Air wings with no missions assigned. Oh yeah, we have an air wing. You guys got an air base? You do. All right, we'll fly our 100 planes over to that and start getting some air missions up. And we got another 100 here. Generally, we haven't, it's crazy that we didn't get bombed the entire campaign. Something's wonky, in my opinion. Something's wonky with the AI's airplane usage or lack thereof. Something's weird. Because you guys remember like a while back when we played China before these updates? And Japan bombed the shit out of us for the entire campaign? Or was it the US? Wait, no. It was the US. We played China and then the US came over. And it was just like every single factory and infrastructure on the coast was just getting bombed by aircraft carriers. Is this game hard to play? Does it look hard to play? It's easy for me to play. It'd probably be hard for you to play. I'm just kidding. But no, it is kind of hard. It's kind of hard. It's not as hard to play as EU5, in my opinion. Just move your mouse around and click. It's that easy. But yeah, it's definitely one of those games that once you know what's going on, it's pretty easy to play. I don't think it's necessarily easy to master. I think if you're a multiplayer focused game, then it would be harder to master. If you're single player focused, it's not too hard to master. I'm gonna try and get a port up here so we can get some supplies. Because everybody has got no supplies. But yeah, it's not too bad. It looks harder than it is. I think Hearts of Iron is definitely the case of it looks way more intimidating. It is the kind of game where there's a lot going on under the hood in terms of, but the way they present information I think is good. Like you can look at they're naval invading Borneo again. You could look at any battle and be like, oh, I'm losing that battle, and kind of see that at a glance, right? But then there's a lot going on under the hood. Why is that battle being lost? Well, it's this general versus this general. They're using the tactics card. They have this many troops involved. There's reserve troops. Who's attacking who? What are their traits? Do they have any intel advantages? Do you have spies behind enemy lines? So I think it presents the information pretty well, but there is a lot going on. under the hood, more detailed dice rolls, I would say. But once you kind of figure out what information you need to parse off the screen and look for, it's pretty straightforward. You can kind of follow the flag notifications pretty easily. Mastery reward unlocked. So that is the new doctrine system. We just got tier 2. Mastery is gained by units in action. Training contributes to mastery at a reduced rate. Okay, so basically we're fighting a lot, so our doctrine is being refined, which is cool. If you learn 1 to 3 mechanics every playthrough, you should win your first campaign on your 10 to 15th attempt. I don't know if it would take that long. 15 tries is a lot of tries. I could never get into Hearts of Iron. It's definitely my favorite of the Paradox games right now. And by favorite, I mean it's the only good one. Just buy the game with no DLC and pile them on one by one. It mostly works TM. Possibly some funkiness because of the patch that just changed a bunch of core gameplay mechanics. The airplanes look the weirdest to me. Like, there's no way... There's no way Japan doesn't bomb us when they're trying to naval invade the Philippines. So, some of it might be a little wonky. But it definitely functions the best out of any of the other games. I think the AI is the tightest as well. It's not perfect, but you know, they do shit like this. Like, they're back in Borneo. They put pressure to the bitter end. I never feel like the AI in Hearts of Iron like lets you win straight up. I'm not saying it's like that insanely hard or anything like that, but I feel like, for example, we just played EU5. The AI in EU5 like straight up lets you win. Like, it's just like, I'm watching my ally over there with 5,000 levies just siege, going la 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 la. I'm sieging, and then I'm looking at like a 20,000 stack of conquistadors rolling toward him like, bro, run. Run. And they're like, no, I need to siege until I die. And the same thing is true when we were fighting them, right? It was just like, they come into your territory, you kill them. They come back, you kill them again. It's like, you can see me, man. I know you can see me because I click on my unit, it says you can see me. So you know I'm coming for you. So why are you just sitting here letting me roll over you? You just gonna stand there and die? I thought the Stellaris AI was fairly competitive, but it's kind of gone back and forth depending on the update. It's probably the easiest AI to code. I disagree. Hearts of Iron gotta be one of the hardest to code. The reason is because there are static front lines. So it's entirely dependent on maintaining front lines. Like, for example, just now, this last patch, they just patched it again to make the AI less likely to abandon front lines, whereas other games don't have front lines. They don't have any of that complex shit. This is what they have: blob of enemies. It's another blob of enemies. We are fighting until one of us wins or loses. Okay, someone loses or retreats, and that's it. That's all you have to do. These are like ebbing and flowing battles across the entire map, combining air, sea, and infantry simultaneously with complex supply lines that include railways that need to stretch across from capitals to supply hubs and maintain levels of supply. Ain't none of the other games got anything close to that. It's way more complex. Stellaris AI has no idea how to do its eco now, does it not? I haven't played Stellaris in like since before the last major update, so I don't even know.
Almost, sir.
A big problem in Hearts of Iron previously was like, you'd have a major front line and the AI would something would flip in it and it would just abandon the entire front and you just walk in. Or your allies would just leave. Launch Hearts of Iron 4 supply was booty? Yeah, it was. No Step Back made supply fun and interesting. Actually having to like think about capturing supply hubs and build supply hubs and get supply where it needs to go. Much more interesting. Hearts of Iron has had some really bad DLCs, but they've also had some DLCs that actually improved the core mechanics of the game. I'm not sure if Stellaris has improved. It's kind of like side graded over the last 9 years by comparison. Trains were a great change from No Step Back. King is raring to go. I know, he is raring to go. And he's got air support. Well, actually, he could have real air support. We got 53 close air support, but they're babies. Maybe we do some pilot exercises first. Stellaris is straight up stupid easy because the AI doesn't understand the game anymore? Really? How the hell are the allies failing to contain the Borneo? They're repositioning. They had to sail from Europe. It takes a while, but they're on the way from Europe right now. Notice how Japan has stopped naval invading anybody, so I think the era of naval invasions is over. Having some close air support can make a massive difference. So even like one air squad or half an air squad will make a big difference in this push. So I'm trying to wait for them to get a little XP so they're not green. They don't crash into each other and die. There's actually a day-night cycle the game simulates, and you can tell the airplanes to only do missions during the day in order to reduce accident chance. So I'll just do that for them. And you can tell the sun right there, sun and moon. Like, I want the fighters to be active at all times, but I only want the close air support active during the day, because we can't really afford to replace them that much. We're not going to get to use these logistics companies, but I just got to research something. Let's see, how far has the US come? They still got some islands here, but it looks like they're island hopping. They get in real close. Probably going to start planning some naval invasions here. I see British forces on the front in China. Okay, let's get them in. No more pilot exercises. I wish I could, well, they're gonna have more range than the fighters that we have over here, so I'm gonna send them to this rear base instead. Good time to get 5% soft attack for the infantry just before we make the push through Papua New Guinea. Advanced oil, because we're losing oil now. I did build a second synthetic, so we have 2 synthetic refineries. We actually have a small surplus of rubber, but not enough steel. That's fine. Okay, there's our close air support. Put them on close air support mission. In this zone. And now they got close air support. Send it. Should be pretty easy. They don't have that many forces here, but it needed somebody to make the push because the allies hadn't done it. So now we got attacking for multiple intel advantage and air superiority. Since we don't have that many close air support, they're only going to be able to help certain battles. Like this battle is getting close air support, but the other one wasn't. So close air support doesn't help everyone simultaneously because they're limited. And the range, look at the difference in range between our old fighters and our new ones. Much better. Yeah, close air support makes a huge difference. Yeah, you guys, they're gonna have to stop Borneo. They need to get aggressive in here. Get aggressive, dude. It would be nice if there were like, when there were major naval invasions, if you would get some kind of notification that like, hey, the US is about to launch a huge naval invasion on the mainland Japan. Mastery unlocked. Entrenchment speed plus 15%. Grand battle plan. Max entrenchment plus 5. Brigade size plus 1. Elastic defense. Does that mean we maxed it? Yeah, we maxed defensive postures. So it's a little bit late because I didn't do too much fighting early, but I could select elastic defense as a preferred tactic, which is synergistic with static warfare, choosing it if it's a preferred tactic for defense. We could take a Spirit of the Army. The only thing I thought I wanted was like army experience gain plus 25%. That's kind of all we could get. I'm fine with that. Could take a air doctrine? Should have taken an air doctrine. Let's go with... I think it's a bit greedy to do battlefield support because we don't have that much. We don't have that much. It's mostly for air support missions. We just started doing air support missions, but I guess. Normally I like having the air superiority mission efficiency up. Yeah, I usually just like focusing on fighters because my fighters get shredded by other fighters. I have no idea what the difference in air superiority mission efficiency is and air superiority plus 10%. If they're both plus 10%, what's the difference in mission efficiency versus just air superiority? No idea. They sound the same. Air wing mission XP gain plus 15% and all fighters are more agile. Yeah, I'll just take that. Free military factories, is that allowed? Well, we know we need we know we need planes. And we don't need that much anti-air. The defense of the Philippines is the responsibility of every citizen. As such, they should be subject to mandatory conscription and trained with military duty. Recruitable pop plus 2, that's actually big. So that's gonna raise us from 5% to 7%, and then it's gonna be 135% of that. So whatever 135% of 7 is, we're about to get a bunch more manpower. In which case, I'm gonna start training new Strike Force gamers. Here come 12 more Strike Force divisions. Out of trucks? I guess I am out of trucks. From new deployments, from division reinforcement. Chat, do you know if there's a way to quickly reset every single logistics supply? On the entire map? Simultaneously? Is that a thing? But yeah, I'll get some more. Problem is, we need rubber. gonna say execute carefully instead of balanced. Army of the Philippines factory output and recruitable population factor up is real good. Hello, Secret Rue. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you.
Listen up.
Thank you for dropping the Prime. Also, I missed some subs. Zint and Autonomy. Thank you, Zint, pumping it in chat for 46 months. I don't know. I'm going to say I was AFK. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I'm going with. And Autonomy priming for a 16th. What's up? Thanks, guys. Why do I have a convoy here? Oh, we were trading with Australia, but that's such a weird place to be. They want to give me convoys, or they want to give me trucks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great offers, great offers.
Attention.
No problem with air superiority here. I wish I could move these guys up. They're at like the edge of their operational range. Ding, 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 ding. Thanks, everybody. They're all offering me trucks because they saw I had a shortage.
Ready.
That's so nice, everyone. All right, we're building infrastructure now. I'm gonna build another synthetic refinery. Get that plugging away. And then go military factory. Military factory, military factory. It's kind of that time. Never played this game before, but why when you reclaim land, they go to their original country and not you? That's how the world works, usually. If your land gets invaded and your allies come retake the land, they don't steal it from you. They give it back to you. Right? Now, if a different faction fights over it and wins, then they might annex it or puppet you, but they probably were at war with you to begin with. But in general, if you have land and you go to war and then you don't lose the war, then you get it back. Right? So I would say that. Now, in general, the dust never settles until the peace treaty. So if you see funky borders, but you haven't had a peace treaty yet, then you gotta, the borders aren't settled until after the peace treaty. Why didn't the US get to keep France after World War II? Ad starting soon. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. It's already been 6 hours. Oh my goodness. Modern rubber processing. All right, good, good, good. We got max rubber processing here. And it's almost 1945. So I guess I'm just gonna take air-launched torps. And I might build a little naval bomber, but it's too late. Like we're gonna win at this point. I just need to see the dust settle to claim victory, you know? A Borneo naval invasion? Again? How we doing over here? Pretty good.
Listen up.
No supplies though. Terrible supplies. So I guess I'm gonna build a couple naval bases for everybody. And then get a railway going. So we can keep pushing. All right, ad just started. What are these buttons? Faction theaters. I haven't even looked at these buttons. I don't think I'm in control of this. They're still fighting Vicky France in North Africa. That's funny. New faction theater mechanic I haven't really got to play with. All right, I'm hungry, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Loud. Where were we? Trying to make more trucks. Gotta get production efficiency back up. And I'd like to recruit some more people. I'd like to get a whole 24 divisions going at the same time. Would be nice. Which is gonna take our manpower dangerously low, but we're currently recruiting back up. And if I really need the manpower, I could simply change conscription laws. Which I might do anyways. It's gonna lower factory output though, and construction speed, so I don't want to do it until I have to.
Attention.
So you have to take Taiwan or Japan's home islands to gain new territory? No, they just have to lose. So like, the way the game works, the more you contribute to a war, the more say you get in the peace conference that comes afterward. And the contributions are measured differently. It could be how much land did you take? How much land were you in charge of garrisoning? There's a whole garrison mechanic. How many ships did you sink? how much of their air power did you kill? And you get points, and then you just spend those points on either puppeting or annexing. So if they lose, they'll lose all of their home. I don't necessarily have to be the one to take it. That being said, I'm not going to be the one that gets all the cool shit because I just had to survive on my island. We didn't do a whole lot of fighting until the end. We kind of swooped in at the end to claim some glory.
Listen up.
But now I'm here. We got no supplies over here, though. Which is exactly why I am building some naval ports. But this was a campaign more about just surviving as Philippines. Because World War II would have been kind of crazy different if the Philippines never fell. Because that would have been an insane base of operation. Like, the whole thing that the U.S. was doing was trying to get islands closer and closer to Japan in the Pacific as staging grounds in order to be able to eventually, potentially, invade the home islands, which, of course, they ultimately decided not to, and then dropped 2 nukes instead. But if they had had Philippines the entire time, they could have kind of just gone past many of these islands in the Pacific as long as they held, you know, the most strategically viable ones that prevent them from attacking Hawaii. Of course, they don't want Hawaii to get attacked more than it already had been. And they could probably have gone around through Australia up to Philippines, and that would have been an insane staging ground to attack Japan from. It basically ruins Japan's entire strategy. Yes, correct. Which is also why Japan invaded the Philippines, right? So this was more of just like a historical campaign to kind of see what I can do as with the main character plot armor and all of the historical adjacent focus trees. I wasn't expecting to become a world superpower. There might be a path you could take to become a world superpower. Perhaps. But I don't think this is it. How are we doing on the build? Almost done with both naval bases. Allies are kind of already pushing in here. Maybe I should just be more aggressive. Let's just be aggressive. Our army forces have evolved significantly in a few short years, and it's time to put aside the reliance on foreign support and march confidently for ourselves toward a new, bright, secure future protected entirely by Filipino blood and steel. Our security is now our own. 10% factory output's great, and 10% recruitable pop factor. So our total pop factor is at 145%. So whatever our actual recruitment percent is, in this case it's 7%, so it's like 5% from extensive conscription, 2% from Philippine Army is 7, and then that's modified to 145 of that. So I wish I would just tell you the final percent instead of making you math it out, but it is what it is. We don't have any transport planes, but if I had enough factories, I'd make some. I guess I'll do the Air Force one since you get air bases and military factories over here. But they're all 70-day focuses, devs. It's almost 1945. That's when the game's over. Kinda though. A lot of games end around 1945, but you can keep playing through 1950 and there's still stuff to do. Some games require that, but I don't think this is going to be one of those games. It seems like it's all about the Allies finishing the job in Africa, which I have no idea why they're struggling so much, because the AI has kind of always struggled with supply. It's not that hard, brothers. One of you guys just needs to build a damn naval base here and connect it up with rail. You probably don't even have to connect it up with rail. You probably just build the naval base. So yeah, there's always room for AI improvements, to be sure. I'll build it for you. It's nice that they let you build it for your allies in case the AI gets stuck. Didn't always used to be that way. All right, refineries give us more fuel. Make it even more fuel.
Fall in.
Oh yeah, they're abandoning. We're kind of overrunning all their forces right now.
Yes, sir.
And if you could get behind them, you can encircle them, cut them off, and then they 4 divisions have nowhere to retreat. And we just kind of walk through the rest. Which would be best case scenario. Looks like that's what's gonna happen. About to be encircled as soon as we cut it off right here at this choke point.
Commands.
And there we go. All right, encircled, nowhere to run, no port to extract from. Gone. 5% defense, 10% breakthrough for line arty. It's good for us. Now that we're actually in active combat, we're getting a lot of look. That's a stream right there. I think I dig the new doctrine system. It's very different. They've adjusted how much army XP you get. We're not inundated with like 500 army XP, but I don't know if it's perfect. But it like seems cool, more modular. I don't know if it's IMBA. I have no idea if it's balanced or not.
Keep on attacking.
Attack! Everyone, keep attacking! But it wasn't really fun spending 100, like 90 army XP for every single upgrade on the doctrine tree, I'll say that. Military police, we're not even using those. We could get, not you. We could get the special, we're not even really using the rangers that much, but I might just pick this. Let you train more rangers, I guess. I don't know. Not that important right now. I don't really do a lot with special forces anyway. Maybe I should. And deleted.
Opo, sir. Attention.
All right, now let's take all this. Duchy Cindy's is a little more secure. Hello? Stop offering me a Lend-Lease if you're just gonna cancel it. How are we negative 110 anti-aircraft? You take one factory off the line, and that's what happens. All right, we're building some more military factories. Logistics 3. We're not even using logistics companies. It's 1945. All right, all in on the support companies then. Such as recon and engineers. Okay. Queue them up. Now let me go ahead. How are we doing on guns? 22,000 guns. Almost 2,000 arty. 2.5k support equipment. Probably just go boom, boom, boom. Boom. New Guinea. Borneo. How are they still launching naval invasions? How does Japan have any troops left, man? They're pushing into Korea now. They can't have that much going on. They have like 750k troops left. They're almost zero. 2.5k airplanes. Still 225 boats or something like that in that neighborhood. We don't even have an intel network, so I don't even have accurate info here. All right, where are we sending the boys next? I don't know if I want to send them to Korea. It seems, well, I guess that's where they're gonna go. I don't want them to get intercepted. That's what I'm kind of worried about. Maybe I just babysit them. Let's find the port.
Move out.
Take the train if there is one. Go to Kaiser Wilhelmsland. Why is there a Kaiser Wilhelmsland in Australia, in Papua New Guinea? The Albanian Republic has joined the Allies. It was a German colony before World War I, if I recall. Oh, there you go. When are the other guys coming out? First 12 are about to pop out. Ugh. We're gonna need even more factories and even more steel. Never enough, dude. Yeah, we're gonna cram at least like 3 military factories right there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. The strike force is ready to go. The next strike force. We need a general, though, don't we? We don't have one. So the way that you get new generals if you don't have one, I go to officer corps, officers, sort by experience, and whoever has the most XP gets promoted. If they're high enough XP, they can even get starting at level 2 and get some different traits. And their background does kind of affect what traits they might roll. So if you want a cavalry guy, then you might train up a cavalry guy and so on. And it just costs command power. He'll come out as like a level 1, just a baby. So at this stage, we're probably good to just swap them around with somebody else that's a little better statted, like
Orders.
Like this guy, Leon Mabini. He's got better supply consumption and attack.
Ready, sir.
His twin. It's his twin.
Orders.
Okay, yeah, we'll just switch them.
Sir.
Now, you guys, we could probably use like a whole new... Normally, I would want a new field marshal for this, but we don't really have anybody who would make a good field marshal, so...
Yes, sir.
Because I like having each theater of war be a different field marshal. But at this stage, it's too much work.
Sir.
It's too much work. Breakthrough hardness. I guess breakthrough? I don't know. We're not really using trucks for anything anyway.
Commands.
Commands. All right. So now that we're at the port, I'm just going to right click To somewhere with friendly territory. Let me see. We got all this too. Can't even see what's going on there because we don't have military access. Thank you, China. I have to ask for military access from each warlord separately. So these guys actually have supply, they just have no manpower. Turkey, Liberia, British Raj, and Iran are all like kind of weak. All right, yeah, let's push them out. Let's flush them out of here. Attention. I'm gonna go 24 divisions to that front line.
Listen up.
And then the other 12 divisions to this front line.
Commands.
And hopefully there is no naval presence here. No enemy naval presence here. Looks pretty safe. What about invasion? You can't... What does a naval invasion require that would prevent us from doing it? The Army Air Corps, although limited in size and resources, do not lack for ambition. Our islands are sparse, difficult to traverse, so we should invest more significantly into our aerial capabilities. Well, I wish that research bonus for aircraft came earlier and not at the back of a 70-day... These should be 35-day, man. 25 air experience for 70-day focus. Give me a break. $210 days just for 2 military factories. Come on, dude. And 4 air bases. I could build those in a week. Like, getting a Filipino Air Force is hard enough as it is. But when you actually are making it, you don't even want these because it's just like, they're so time-consuming.
Orders.
All right, we're arriving on the scene. Why do we not know who's there? We don't have intel? It's a mystery. I guess we just didn't have intel. Fresh out of basic training, going to the front lines.
Fall in.
No general. General's en route.
Opo, sir.
Uh-oh, they sunk 3 convoys. Are you guys okay?
Orders.
Who sunk them? 8 submarines. I don't know if they killed anybody. There's not really any supplies here either, of course. We're gonna use trucks at the port. Doesn't seem to do much. I think I'm just gonna help them by building yet another naval base here. I'm not allowed to build a naval base there because they're not my actual allies. Ask for airbase access. Okay, well, I guess I won't build one. Where is the Air Force? We have a small but useful Air Force. I'm gonna fly them back home and then see what else we got. We got 152 Adobo Mark 1s. Get these guys shift-click pilot training. And we're gonna start shifting up our brand new Air Force. I'm actually impressed that we got any planes at all. You know, that's already an achievement. 300 fighter wings standing by. They have one air base with only room for 100 people. So I guess I'll take my most veteran. Give him air superiority. There's an air base right there that has some room. Who decided this should be its own air channel, man? All right, one of you go here. One of you go there. All right, we got air superiority. We're helping. It's a small bonus for the ground troops, not quite as big
Done, sir.
as having the actual ground support. These guys. You guys don't need pilot exercises. All right, come with me. Close air support missions over Siam. I'm late. Brain not awake. We're still alive. We're actually kind of just winning. We're kind of just trying to close it out. It's almost a foregone conclusion. Europe is in a occupation peace, as peaceful as occupation can be. And now we are trying. We've actually got some military units. We got 36 divisions that are out helping try to close out the war, but we have no supplies down here. So I don't really know how to help that because I'm not allowed to build naval bases. They have no supplies. I don't know how the AI is getting supplied, actually. Is Bangkok supplying them from that far away? We have more supplies on this flank. And we actually have a small air force. I suppose I want to take the close air support over. Well, now that airfield is full. Take them over here.
Fall in.
Okay, the rest of my troops aren't quite there yet, and I need to give them an actual offensive line just so they can start getting a planning bonus. So, fun fact about the planning bonus. You don't... If you think, I don't like to do the planning tool because I just do the battles myself, and I don't like letting the general do them. Well, you still get a bonus to your attack, even if you manually select the attacks, if you have a planning bonus for those army groups. So it's always worth creating a plan because you're just leaving free attack bonus on the table. If you don't.
Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna create something. Even if you just create something, that's fine. It's better than nothing. 51% attack bonus is pretty good. You don't get the full bonus if you do the manual attack, but you get some of it. A pretty good portion of it. All right, here's the rest of them. The other 12 divisions are on the way. Boomu, thank you for gifting a sub to Solaire and also Audible Quack. Appreciate the gift subs. Chat, what are you guys doing tonight? What are you playing? As we're trying to close out this campaign. For the first time in years, we have free civilian factories. Is that allowed? I'm just gonna build anti-air for fun. Because why not? Planet Crafter, Tarkov, Crusader Kings 3, Stellaris, EU5, Wayfinder, Anno 117. 117? Which one is that? Stardew. Build a new PC. Nice job. Congrats. Kenshi. NCAA Football 26. Okay. Star Citizen. Why? Tarkov PvE. Software Inc. Good choice. On a Train. I don't know what that is. Expedition 33. Planet Zoo. Chaos Zero. Bed is not a game. Hades 2. I still need to finish that. Playing CK3. There are too many people in this chat playing CK3. Finishing a paper for school. Contemplating a morning Hearts of Iron 4 runs. Good idea. EU5 still, despite its flaws, I generally love the game. I'm happy for you. I uninstalled that shit. It's not even on the hard drive anymore, but I'm happy for you. Minecraft in the background. Kirby Air Riders. Anno 117 is the new one. Oh. Okay. I just think of it as Anno Rome something. Anno E2 Brutus. Manor Lords, you guys are trying to trigger me, aren't you? Symphony of War, that's a fun game. I never finished it though.
Listen up.
Notice how some of my forces have like low power? They actually got intercepted by the enemy. Either Navy or Air Force. So they got sniped. They almost died. Now they're gonna have to get reinforced. That's the danger of just sailing your ships out. Rage delete confirmed and approved. The reason I uninstalled it is because it's gonna take so long for them to fix the myriad of things that are just like breaking the actual full game and making it unplayable that I don't even want to think about it until 3 giant patches from now. It's gonna take more than them waking up and tweaking levy damage to fix all the things that are wrong with the way I like to play the game. I don't understand why they're so obsessed with the levy damage and the regulars damage. Like, it was fine on launch. And now they're just like ping-ponging it back and forth, back and forth. It was fine on launch. There really wasn't anything wrong with it. It was okay. It was serviceable. It wasn't great, but it was like... I don't think that... I think there's larger fish to fry, you know?
Yes, sir.
See, this is actually where naval invasions would be good, but I don't have a navy. If I had a navy, then like backcapping under here and opening up another front on the coast would be excellent, but we don't have that ability. How is 317,000 manpower low? That's the most we ever had. Who is this? Is this infantry? Who is this? Oh, this is artillery. Who cares? Pick one. What do I need? All? Alright. Production cost, whatever, whatever, whatever. There you go. Nah, I don't have to look at it again. MFs who say EU is Europe focused didn't play EU4. Let me hit you with this one. When you read the title of the game, what's the first half of the title? Europa. What's the second half of the title? Universalis. Okay? It ain't called Europa 5. It's called Europa Universalis 5. All right? But some people are not ready to hear that the whole game is broken. It doesn't matter where the fuck you start. But if you like it in spite of that, play it then. You don't need my approval, you know? You can just play it. I get it now. There wasn't a day that went by that there wasn't some huge core mechanic issue with the game. And there won't be, because I don't have to worry about it anymore. Is that going to stop me from buying the DLC? I'll probably still buy the dumb DLC because I'll be morbidly curious. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna do it on day one. Okay, let me put it like this. If there's a DLC in February, I'm skipping that one. 3 months is not gonna fix anything. After 150 hours of Europa, there's more gameplay in 15 hours of Hearts of Iron 4 than 150 hours of Europa 5. It just is. In the Philippines. There's more gameplay in the Philippines in Hearts of Iron 4 than in any nation in Europa Universalis 5. Actually have to make decisions and not just react to pop demands. EU5 fans would be so mad if they could read that via 3 nested dual tips. Why only 3? Look, if you don't think Europa Universalis 5 sucks yet, keep playing. You'll get there. It's a time-based mechanism. I told you guys at the beginning. I told you from day one. It just hits you in the face with what appears to be complexity. Europa Universalis 5 is like the Gish Gallop of grand strategy games. You know what I mean? It just hits you with so many different angles that you can't even respond. So you think that it's intelligent, but then the longer you play, the more layers you peel back, and the Wizard of Oz is just Johan sitting back there like puppeteering all these giant machinations and projections to make it look like this huge in-depth game. Well, at least we got a small surplus of anti-aircraft now. And a small surplus of trucks. How many trains do we need? 46. We got 99 in stockpile. Okay. I think the trucks will be fine with 2 factories. Let's just focus on air power for now. Expand air bases, even if our allies wanted to deploy an air force to our islands, or should we develop the capability to do that ourselves? We don't have the space to base them. We should fix that. 4 air bases and some research bonuses. And then the 2 military factories, which I am going to assign to guns, support, then Artie. We need to trade for steel, because the U.S. is not giving it to us. All right, U.S. No one's got steel. The UK does, but that's a long trade. Okay, now we're only -2. Aluminum is also a problem. Because the US is not getting it to us. Australia, I think it's just getting intercepted. British Italy. All right, I mean, that's better. Okay, these are basically like fully trained up now. Can't even fight over here because there's no supplies. Close air support. You guys just fight during the day. Air superiority in South Indochina. Those are our older fighters. Okay, and then close air support. Wait until they arrive. Standing by, close air support. Right here on this edge. But yeah, without the sarcasm, without the lathering it in insults for insult's sake, I think the genuine problem with EU5 is what appears to be fun about it is actually not something that is fun so much as it is an attempt to have like a dopamine rat in a cage response where it feels like fun, but what it actually is a brain response to seeing like how much money you make go up, the population number go up, and your borders go up, which is different from even like Hearts of Iron, where you're making actual gameplay choices and decisions. I don't really think you're making many decisions in Europa. Genuinely. 90% of the gameplay is just opening the market screen and seeing what is in a deficit and then building that. And then if you don't have any market deficits, then it's building buildings because you have a bunch of money that you don't really need, but that will create more deficits so that you can fill the deficits. And that's 90% of the gameplay. I don't think that there's really any meaningful military decisions that you can make. The closest is deciding where to put castles or fortifications. But as far as offense goes, you're sort of just sitting around waiting for war score. Because battles don't give you war score, right? And sieging can, but it's very small and very slow. And even the research tree looks like it has a bunch of decisions to make, but then when you realize that all you need is literacy rate / universities and trying to get as many levies as possible, there aren't that... You're going to be picking the same researches every time you play. In fact, is what I'm trying to say. Like, there is an optimal... You're not going to be picking different research paths. Every campaign is going to be the same research paths. Hearts of Iron has that a little bit up front. Like, you're always going to pick the same researches to start Hearts of Iron, for sure. But you do vary it wildly depending on your actual starting conditions. Sometimes you're going to want a navy. Sometimes you're going to want a stronger air force earlier. Sometimes you're going to only want to focus on infantry, which is usually how I end up, because those are the nations I pick.
All ball, sir.
I don't know what to research now. I guess oil? It's kind of only a matter... I'm surprised the US hasn't naval invaded Japan yet. They must have changed something, because normally it would have already. Line them up, knock them down. Lining them up, knocking them down. Hello, Johnny. Thank you for the 61 months. I appreciate the sub. Who says E? Are you a puppet or did you get independence? We're independent, but we're still in the Allies. And we're kind of just sitting here waiting in Southeast Asia. But yes, there's a lot of there are a lot of people who somehow think that if you don't start in the middle of Europe, your opinion is invalidated and you don't understand what you're talking about, and it's hilarious every time. That's what I mean when I say lining them up and knocking them down. The mechanics are not different. They're the same. They're identical. Your playstyle will not change at all. Be the same no matter where you pick on the map, because the whole game is the same no matter where you start on the map. The only difference is that you might get more land in one place with expansion before you get into the exact same game as you get into anywhere else in the map. It's the same. So saying that there's real diplomacy and sieges to do, what is real diplomacy in Europa Universalis 5? Please tell me, anyone. Obviously, the person I timed out, I'm not talking to you, because I'm just tired of reading the same dumb bullshit over and over again. What is... Anyone else in chat? I won't time you out for answering this question. What is real diplomacy in Europa Universalis 5? Arranging a couple of marriages and increasing opinion with diplomats. That's it. Those are the only two ways that you can do diplomacy in Europa Universalis 5. There's two options. And then sieges are, you stand there and wait for the timer to tick. How is that gameplay? I don't know what that means. Actual sieges. The experience that everybody else is having in Europe and Europa 5, I know because I read the subreddit every day. See what everyone else is doing. And they're just trading, wiping 60,000 stack levies over and over again. You wipe a 60k stack levy, another 60k stack appears a few weeks to a month later, and you guys keep trading, and none of it contributes to war scores. So you just keep doing it until war exhaustion or the war score ticks up from like waiting for a siege. The honeymoon period is evaporating quickly on Reddit. Very quickly. It has actually been quite enjoyable to watch. I'm going there. I haven't looked today. Let's see. Pirates stole my entire fleet. This navy belongs to Narbonne. 120 ships. The second navy used to be my main assault fleet with 88 heavy ships. I got a random event saying my admiral defected to a pirate nation that Venice set up. I didn't think anything of it because I thought it just meant I lost an admirable and they're pretty replaceable. I didn't realize he took the entire damn fleet with him until I got a notification saying that France was now the naval hegemon, and I noticed I only had 20-ish heavy ships left. Only one heavy in history was ever captured by pirates. I can't imagine the crews of 88 heavies willingly gave up their salaries. Like, seriously can't understand why Paradox thinks that stupid events like this are fun. You just get massive debuffs for no reason or lose tons of money with no way to avoid it. It's cancer design. 83 points. All right, well, they're starting to hit them with the it's cancer design and actually getting upvotes and not downvotes. The tide is definitely changing. Can someone explain how Mesoamerica is supposed to work 1,000 upvotes? I'm not going to read all this, but... basically, no one has 10, which was also obviously a problem in America, but... and not just Mesoamerica. The Great Pestilence also has a chance to bug out and never end. Hey, someone else realizes it. It also has a chance to bug out and do nothing except kill Europeans who for some reason can just die of it. If you colonize Hispaniola first, the pestilence can start there, spread across the islands, then stall out and never reach the mainland. That happened for me. I conquered some Mayan cities, sent some Spanish Castilians there, and waited for the Mayans. Never happened. Like 40k died in Cuba and Colombia when I showed up, and no more since. Anyway, the thing people don't get is all the stuff that happens in America, to me, will happen to you if you play European, because you will go to America. You just won't go until later in the game. So if you're just playing in the 1400s, you think, wow, this is so cool. So if you keep playing, you will get to the busted shit. You just have to keep playing. There were multiple people in chat who were affected by the Conquistador bug. It's not just people who are Native American. Conquistadors will kill anyone who's not Catholic. There's people in the rest of Europa Universalis who are not Catholic. So the conquistadors come for you too. That can happen. It's not just Native Americans. But yeah, it's an issue with like the late game. The second to last and the last age are the most egregious and the least tested. The flashbang went away. Like, here, well, it's coming back. Pew. Like, here's Age of Revolutions, right? This is the final age in the game. The entire Age of Revolutions ranges from pointless to actively irritating, and the game would be better if it ended in 1750. Age of Revolutions needs serious work. What was the second to last age called? Absolutism? People mostly have a problem with revolutions, which is understandable. The requirements to end my court and country disaster the absolutist way seem impossible. Well, they seemed impossible to me too, but we got there in the most hilarious way possible that I think anybody could, whether or not it has nothing to do with these. This is just a mechanic that affects everyone, not just Native Americans, right? We're doing the same mechanics that everyone else is doing. We just had to strip them of all their rights and then give them right back. Anybody could do that. I think that's what most people don't get, is Native Americans and anyone in the Americas are the same as any other European nation. It plays identically. You're just 100 to 200 years in the past technologically. There are no other differences in gameplay. It's the same. There's not a different government type. It's not a there's no unique mechanics. You're just a European nation, but actually you were born in the Americas already. Yeah, we're gonna be stuck here for a while. But people who think it's just because I had a worse experience because I started in North America are coping hard. Hard. If not for the Conquistador BS, the campaign would go fine. Yeah, I mean, it would have been playable without the Conquistadors, yeah. I don't know if there would have been a point to it, because it kind of seemed like Poland would just randomly declare war every so often, and then I would win. And then they would pay me a gargantuan sum of money for 3 years and stimulate the economy without them ever having the capacity to win, I guess. So it's like cheat codes where we would just get 3 times our economic output. White peace with China. Oh, baby. Okay. Korea exists. What is the front line now, man? What the hell?
Listen up. Ready.
Where is the front line? Oh, who we at war with?
Taking cover.
Why are you taking cover?
Keep moving. Orders.
What is going on? Okay, we're encircled, man. We just got auto and China left you out to dry. Scripted peace so China doesn't have to siege Tokyo. I'm encircled, brother. All right, look.
Mga command.
I'm just gonna evac these dudes.
Commands.
We're just gonna evac to where? I don't know. Because it says I have military access here, so I don't really get it.
Orders. Mga command.
How do I get out of here?
Move out.
Am I dead? Guess we're about to find out. Bip 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 bip. Bro, they're going
Keep your
around us.
distances.
How is Siam fighting me from inside the Guangxi province? They're using illegal front lines to prevent me from retreating. They are not in the war against us.
Ready. Alis na.
Stop shit talking our new game or
Handa
else.
ng kumilos. Opo, sir. Ready. Fall in. Fall in.
We should not be able to be truly
Pushing them
encircled
back, sir.
because they shouldn't be able to attack us from inside their borders. Uh-oh, we might be encircled. Am I dead?
Fall in. Ready to move. Keep on attacking!
Keep on attacking. I can't even.
Abort!
Holy shit! Trying to get control of these guys is stupid. Well, that is one thing that Hearts of Iron has always sucked at, is having a peace conference just rip the rug out from under you.
Orders!
That has historically always been a problem. We just lost 3 divisions to that. Thanks. It's not without fault. It is not without fault.
Come on, move out!
Good to know despite all the updates and DLC, the core is still the same. Through no fault of your own.
Ano po ang utos?
Can you guys move, please?
Opo, sir.
I'm just gonna set like Area defense to here, just to give them like an objective so that they'll move.
Opo, sir.
Because they can't encircle anyone here, because this is neutral territories. They can't even fight us there.
Yes, sir.
So dumb. They're trying to pad their stats, man. They had to cheat to get 3 of my divisions. Would it be better if they did the Stellaris thing and teleported your troops? Yeah, it would. Yes, it would. I love that we've got all this, but we don't... Actually, I should build a air research facility. It's a bit late in the game to be doing that.
Ready. Listen up.
Okay, so anyway, that kind of consolidates things. So someone just needs to get brave and naval invade Japan. Just be brave. Two military factories. MIO gets a little larger. I don't want to mess with the MIO. Small plane range and agility, yes. Don't mind if I do. Research kind of doesn't matter. It's 1945. We just research stuff for fun now. Why is this all medium planes? I don't care. 455,000 manpower, and you think that's low? I'm gonna get 3 divisions to come out to replace the ones who just got unceremoniously killed. That was a war crime they just committed against me. They made peace with China and then committed war crimes against me. I love how the Philippines get more research slots than China. You only get the 5th one if you go democratic and use the fact that the US is your overlord as the 5th one. Otherwise, you only get 4. So we only got the 5th one because we went with the US. Philippine American Educational Foundation. So you do have to do it in a specific way. What happened to the planes that I had over there? Where did the planes go? Oh, might be these? I don't know. Not sure if it is or not. We'll see, I guess. Ad starting soon. Turn your volume down. And I'm gonna take a quick bathroom BRB and then try to end this war. It should be over afterward, I think. If the USA doesn't naval invade, my assumption is gonna be that the AI doesn't understand the new home base naval invasion distance mechanic. They seem to be holding all these islands down here now. Well, I don't know how they let the Marshall Islands go. There's nobody even on them. I mean, there's 36 divisions here, so I assume they're planning something. It's quite a few divisions. All right, ad just started. But yeah, it should be on their last legs because there's not a lot left. Less than 750,000 troops for all of Japan. Now, if they were all concentrated right there, it'd be pretty tough. All right, quick bathroom, BRB. Okay, I'm back. No more listening. Oh, chat. I'm sorry, you don't like Stellaris? Well, maybe you shouldn't have played the rock people, okay? With the gemstones. Oh, you went Gaia World? Well, the game's not designed for you to go Gaia World. You were using the wrong ship skin. If you don't use the aquatic ship skins, then you wouldn't enjoy the game as much. You're just playing it wrong, that's all. You didn't like Hearts of Iron? Well, your first mistake was playing Germany. They do lose the war in real life. You know that. So if you wanted to win, you should have played one of the winners. You fool. You don't like Crusader Kings 3 Japanese DLC? Well, it's called Crusader Kings, okay? Japan did not participate in any crusade throughout history. So of course you didn't like it. It's called Crusader Kings. If you're not playing as someone the Pope would personally pray for and bless, then how could you possibly expect to enjoy the game? If you don't say a prayer to God before you play Crusader Kings, then how would you expect to be blessed by him and enjoy it? Oh, I'm sorry. Were you playing as a Muslim nation in Crusader Kings? Well, it's not called Crusaded Kings. It's called Crusader Kings. You should have played one of the righteous people. The kings. Jihad Caliph 3. Hello, Kinemara. But yeah, I mean that's more or less what it is, what it sounds like. That's why it drives me crazy. And for the record, Japan Ritsuyo gameplay is like 85% the same as any other place you could play. Just for the record. Just for the record. Just had to get that out there again. The first 15% is figuring out administrative government, and it's the same thing. What are you guys doing down here? How are you back?
Attention.
How are they back? Somehow Borneo has returned. Battle for Okinawa song goes hard, to be honest. He's having to Google for the final reference that he's not smart enough to make from his own brain. Oh, I'm sorry. You chose to play as Emperor Napoleon III of France. Oh, you idiot choosing Tsar Alexander II of Russia. It's called Victoria. Queen Victoria. How could you expect to possibly enjoy playing as Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria? It's called Victoria. I forgot one, and I had to get an assist. I left one out. Anyway, I don't know. Japan is just kind of hanging on. I don't know how they're hanging on so well, but they're hanging on.
Orders.
Because what's funny is they start a new front line, and then 1,000 allied troops reinforce, but don't push. They don't push, they just watch over the front line. No one's invading the home islands for some reason. Well, I mean, that's true in real life. That also was true in real life. I was gonna say that maybe they were just waiting for the historical time, but no, they surrendered September 2nd, 1945, and it's now 18th September, 1945. Why did Sinkion click cancel non-aggression pact? They're about to go to war with us.
Attention. Fall in.
You guys are gonna need some damn supplies down here, brother. Well, just in case it's relevant, which it wasn't, we built some anti-air over the islands. Bro, how are they still pushing out of here? It's actually kind of crazy. Now I'm gonna get these dudes to come back over to an airfield. I don't know if we can reach, but... They've actually got enemy planes over here. Uh-oh. Might need some reinforcements. Oh no, this airbase is full. Not cool, man. Not cool. How long is it gonna take? 30th of September, like a week? Maybe radar. Do you know how long it's gonna take me to get radar? It's a special project now. I'm in the process of building an avionics special research facility. Then I have to begin the radar special project. Then I have to research every tier of radar individually. So maybe I will have radar in a few years for them. If it takes that long. Because that's what I'm in the process of researching right now. It's easy if you have major power factories. Which I do not, so it was not at the top of my to-do list. Pilot training program, air mission efficiency, offshore patrol. Do they have a port? They do have a port.
Ready to move.
Can all of you just dump on this one division right here? This is a single division that all the allies are too afraid of. Just standing there menacingly, impossible to move. I don't know, bro. I don't have. If I had the infrastructure for bombers, this would be a great time to get some bombing going on. But I don't have bombers. We have some close air support, which is honestly better than you could say about Philippines at the beginning of the war. However, this airbase is full. We just built a new airbase. So shift those over. And I'm about to upgrade it again. You guys are... Why are you standing by? Grand battle plan, coordination plus 10%. Overwhelming fire, mastery reward unlocked. All artillery plus heart attack. Okay, cool. Very good. Why are you standing by, fighter wing? Get in the air. We need 300 fighters in the air. Japan, how does Japan have room? Where's the enemy airbase? Where are these fighters coming from? How are they even reaching us? I'm gonna build like another level, 3 levels. Okay, 1 fighter wing here. 1 fighter wing here. 1 fighter wing here. Close air support here. To help the boys. Because they got doom stacks down there, man.
Opo, sir.
How are we losing? We're at 181,000 casualties. I wonder how many died in that stupid encirclement. Endless war in the jungle. Yeah, I wish I had my specialists down here, but they're not that good, I guess. I can actually train a bunch more. We could just do a little bit of this action. 19.2 is a very weird combat with, but I'm gonna save it. Train one more.
Opo, sir.
Then have the scouts go into their own group.
Listen up. Ready to move.
And have them do some training until they level up. Wait, these guys are out of supplies. Just kill them. The Republic of China declared war on the Chinese Soviet Republic. What the hell is going on right now, China? They're not in a faction. So how are they the Soviet Republic? They're not even in the Comintern.
Taking aim.
Okay, everything's going crazy at the end here. Everyone is declaring war on them. Civil war. They joined the Comintern. Oh my god. Soviet Union from the top rope invading China imminently. They have called the Chinese Soviet Republic as our ally in the Syrian Soviet War. Soviet Union's only at war with Vicky France. For now. We'll see. I don't know where the hell this is going. Is anyone gonna invade Japan or nah? I'm kind of just holding the line over here. I'm not pushing. I'm letting my allies push if that's what they want. Why am I losing so much fuel? Airplanes be expensive, I guess, is the answer. I'm gonna try and make some more synthetic refineries. But yes, I would like to make radar. I would like to. It's not that easy, though. Bro, they're behind us? Yo! Where do these dudes come from? I'm withdrawing from this front line. We're going over here, okay? This is crazy. Shit, hold on.
Fall in.
Why'd you move the camera over? Okay, I want everyone on that front line, but I want 6 troops on that front line, okay? All right, 3, 4, 6. That's how counting goes, I think. All right, I'm just gonna send them over. We might get intercepted. But, they're kind of rolling in here, man. I have no idea why they haven't even attempted a mainland invasion. I have no clue. But I can't because we have no navy.
Ready.
Those guys are out of supplies, bro. How are we not just rolling on them? We got air superiority, intel advantage. gonna move my planes over because I'm building, need to build the airfield. The Chinese Soviet Republic joined the Allies! No! You can't do that, guys! What? Oh no! Do you just put us at war with China? All of China and Japan separately, independently. Don't do this. The faction system was supposed to prevent this. Who can join the faction? Non-fascist countries, countries not in offensive wars. Okay, so because China declared war on the Chinese Soviet Republic, why would they join the Allies and not the Comintern? They technically fit the rules. They were in a defensive war. But I am not a subject of the US anymore. But it's... Here's the thing though. There is this... What's happening? My game is lagging. Oh. Oh shit. It was turning the whole map red. That's what it was lagging for. Now we're... I'm not at war, but the US and everyone else is at war with all of China now. Bro. I'm glad that I pulled my troops out. We're never gonna be able to invade Imperial Japan, man. This is gonna be an endless war. We're just gonna keep going forever. How is Japan back in Papua New Guinea? You guys need supplies. Call to arms. Okay, fine. Sure, why not? It's not like they're gonna naval invade me. AI literally sending their troops to starve in the jungles. They do that. They do that, yeah. I'm gonna try and help them by upgrading the naval bases here. Guys.
Handa ng kumilos. Fall in. Listen up.
This is a mess.
Commands.
This is a mess. This is not good.
Opo, sir. Ready.
You guys aren't... Oh boy.
Andana.
Oh boy. We're gonna need trucks from this. Okay, this airbase is a little larger now. Can we get some more planes over here? The Filipino Air Force is trying to save the South Pacific against all odds. All right, get some air exercises in. We got 150 fighters and 56 close air support. I don't have any over there. I'm about to pull back my Air Force from this side, which is gonna hurt my allies, but I got other problems. We're gonna have 800 fighters here, brother. And then 1,000. Breakthrough in organization for all infantry. Holy shit, we just got 10 organization for every infantry. That's actually huge.
Ready.
Okay, some of you guys need to stay on this front line. We need some, why do we not have any supplies? I know why. I'm trying to upgrade everything at once for my allies. I have to babysit all the allies. Simultaneously. This is actually insane. Can communist China hold out? Armor-piercing bombs. I don't know what to do with that. I guess I'm gonna start researching strategic bombers. I don't know, dude. We need to be able to destroy some infrastructure.
Ready, sir.
Is the other army showing up finally? Did you guys get intercepted? Maybe? Yeah, it looks like they almost got blown to hell by the Japanese Navy. No one's got supplies down here. They don't have supplies either. There's like one division holding this. Okay, we have 926 fighters over Borneo. Surely, with all that close air support, you guys can push this one division out. Okay?
Ready, sir. Alis na.
No, you guys don't get to go reinforce.
Ano po ang utos?
We are gonna push around and take the port.
Move out.
I'm gonna have to put like... Here's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to go to service by requirement and start pumping out Coast Guard for Borneo. Okay, that's the only answer I can come up with at this stage. If we need to free up manpower, I can take one of the infantry off and go back to 8 combat with, because we have like a lot of org now. Shift click for 5. I don't know how many supplies we have. We're about to find out. Even like 24 divisions is probably good. Let's go like 36. 36 simultaneous Coast Guard divisions coming out. I don't know how many supplies it's gonna need.
Handa na, sir.
All right, push them back.
Ready to move.
They're not ready. I mean, my guys are ready. They're not ready. We're winning over here.
Come on, move
They
out.
brought some tanks in.
Ready to move.
We're crossing a river. That's the issue right there. The Soviet Union just declared war on Japan. Okay, I'm down with that. We need someone. The US and the UK are not willing to launch naval invasions, so we may as well come in from the north. At least you can take a little bit out here. Someone's got to do it, man. I never thought I'd be waiting for the Soviet Navy. How much Navy you guys got? 100 to 171 ships. More than I got. That's for sure.
Orders. Yes, sir. Orders.
All right, we got these guys in the circle. Oh shit. Vietnam. The Socialist Republic of Germany has joined us. Soviet Norway has joined us. The Romanian People's Republic has joined us. Soviet Austria, the Finnish Democratic Republic, Socialist Republic of Bulgaria, and the Czech People's Republic have joined us. Lend-Lease, thank you. Sure, I don't know what you're offering. I have convoys, so it's fine. You're gonna cancel them anyways. Air wings in Borneo with no mission assigned. We definitely have air superiority, so I guess intercept. The Filipino Air Force is here, man. Actually, I'm gonna send these dudes home.
Fall in.
Not the Kingdom of Kampuchea. What the heck am I gonna do against the Kingdom of Kampuchea?
Fall in. Andana, sir.
All right, we got him. That's a little encirclement. Every bit helps at this point. Don't want those troops coming back. Nice little encirclement. Polish, Soviet Socialists, Burma's against us. All right, we closed down another one. Ay. This is the problem, man. They're looking at this one unit, and all these guys are just like, damn, you guys got any supplies? Nah, you got any? Nah, you got any? Nah, you got any? Nah, you got any? Just walk forward. They don't have any either. Just go in. And then redeploy. This is chaos. I don't know where I'm gonna redeploy my troops.
Ready, sir.
Because there's too many dudes down here. There's too many. Yes, you can all resupply in the ports, it's fine.
Ano po ang utos?
I don't know what to tell you to research. We're not gonna build a navy, I'm just not even gonna do it. I guess. I don't know. We're not gonna use cannons, but just research cannons. AI stacks way too many units in one spot, then they all have no supply. Yeah. And then they just don't attack. It's crazy.
Yes, sir.
And I'm over here picking up the pieces, trying to build them like higher level supply hubs. I need to get logistics we got logistics companies. I'm about to get the strike force some help. How many guns do we have? 15k, that's not a lot. It's really not a lot. If I get them a logistics company, we go down 53 org, but I bet it helps all of our supply issues. But then we go way down in support equipment, negative trucks. All right, let's go almost negative on everything. Let's go all in. That logistics company is going to reduce supply usage by 40% and could change the war. And then I'm going to add 2 more sets of infantry units since we're doing a mass recruitment campaign right now. And let's see how much that drains. That's going to drain the manpower pool to like 0. But the logistics companies are going to go crazy. I don't know, rockets. MIOs. Truck. Bonus. All right. So the plan is queue up. I don't even remember what this was for. Queue up some military factories so we can have another gun factory, another support equipment factory, another anti-air, and then trade Australia for more steel. Wait, what am I trading? I'm trading like aluminum. Wrong thing. No one's got steel. Sweden's got steel. Oh man. And then I also need tungsten. Okay. That's gonna cut into my civilian factories, but at this stage I think it's fine. Offshore patrol, research, naval missions, things that we don't really need. Philippine Air Force, go. I'd rather just like have us producing everything that we're supposed to be producing. $7.5 trucks a day is not enough. They're taking out my convoys. This is a dumb campaign that nobody has taken out Japan. Are they just not capable? They're like, this is the Japan DLC. No one will naval invade them. And I mean no one. Actually. No one will even try.
Attention. Andana, sir.
Do I have 24 divisions doom stacked over here? I need to get a plan going. Just so that they have an attack bonus. They're pretty low on supplies too. All right, we finally built like a second level of naval base here, but it's still overfilled. But it should alleviate it in tandem with the new support company. As the support company comes in, we'll see. And then we got a lot of air power here. There is a challenge. They've got 100 support, 500 enemy fighters. I don't know how they're getting 500 fighters here, so we are having to fight them. We've lost 14 fighters, 63 enemy fighters lost so far. They're stacking them. I don't know, how are they getting 800, 900, 1,000 fighters, 1,200 fighters over Borneo? From which airbase? Java? these surrounding air bases are somehow swinging them all over. All right, we don't need pilot exercises anymore. Well, let's just get... we're going to turn this into an insane airbase, bro. I wish we had radar. I'm trying. Wait, hang on. We could do radar. I could start that. Hold on. I could actually start that. Give me night vision 2. Wait, did we finish that? We didn't finish it. It's almost done. Chat, what happened to all the troops that were right here? Are they dead? No, they're not dead. Where'd they... Did we just, like, shift positions? Oh, no, we just shifted the front line.
Ready to move.
Something shifted. Why is everyone moving?
Handa ng kumilos.
Trying to figure out where to send my troops. Because everything looks dumb. Because stacking 24 divisions on this side seems ill-advised, but here you go. 24 divisions over here. 24 divisions over there. This is really dumb.
Fall in.
Wait, wrong one.
Opo, sir. Fall in.
How did things get to this point? We need to start making transport planes so we could airdrop supplies over there. That's a pipe dream. Get an air superiority mission. All right, I'm bringing 200 more fighters over here. They wanna play with air superiority. We'll bring some more. The Philippines Air Force is pretty robust now, actually, considering where we were. That's the crazy sound I was waiting for. I need a scientist for our aerodynamics and avionics facility. Rocket specialist. And then your project is gonna be freaking radar. It's gonna take 6 steel and 6 aluminum. Oh dear. I don't really have that much. Are there not any, like, air bases that could help these bros? Well, there is, but it's kind of full. And then I'll take another 100 fighters. My Lend leases. All right, that should help the allied troops who are here at least. Give them some air cover. Many insufficient resources. We only have 84k manpower. We're still recruiting more. Should be like 13, 14% when it's all done.
Yes, sir.
All right, they say they could just handle it no problem. They're not even there yet.
Move out.
And they say they can handle it. Can you handle it? I don't think you can. But I say, why not go for it? Edward King believes in himself. And to be fair, why shouldn't he? We have air superiority, air support. Chinese Soviet Republic has capitulated. You're the one that dragged us into this whole thing, man. I can't believe we've had an intel advantage like this entire game.
Andana, sir.
Be wonderful if we could push from the north as well and cut off their retreat.
Listen up.
Sometimes when you start pushing, your allies will start pushing also. But if we can't cut off their retreat, then they'll probably just live to fight another day, unfortunately.
Attention.
They seem to have a pretty good grasp on the harbor for now.
Listen up. Mga command.
Our front line is tiny, bro.
Kumilos. Commands. Andana.
Let them spread out a little bit.
Listen up.
We're probably taking a bunch of casualties. We're over 200,000 casualties now. But hey, this is the only war that matters for our people. All right, maybe we chill for a sec. I'm not gonna chill. I feel like we're winning. I think that I'm gonna give the Air Force a lot of credit here, and the recon detachment a lot of credit. But yeah, they might just escape through the port.
Opo, sir.
I see some helmets popping. There's another helmet. There's another helmet. Okay, so they just chose to fight to the last. All right, I'll take it. We actually are on the leaderboards for all of Imperial Japan. 332,000 casualties inflicted, right behind the US. How's that for an alternate timeline? You never thought we'd be a more efficient fighting force than the US. Imperial Japan has inflicted 1 million casualties on the US, and they've only inflicted 200,000 on us. I have no idea what to research. I guess some bombs. Okay, we have retaken it. We have retaken it. So here's what I'm gonna do.
Andana.
We ain't gonna mess around this time. We're gonna have one army group. Just how much would it take to just do the coastline? 24 divisions. That's how many we got. We're gonna have one division on each coast.
Orders.
Okay. Then we're gonna have the other one go to the north. And they need 16. And we are just gonna hold the damn coast of Borneo.
Opo, sir.
Because Japan has naval invaded this like 3 times now. We have to keep coming back and fighting. So we're just gonna use our standing army to just like occupy it as a bastion in the midst of the rest of Imperial Japan island hopping. Only 3? Well, I mean, at least 3 successful times where I have to come back and fight over it again and again and again and again, and they keep doing it over here too. And we're in the midst of training up a bunch of divisions for just basic Coast Guard duties that I'm gonna replace my active troops with. They haven't even tried naval invading Philippines anymore. we kind of
Orders.
I think we dissuaded them at last. We've made, well, here you go, Borneo. They're trying already. I'm getting my boys into position. We gotta get dug in. Oh my God, they're already here! Before we can even fill in all the spaces! Those are seconds later, bro.
Andana, sir.
Literally, like, there's one open space and they got there.
Listen up.
Kill them!
Fall in. Andanang Kumilos.
Do not let them spread. All right, one down. Keep fighting, bro.
Mga command.
Okay. Saved. Two more gone. They waste no time. Waste no time. They're taking down my convoys and intercepting my resources.
Andanang Kumilos.
Where the hell are you guys going?
Move out.
It is time for the Air Force to be recognized as their own entity, separate from the Army. So organized, they will have far more flexibility in their organization and acquisition of men and material. Air Force mission efficiency and all air range up 10%. That's not a bad final capstone there. Let's get, I guess, the construction speed up one. You guys start doing pilot exercises. Okay, the Air Force can now redeploy. How's the Philippines content? I mean, it's fun enough. It's fun enough. I've enjoyed it. There's too many 70-day focuses still. It's the classic age-old problem in Hearts of Iron. They really overvalue a good chunk of these, but it's a decently organized tree. I think the organization of it's pretty solid. Defense against Japan, training army stuff, a little bit of Air Force. We actually have an Air Force now. We need it. Navy, we haven't even bothered because, you know, come on. It seems decently organized. I think that the coolest part is probably these 3 investments on the left. I didn't get to do the Japan side, so I'm not sure how Japan goes. And then the option to kind of keep some of the US leaders here. I think the worst part is probably the 70-day focuses, and there's a bunch of focuses that are for subsidies. And they keep making focuses for subsidies like it's a mechanic the AI uses. But 2 things. Number 1, subsidies are kind of dumb to begin with. And number 2, they just don't really sell that much stuff. Like, now that it's late game, they might. Let's see. Okay, look, it's 1946, and the United States tank subsidies have 211 light tanks. Okay? That's it. So there's really just not much to choose from, and they've got an entire, like, subsidy for... Well, actually, this is for trucks and... Okay, this is for trucks and trains. This is for infantry equipment and artillery. So let's see if they have trucks, trains, and artillery on the market. Do they have trucks? They have 11,000 trucks now. Okay, so you could get trucks. Do they have any trains? Actually, I don't even know where are trains. I don't think the AI puts trains up on the market. I don't see any trains. Anyway, the problem with subsidies is that when you have a subsidy, like I do, right now, when you need this equipment early game, like 1941. 1941 is like when you need this stuff because you're behind and you're probably going to get dragged into the war. But to get it, you have to give up your civilian factories. So like I have a subsidy for 5,000 guns. I think it should be a 1-to-1 for guns. So let's get 5,000 guns on here. Here's like a bunch of M1 Garands. We'll get 5,000 guns. All right, so 5,000 guns. I have to give them a civilian factory, and they give me that over 34 deliveries. It'll take over 2 years to finish. So I'm like, well, that's too long. I need it sooner. Okay, 2 civilian factories, and it'll take a year and a half to finish. Okay, that's too long. 3 civilian factories, and then if I apply the subsidy, it does make it faster by half, but I still have to give up. Like this is by August. It's too long. Too long. All right, June 1946. That's gonna be like 4 months away. So I'm having to give up a substantial amount. So giving up like 3 to 5 civilian factories for the Philippines is a lot. We had less than 15 civilian factories for most of the game. You know what I'm saying? So giving up like a third of your civvy factories for like 3 to 4 or more months is just a lot to ask for 5,000 infantry equipment, which I kind of made myself with no real problem. We haven't been short on infantry equipment the whole game with just a handful of factories. So I really wish they would change how the subsidies work to make them a little less... The people who need subsidies can't afford to give up their civilian factories. The people who don't need subsidies have plenty of civilian factories to begin with. So it's like punishing because you're... Like, if you're in a position to need to use the subsidies, you can't afford to give up your factory output. Can you not use it all at once? I don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna really make me go back in here and open it up again? But yeah, I was using those factories to build, you know, very important coastal forts and such. Wait, that's 5,000 trucks? That's the wrong thing. Look what you're making me do. I think what it's saying is that it's only this, if I do this, it's only using 2,900 out of 5,000. So I could get like up to 5,000 worth. These ones are worth less at this stage in the game. So I can get up to 5,000 in value, which is 8,700. But to use the subsidy, you have to use enough factories that they'll accept, which isn't that much. I get they built that whole system, but it's kind of bad. They should just spawn equipment in for free. Yeah, or it should just be like they send them in to you without having to give them the factories. I don't know. Because it's like, this won't be until November. It's at the end of the year. So it's like, I need to give you like... Also, it takes convoys, so if you don't... I didn't have enough convoys built up when I needed them. I only had like 100 and change convoys. So I would have only been able to do like the 3 or the 4, and it would have taken like a whole year to get the subsidy. So I'm losing like 3 or 4 factories for like a whole year. And it's just like, I can't afford that, man. And I don't have enough convoys to give you more factories to make it faster. Because, like, you could get this down to 5 deliveries with 7 factories, but you need 200 convoys. So, it's an interesting concept that just... Chat, Hearts of Iron players, raise your hands if you use the subsidy system And by extension, the global market. I use the global market to buy guns under very specific circumstances, like communist China. When I'm real desperate for the guns.
Handa, sir.
But it needs a little revamp because it's an interesting idea. It just doesn't, you just don't touch it very often. World War II eBay is meh. The AI doesn't use it, so it's kind of useless. That's true. Like, we've had equipment up there for a while now, and nobody's touched it. I guess I could just, if you really want it to go, you can try discounting all your stuff, and then sometimes it'll go, but then they'll take the order and then cancel the order right afterward, which is really annoying. But yeah, so I think when they make these giant subsidy trees, it's just kind of like, like, yeah, you might get some admirals and a couple other things, but I don't like that chunk of the tree. Don't know about the communist chunk. The other stuff seems decent. Insufficient energy. Oh, for the first time, we actually have -1 coal. See, it's at about this stage, I would probably just switch my exports to limited. And that should take care of the energy and also give us some extra steel. Why do I need so much aluminum? Because we're making planes, I guess. Now I'm making transport planes.
Ready to move.
Negative 122 trucks is not great. That reminds me. Where were we just fighting? That can save some trucks right there.
Handa ng kumilos.
Man, that we are out of oil, bro. That in-game pop-up spam in every Paradox game where you're just like, I'm just trying to do something. Ad starting right now. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to finish my game, brother. But I will trade you for some oil. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. I'm already researching field refining. I don't know. Nothing else matters. What? Beep, beep, beep.
Orders.
It doesn't matter, dude. You can research anything your heart desires. Laser cannons. Just kidding. All right, ad just started. I don't know if we're ever gonna win this war. Actually. Hello, Corin. Thank you for the 37 months. I saw Johnny say 61 months. Appreciate that sub. I saw it, but thank you again. Corin also for over 3 years. Hi, Corin. How you doing? Yugoslavia supporting the Philippines is a funny thought. We got Mexico down here too. I use market when I'm a small country, but not subsidies. Yeah, exactly. I just wish the AI would buy stuff or sell stuff on it more. That'd be cool. All right, very quick BRB. Very short BRB. All right, what up? Welcome back. From the ad. Dude, the Pacific is just chaos now. I don't know what the hell the US is doing. They just doomstack it on the Caroline Islands with like 25 divisions, all with no support. 33 here, 18 here, 14 here. Are they staging or are they just looking around? I don't know. There's 30 more divisions right here. What the hell are they doing? Do a naval invasion, man. No one's even on Iwo Jima. Maybe. Actually, they could be. I don't know.
Attention.
This is where the real problem is. China versus everyone in the damn mountains.
Commands.
All right, here's what we're gonna do.
Yes, sir.
I'm finally doing it. It's past time.
Ano po ang utos?
Whoops.
Ready.
Who is gonna be? Is Ed King gonna be our field marshal? Yeah, he's pretty balanced. All right, Field Marshal Ed King. You're gonna get Logistics Wizard. Supply consumption down for sure. Org loss when moving -30 and attack up.
Attention.
All right, now I need more generals. Officer Corps. You're promoted. And you're promoted. Welcome, new officers.
Ready, sir.
But I'm gonna take the officers from over here. Well, not you.
Ready to move.
Wainwright.
Mga command.
And Ramon.
Commands.
And then put the basic officers on the home front.
Ready, sir.
Why are they all clones of this guy? 3 clones of this guy. We need more portraits, devs. There's gotta be more than 3 Filipinos that you can draw.
Handa ng kumilos.
Maybe just, like, I don't know. Flip them left to right. I don't know. We do actually need someone for the officer corps. I'm gonna take attack and defense. Can I hire you instead of this air guy? Yep, I can hire him now. All right, you're hired.
Fall in.
Basically, these are the specialists who are good in the jungle, so I'm taking them to the jungle, and we're gonna fight over there.
Attention.
It'll give them something to do. Actually. All right, weighted shuffle sucks. What about regular shuffle? New music. I'm going for the new music. Anyway, I am holding Borneo now. No one getting through here. The AI just camps on top of the naval base. We are out of juice, chat. We are out of fuel. Time to ground some airplanes. But then they send fighters as soon as we do. Everybody else just stay there and chill till the fuel number goes up. So it's all the Air Force. 3K a day. Whew. Crazy. I'm making another synthetic, but we're gonna, the Air Force guzzles gasoline, dude. We got 3 transport planes. Yep, airdrop some supplies with the 3 transport planes. Grand battle plan, maximum command power and coordination up 5 hundo. All infantry get recovery rate. Sick. Okay. Let's get 2 simultaneous synthetic refineries, I guess. Need to find a way to generate more fuel. Current from refineries is only 595? Oh my god, we're not getting enough. Oh boy, I really underestimated how much fuel we were gonna need. It's only 595. I don't even have enough fuel for the trucks. Well, actually, I do have enough for trucks. It's not good. That's not good. Man, and that's with full synthetic upgrades. Naval invasion of Borneo. I was ready for you this time. I was waiting.
Ano po ang utos?
Do we still not have a navy? Asked by someone who has no idea what it takes to build a navy in Hearts of Iron 4. We do not have a navy. I can't even afford to put gasoline in my airplanes. Much less do the entire research chain of navies. Much less build dozens of dockyards and then wait years for the ships to be built from said dockyards. So we do not have a navy, no. I elected to build airplanes. Deploy units. You deploy units. All right, I'll deploy the units. Here they come.
Listen up.
36 freaking divisions.
Attention. Fall in. Attention.
Okay, reorganization time. These 36 dudes are gonna go defend the Dutch East Indies to the best of their ability. In British Malaya. And then once they get there and they get dug in, we're gonna take our other forces somewhere else. Relieve them of duty. Yeah, I have to ground my entire Air Force so we can try and rebuild fuel supply.
Attention.
All right, my special forces are here, and if my special forces are here, let's give them some doctrine. Forest movement. What is this? Is this forest or jungle? This is jungle. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. Actually, right button. Why you only give me stuff for... Oh, this is hot acclimatization. Ooh, jungle. Movement 5, attack 10, defense 10. Yeah. That one. All rangers get 10% defense, 1% initiative, 10% max speed. Yeah. Effect, recon rangers. Jungle movement, attack, and defense. Or support Artie, get 5% defense, 5% breakthrough. Recon Rangers get line artillery battalion bonus. Nah, let's get the terrain mastery one. But I have to give them like a special support company. Recon Rangers. And they'll be better in the jungle. Yeah, the 27 movement, 46 defense in the jungle is kind of cracked. Is it more or less recon with them? Same, no, yeah, same recon. Just insane jungle bonuses. All right, change it to Recon Rangers then.
Ready.
And then can I train any more? Yes, or I can make the existing ones thicker. But I'll just train more.
Fall in.
Special Forces. Bicameral legislature. Political power and construction, and we get 360 days of law change cheaper. Don't really care about any of that. I'm just picking things at this point. I'm just gonna pick the dockyards so we can make some more convoys, I suppose. Also, I want the scouts to have a logistics company. 70 organizations cracked, but yeah, the 40% off logistics needs is huge. So it's gonna take them a bit before they get up to combat strength. They're gonna have to get those reinforcements fed to the front lines. So we'll give them a minute to get situated.
Listen up.
I don't know where these guys came from. I guess I'll put them in with the special forces.
Orders.
They want to buy my artillery? Sure. You can do that. It's a good song. Stuck in my head. Is what it is. Let's research the super... No, I don't want to research these. It takes my resources away. It's gonna look how long it's gonna take to get radar, dude. Oh my god, forever.
Mga command.
All right, you're out of supply, but the logistics company should help. Oh, they're actually pushing here. Our allies are pushing.
Keep on attacking.
Wait, am I attacking? Oh, I'm attacking. Shit.
Fall in.
Oh, yeah, I meant to do that. Yeah, I took the port. I did that on purpose. Took the port on purpose. I cut them off, so now they're all encircled because that's the strategically sound thing to do. Fuel gain from oil and refineries up. Keep that going.
Almost, sir.
Don't let them take it back, though. That's the most important part. You've got like 9 divisions and... Oh, I just said don't let them take it back. That's the most important part. Well, now you gotta attack again. Now they got the port, but... Our general falls ill. Take some Advil and get in there, men! Take some Dayquil and get back to work. We got it encircled, but look at those helmets popping. Japanese forces, they're not surrendering, so we have to overrun them before they can escape. Pop. 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 All right, it worked. I did that.
Commands!
That was me. You're welcome, America. You're welcome. This shit go until 1947. I know, they're trying to take it back right now, too. All right, I'm sending my special forces over here now. No one will naval invade Japan. It's actually getting kind of silly. Like, no one's even tried. It's not just that they can't, they haven't tried yet. Which is the most bizarre aspect. So, I do wonder if there are some AI bugs going right now. You're not gonna tell me that the US and the UK have got peace in Europe and have not even hopped over to Iwo Jima. There are just dozens of American forces that are in indefinite planning. I think they're waiting for naval superiority, but they don't have it. I think maybe that's what's going on, because I see Japanese naval supremacy around them. So what happened to the navies? Manila Naval Dockyards? I don't really want the subsidies. Let's get concrete battleship just so I can see what it does. Cannons 2. Bro, you're giving me too much research. I actually have too much research. Doesn't matter.
Attention.
Like, I've seen the Navy doing a bunch of things. Like, we've been getting naval invaded by Japan, but we're closer. The big thing that they changed was that you have to have naval supply bases to extend your naval range. So I'm wondering if they did that. Like, do we know where the American Navy is primarily concentrated right now? Is there any way to really figure that out? I see 31 ships in port in San Diego. Actually, no, chat. I see 200 ships in port in San Diego. Average strength, 100%. Devs. 45 ships in port on the Atlantic, 42 ships in port here, 31 subs or destroyers there, another fleet of French ships. Either they're out of fuel. There are 70 UK ships in the English Channel. Is everyone around the world out of fuel at the same time? Anyway, there's a new mechanic whereby you have to have a home base for the Navy that they operate out of. In previous patches, you could just base out of any old naval base. Didn't matter. You could just be like, we go to this naval base and we do all of our operations out of there. Can't do that anymore. You have to have a home naval base that you do everything out of. To extend the range from that home base, you have to build like these supply hubs, which if you look at like a tile, like if I look at Manila, We got a space down here for a naval supply hub that allows your fleets to resupply and refuel in this base in addition to the home base, potentially extending the operational range of your task force. Can only be constructed in a coastal province with a naval base of at least level 8. So my theory right now is that they do not have any naval supply hubs out here to base their ships out of. And their home base is like too far back on the west coast to be able to do anything. So I guess I'm gonna try making Manila into one and see what happens out of curiosity. But I don't know what level this is. What level is Manila? 6? What are you clicking? Level 6, so I need 2 levels. I'm trying to get oil is the problem. I need I need more synthetic refineries. It's gonna take years for me to build all this shit. Like, it's not like something I can pop out overnight. But also, that's not the point. They should be able, the United States of America should be able to figure this out. You know what I mean? It should be in their AI. But I don't, how do you even sort by the level of naval bases, pray tell? I think it's just what number is at the end of their thing. Like Honolulu's a level 10. And it has a naval supply hub in it. I don't know how far a naval supply hub allows you to reach, but so then why do they have all their ships docked in San Diego? Something's borked. I think something's borked. Which is not surprising when you have this many sweeping changes, but
Orders.
it is unfortunate, man. We can't get anything right these days.
Andana, sir.
All right, the Coast Guard is here, so I'm gonna take the other guys and go on a little adventure. I don't know if I want to get in all this. I don't know if I want to get in all this with China. There's not really enough. We could go to Africa instead and try to kill Vicky France. Nationalist Spain on this side is just blocking them in, dude. So there's only one front that you can go through. And they're out of supplies.
Andanang kumilos.
I'm gonna send at least one division over here. Across the world. Philippines are going to Africa.
Ano po ang utos?
Might get sunk on the way over there, but it is what it is. Fuel usage down for ships. We don't even have any ships. Can I help you? Build transport planes faster.
Fall in.
Okay, you guys just attack. Send it. AI is hard, okay, guys? AI is tough. Oh, I didn't know they were... I guess they are encircled, so more Japanese troops gone, never to fight again. We gotta keep doing
Andana,
this.
sir.
This is the only way to stop them. We have to get them to 0 manpower. How much manpower do we think they have now? They somehow are back to almost 1 million. They're somehow getting more.
Attention.
We're at 252,000 casualties, but we've inflicted 428,000 back. I feel like that's pretty active participation. Is there a front that we could fight in with our specialists? Besides, I don't want to deal with China, dude. That's a whole thing. I ain't going in 1955 fighting against China. They must have changed their laws. No way it recovered. Yeah, they must have changed the laws somewhere. They're naval invading Borneo, but guess what? I'm there. Not so fast, Japan. Where are you getting all these naval invasions? Where is the US and UK fleet? I am currently building up my own Manila naval base. I'm gonna try and build a naval supply hub there, but it's gonna take a minute. All right, we held them back again.
Orders.
I'm gonna have
Andana, sir.
my other group, area defense, New Guinea,
Ready to move.
and then these troops. What is this? That's just their territory.
Ready.
Let's take the jungle specialists over to this front line, I guess. I don't know. Better than nothing.
Ready to move.
All right, is that really the fastest route? Okay, I mean, they are crossing the entire world. Take the train if you can. Trying to save up fuel. We got no fuel storage. Too much steel for advanced anti-air, man. We've been using infantry equipment 1 the whole game, but sometimes that's how it is. You just gotta. We don't have enough resources for anything else. Did Japan puppet China? Nope. Separate war. After the war with Japan, communist China was declared on by China, and for some reason the Allies accepted communist China into their ranks, making all the Allies go to war with China. So now we're at war with China. So, the average amount of Hearts of Iron chaos. Throw you a curveball right there at the end. They haven't tried any naval invasions of the Philippines, though, have they? They've just been leaving us alone. All right, we're 29th of August. I'll be level 8 naval base here. And then assign an admiral to increase effectiveness of task forces in the area. Yo, by the way, this is a 12,500 work. It's like over half of a supply hub to build a naval supply hub. Oh my god. It's gonna be a while, bros. I'm on 4 times speed, just straight chilling. My convoys are getting attacked by Japan on the way, losing fighting strength. Not good. We made a concrete battleship a little bit late, but there it is. And we've got the stronghold network. So let me see the stronghold network. How do you build it? I know we have one for free, but like if I wanted to build one, how do you build it? Like what does it do? What is it? Where is it? What does it do? How do I click on it? Map decision? Second row, third item. Oh, I couldn't even see it. An extensive defensive system of massive bunkers and strongly fortified positions designed to repel enemy advances. Local supplies plus 10. Enemy division attrition plus 10. Land and coastal fort construction speed plus 10%. Max to both levels plus 2. That's a lot of work just to get a plus 2 to fort level. We don't even need level 5 forts, really. This is kind of overkill. Though I feel like it should have... I think it gave it to us for free? I don't know. Wanted to see what it was. This is whatever.
Andana, sir. Orders.
Where did the rest of my unit go?
Fall in. Fall in.
Oh, yeah. You guys should all go over there. We got the Coast Guard in Borneo. Holding it down.
Go, go, go.
How we doing in Africa, boys? Are we there? Kinda? It was no supply. There's no supply, but we're there all right. Well, that's a level 6. If we up that railway, I think it'll be fine. We don't even need to up this naval base, I don't think, but I'll move it down. The UK announces Balkan Diplomatic Initiative. I don't even, dude, what the hell? Was there a naval invasion in North Africa? Okay, someone's doing something. France is naval invading North Africa. At least somebody's doing something. Vicky Francis capitulated. As soon as I get over, look, I just have to go over there and intimidate them. Okay, I don't actually have any scores, so. France took 33 states. Kurdistan took 1 state. Well, I guess I'm coming home now. Or we're gonna go to this front line. We just got there.
Ready.
Yes, hello. This is New Guinea and Borneo. How may I help you? Oh dear. Chad, do you see any problems here?
Fall in.
You see any issues over here? Why is this all open? There's 36 divisions. What the hell are you guys doing, man?
Listen up.
Get in there, brothers. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do they get the troops? How do they have the naval superiority? Are you sitting here telling me that the combined UK and US fleet cannot eke out naval supremacy over Japan combined? And the Soviets? The Soviets have a fleet too. It's all 3. Europe's not even a threat, man. They are slacking big time. Look at this. We have 0 naval supremacy tiles over here. They have locked down South America and the UK. Great job, everyone. Yeah, the AI definitely is bugged. I was hoping it wasn't gonna be so, but it's definitely so.
Handa ng kumilos.
I was hoping it wasn't gonna be so, but it is so.
Ready, sir. Listen up. Fall in. Fall in.
Hold on.
Yes, sir. Ready.
Which dude is this? This could be any of them. Manuel.
Listen up.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I don't think it's that they can't naval invade. It's something to do with the new home base and extension system that they're not equipped to deal with. So they think they can't naval invade because they can't reach, because their ships can't operate out here because they can't refuel. So we're about to see what happens, because I am about to queue up the naval supply hub and get it started, however long it takes, and see if that somehow wins the war, and the AI might just be too stupid.
Andana. Listen up.
Look, boys, you have to defend.
Mga command. Pushing them back, sir.
You're not pushing them back. There's only 2 divisions here. What the hell?
Andana, sir. Attention.
You guys are supposed to hold the coast. You're the coast guard. Do you understand how that works? You guys are the coast guard. You didn't... Hang on.
Opo, sir.
Chat. Do you see any problem with Japan's strategy? By chance? Small issue with Japan's strategy here?
Ano po ang utos?
Hmm.
Ano po ang utos?
Things that make you go,
Ready.
They didn't have anyone inside of the port tile, so I just took the port tile and now they have no supplies and they are cut off.
Commands.
So, good job, I guess.
Ready, sir. Keep your distances. Commands.
Now they're trying to push and break out. Unsurprisingly,
Andana, sir. Commands.
whoops.
Fall in. Move out.
Sorry to rip that guy.
Attention. Orders. Opo, sir.
I have too many divisions here.
Opo, sir. Listen up.
He's got too many dudes under his command. All right, what's going on with you?
Opo, sir.
What's going on over here? Just holding the line.
Ready to move.
What's going on over there? Nothing. What's going on up here? Nothing. Okay, just keep doing your thing then. They're about to naval invade New Guinea again. We have like no supply up here either. Make the boys a little port, and then where are my planes? The end game micro. That'll help out a lot. Oh, they're doing another naval invasion over here simultaneously. Holy.
Orders. Listen up. Fall in.
They really want this, man.
Attention.
They ain't giving it up. All right, we need to kind of polish them off here while they're encircled.
Longbow, sir. Keep moving.
And now that we got air support, because I remembered that I have airplanes,
Mga command.
kind of an important thing to remember.
Keep on attacking.
Three more encircled units, overrun. Well, the Coast Guard did their job. It just took a little bit. So, to be fair, they did do their job.
Listen up.
Okay, cancel your orders. Then area defend. God, the in-game micro's kind of just stupid. It's so stupid. I don't care about the research anymore, man. It doesn't, it just should end. We're done. We should be done,
Yes, sir.
but we're not.
Fall in.
For reasons that defy explanation. Plane production doesn't really help. I don't know, none of this helps. I guess consumer goods factory factor, I don't know. Paradox endgame, yeah, Paradox endgame. Wait, did we already build the thing? Chad, did we build it? Is it built? It is. We have a naval supply hub here. Is it able to be used by my allies? Where are our friendly boats? They're still parked in San Diego. "200 naval ships in San Diego." It's honestly could be. Is there a way to God mode over to become the US but I'm an Iron Man. I wouldn't be able to do that. To see how much, how do you see how much fuel a nation has? Is that a thing you can see on Intel? I wonder if they're using all of their fuel and so their ships are stuck. I don't know how you would even tell that. It says they have 938K available fuel. Right there. So it's definitely not fuel. The AI is just bugged. There are no, and I mean no, there are 0 friendly naval fleets in any of these waters. There are hostile fleets. There are convoys, but there are no naval fleets or naval battles happening here. 0. All of the UK ships are parked too. Bro, there are enemy convoys passing through the English Channel. Up to 130 enemy convoys passing through the English Channel, and they're not doing a damn thing about it. They're just waving at them as they go by. Up to 200 convoys up here around Denmark. Where's the Soviet fleets? Soviets are supposed to have up to 136 total ships, according to this. 4 fleets somewhere. So I guess we wouldn't see where they are because we're not allied with them. Nice that the Navy AI is completely busted in the Navy DLC. Bro, we can't win, man. We can't win. And I mean that in the literal sense of this campaign will never be won because no one will ever naval invade Japan. They're immune. The only way Japan can lose is if they're naval invaded, and I can't build a navy. The AI normally has no problem naval invading Japan until now. So we're stuck in this hellscape. Oh, we can't win, but I also mean we can't win in the metaphorical sense of I want to like this DLC and also be able to just play the damn game. You know what I mean? And there's parts of it that are fun. Like, I'd say I had a decently fun time as Philippines, and Japan did naval invade us, so it's not like we had it easy, but it's because they're close. Something about the proximity. Are they slowly pushing out? It seems like that square that was red is now blue. Yeah, because water is blue. And that red was there because water is not red unless there's a significant amount of blood in it. And that means that the Japanese fleet who was there is no longer there. So see how this one is red and this one is blue because this one doesn't have anybody in it. And this one has all of their fleet in it. You can tell that we don't have naval supremacy because these are all neutral tones. So no one is pushing out because there was not a single goddamn naval ship in the entire Pacific Ocean. And I am not exaggerating. This is the number of friendly ships in region number right there at the bottom left. Let me know if you see one. 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 all the way back to the Americas. There are none in any water anywhere. 0, not even 1. On any tile. I don't think there's any friendly naval ships anywhere deployed to any sea on the entire map. Like, actually 0. I see convoys. Convoys is different. That's just troops. Completely different brain cell there. And we got France, we got the UK, we got the US. It's actually busted. Not even around the UK. They're not patrolling. They're not doing shit on the whole map. So it's broken. All right, GG, I win. GG, I win. I'm not going to play for another 10 in-game years to try to build up my own navy just so that I can defeat the Japanese navy and naval invade their island. And I'm not going to make... I don't even have the range to get air... I would have to get air superiority over their home, which I do not have the range for. And then I would have to research paratroopers and also somehow defeat... They still have 1 million manpower, so I have to defeat 1 million... They probably have like at least 500k at home. How the heck did they release this shite? I don't know, man. It's crazy. I really like Hearts of Iron. I'm sure they'll fix it eventually, but they need a dub, man. They need a dub. This goes back to what you said about them playing multiplayer versus single. Maybe. I don't know what the Hearts of Iron dev team does. But yeah, if they do the same thing, if they only play multiplayer, then they're never going to see this type of behavior because they're probably playing the major powers. It seems like the new mechanic really hampers big fleets. People were talking about it on Steam. I don't know what they're talking about. But it's wild. Let me go to like the Hearts of Iron subreddit. There's a thread on the front page that says, yes, Paradox did playtest the DLC before release. Let me see what this says. Flashbang alert, close your eyes. So I'm gonna go against the grain and play devil's advocate here. In before I don't attack the multi-million-dollar corporation memed. So I've seen a lot of knee-jerk takes and criticism of the DLC so far. Some justified, such as the price, others not so much, meaning most other things I've read. But one thing that's irking me is the accusation, or more accurately, lie, that Paradox didn't playtest this due to X thing that happened in my game. Pro tip to everyone who has no experience or knowledge in the industry, but no matter how much you QA a game, you'll never eliminate every single bug in it. This is especially true for games that have been supported with more and more content added into it over the course of more than a decade. You can have opinions of the levels of QA you think a product should have, but don't go making false accusations. First of all, you dumb fuck, people who make arguments in bad faith because someone else says they didn't playtest this. They didn't mean literally never playtested it or touched it or anything and just type a bunch of code and just ship it on out to the world. Like, no one intended to say that literally not one person has ever loaded into a game of the thing that they just programmed, right? So it's just like a non-post in the first place to even type all this bullshit out. There's a lot you can criticize PDX for these days, such as their DLC model in general, as well as pricing, or in Hearts of Iron 4's case, the absurd level of alt-history slop. Or, if you're one of the thousands of Chinese people that somehow apparently play this game, some super minute historical... What does that have to do with Chinese people? Or omission regarding a mid-level officer in the KMT. Point is, don't go making shit up people, especially when it just mocks other people's hard work. Unfortunately, the whole fiasco with Graveyard of Empires has destroyed a whole lot of goodwill PDX might have had, it seems, especially coming off Goddardammerung, which is unfortunate, but I suppose expected. TLDR, criticize a company for the stuff that's worthy of criticism, parentheses implied. I determine what is worth criticizing and what is not, in parentheses, and don't make shit up just to dogpile. Navy DLC, AI doesn't use Navy. Yeah, I don't know, dog. That seems like an oversight. So am I just now discovering that the AI doesn't use the Navy? Like one day after Reddit discovered it. It seems to be well known because there's 483 upvotes. So am I just late to the party in not knowing that AI doesn't use Navy at all because it seems just commonly accepted by the top post? This player base is so whiny. How much do you want to bet they don't even own the DLC? How much you want to bet that people are in here just bitching and didn't even buy the DLC? Because there is a difference between making bad airplanes, making bad tanks, and never using them, okay? Very different apples to orange situation that we have here. Imagine if all of the infantry were trained and they deployed and they just sat in the tile they were deployed on and never went to a front line. That's what it would be like, except with the Navy. That's why a difficulty setting exists. Bro, these guys are on crack. They either are multiplayer only gamers In what way do they not use the Navy? I'm watching them use it currently. They have a larger operational reserve these days when they don't need to use ships for active duty, but if they're required, then they get used for missions. Beyond my friends saying the same and seeing a few posts, I've played 2 games until late 40s with Japan, where I've been essentially uncontested in the Pacific against the Allies. Give this man $1 million. And in one, the Atlantic, with almost 0 resistance. It's impossible to find and engage. AI isn't using its ships. Here's a video that demonstrates the exact experience. You can dominate the Atlantic and Pacific at the same time. See, people are reading this thinking that it just means like, oh, the AI is kind of dopey and they're being easy. If you were playing as like Japan, if you were Japan in my game, there would not be a single ship to fight you. Like, you'd be like, allies? Allies? Where are you? They literally are not leaving the port. And it would look like that the Navy is being used if you were playing like Philippines like I am. It's like, oh, Japan's naval invading us, right? Japan is naval invading us, and they're staying kind of close to their shore. And it would seem like it's working as intended. Chat, that's the game director of the whole fucking game. Oh shit. Is that really the game director of the entire Hearts of Iron game? Or is this just a title that they give on Reddit? It says game director. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Oh, no. I just gotta say, good job. Lil Crit, salute Lil Crit right here. 4 hours ago, putting a video. It's not just a US specific issue, my man. It's to do with the size of their home area. What does that mean? I'm looking at every single Navy. If their goal is far enough away, they will not use it. It's France, it's the UK, it's everyone. Maybe that guy did mean that no one is playtesting this game. Maybe they are only playing multiplayer. It's also so funny to me that they're like the game director is responding to this particular post that's like, hey, stop being mean to the Paradox devs, okay? There's a lot you can criticize these days, but not playtesting is not one of those things. Oh, it's funnier that it's like a comment chain in that post. It's like, stop being so mean to them. But yeah, dude, this is like 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Is there a way to look at my own game? Like they have, how do you see this like kill log for the entire game? Is there a way to see how many ships the US or the UK have lost in combat in some way? Old Reddit enjoyer, yeah. I hate the new UI. It's not even new anymore. All right, well, at least the comments are mostly sane. Wait, did they remove Field Marshal front lines? I hear you can't get planning bonus without being assigned to the specific order now, so you better be ready to add extra inputs so the units you will micro are on some speed. Hold on.
Commands!
We're gonna do a little test here. Let's do a little test. Where's the biggest front line that I can try and set up?
Ready. Andana, sir.
So this used to be a pro tip. If you pick a field marshal and then pick front line, it says if you shift click one of the borders, then you will set a front that does not have individual front lines. So like if you have three different army groups, you'll shift click the front line, it'll create a unified front line. And what it'll do is balance all the units across that front line across your army group. So you don't have to have one army group with its own front line, a second with its own front line, and a third with its own front line. And it's the best, most convenient way to make front lines. But what that Redditor is saying is that if they're not... Wait, what was it saying about not being actively assigned to the order? I hear you can't get planning bonus without being assigned to the specific order. I don't know what this means. It just says, Field Marshal front lines give planning bonus to all units under the Field Marshal if you're on the front line, even without having an actual order. What does that mean? Meaning units that don't move, then only move when microed, get the planning bonus. What? I use it all the time in single player. Managing tanks and volunteers way less tedious. What? If you make a plan for a general on a field marshal front line is the only way to get a PB? PB. Planning bonus? I still don't understand. Anyway, it probably doesn't matter. Anyway, chat, the game director doesn't know that there's a problem, so hopefully they know now. But but they think it's US specific. I don't think it is. I think that they're way overconfident. There are no UK ships, there's no French ships, there's no ships. No one's here. There's no Soviet Union ships. There are 0 ships, except for Japanese ships, and they're staying very close to home, and they don't venture out here either. They just stay right in here, and that's it. So, I don't know. GG. I quit. I win. I win. Ad is coming in like 30 seconds, and I want to get you out of here, but I'm gonna peace on out. Another busted Paradox release. Damn, we can't get a win, man. I was really hopeful for this one. I was really hopeful. Sorry, you were holding the door. You got to hold the door multiple times tonight. I'll check it out again after they patch it some more, I guess. But we're not playing it again until then. So, time for Anno next week. I'll see you again on, like, probably, maybe Sunday, Monday, something like that. Let's go raid Avic. Go say hi. He's playing some Cataclysm. Sure he'll enjoy seeing you. Thank you guys for watching. Damn, another broken DLC. The last Hearts of Iron DLC was broken, man. It crashed the last one crashed my game like 12 times, and I had to give up. This one just doesn't, the Navy doesn't work. None of it. None of the Navy works. I wonder if Pearl Harbor didn't happen because it was too far. Maybe. All right, good night. I'll see you guys in a couple days or something. I'm gonna chill tomorrow since we're not gonna play it. I'm not gonna start another campaign of Hearts of Iron right now. Sorry to rip the rug out from under you, but that was crazy. That was crazy to read. Insane to read. All right, the ad started. Shit. All right, go say hi to Avic. Good night. GG's.